Number 545, King of the Birds. For thou must know that the Lord Solomon committed this castle to my charge. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 508th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sheikh Nasr sued, Thou must know that the Lord Solomon committed this castle to my charge and taught me the language of birds and made me ruler over all the fowls which be in the world. Wherefore each and every come hither once in the 12th, and I pass them in review, then they depart, and this is why I dwell here. When Janshah heard this, he wept sore and said to the Sheikh, O my father, how shall I do to get back to my native land? Replied the old man, Know, O my son, that thou art near to the mountain Kaf, and there is no departing for thee from this place till the birds come, when I will give thee in charge to one of them, and he will bear thee to thy native country. Meanwhile tarry with me here and eat and drink and divert thyself with viewing the apartments of this castle. So Janshah abode with Sheikh Nasr, taking his pleasure in the wadi and eating of its fruits and laughing and making merry with the old man, and leading a right joyous life till the day appointed for the birds to pay their annual visit to the governor. Thereupon the Sheikh said to him, O Janshah, take the keys of the castle and solace thyself with exploring all its apartments and viewing whatever be therein, but as regards such a room, beware and again beware of opening its door, and if thou gainsay me and open it and enter there, through never more shalt thou know fair fortune. He repeated this charge again and again with much instance, then he went forth to meet the birds, which came up, kind by kind, and kissed his hands. Such was his case, but as regards Janshah, he went round about the castle, opening the various doors and viewing the apartments into which they led, till he came to the room which Sheikh Nasr had warned him not to open or enter. He looked at the door and its fashion pleased him, for it had on it a padlock of gold, and he said to himself, This room must be goodlier than all the others. Would heaven I wist what is within it, that Sheikh Nasr forbid me to open its door. There is no help but that I enter and see what is in this apartment, for whatso is decreed unto the creature perforce he must fulfill. So he put out his hand and unlocked the door, and entering, found himself before a great basin, and hard by it stood a little pavilion, builded all of gold and silver and crystal, with lattice windows of jacinth. The floor was paved with green beryl and balas, rubies and emeralds and other jewels, set in the groundwork mosaic fashion, and in the midmost of the pavilion was a jetting fountain in a golden basin, full of water and girt about with figures of beasts and birds, cunningly wrought of gold and silver and casting water from their mouths. When the zephyr blew on them, it entered their ears, and therewith the figures sang out with bird-like song, each in its own tongue. Beside the fountain was a great open saloon with a high dais whereon stood a vast throne of carnelian, inlaid with pearls and jewels, over which was spread a tent of green silk 50 cubits in width and embroidered with gems fit for seal rings and purfled with precious metals. Within this tent was a closet containing the carpet of the Lord Solomon, on whom be peace, and the pavilion was compassed about with a vast garden full of fruit trees and streams, while near the palace were beds of roses and basil and eglantine and all manner sweet-smelling herbs and flowers. And the trees bore on the same boughs fruits fresh and dry, and the branches swayed gracefully to the wooing of the wind. All this was in that one apartment, and Janshah wondered thereat till he was weary of wonderment, and he set out to solace himself in the palace and the garden, and to divert himself with the quaint and curious things they contained. And first looking at the basin, he saw that the gravels of its bed were gems and jewels and noble metals, and many other strange things were in that apartment. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 509th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Janshah saw many strange things and admirable in that apartment. Then he entered the pavilion and mounting the throne, fell asleep under the tent set up throver. He slept for a time and, presently awaking, walked forth and sat down on a stool before the door. As he sat, marvelling at the goodliness of that place, there flew up from mid-sky 3 birds, in dove form but big as eagles, and lighted on the brink of the basin, where they sported a while. Then they put off their feathers and became 3 maidens, FN number 546, as they were moons, that had not their like in the whole world. They plunged into the basin and swam about and disported themselves and laughed, while Janshah marvelled at their beauty and loveliness and the grace and symmetry of their shapes. Presently, they came up out of the water and began walking about and taking their solace in the garden, and Janshah, seeing them land, was like to lose his wits. He rose and followed them, and when he overtook them, he saluted them and they returned his salam, after which quoth he, "Who are ye, O illustrious princesses, and whence come ye?" Replied the youngest damsel, "We are from the invisible world of Almighty Allah, and we come hither to divert ourselves." He marvelled at their beauty and said to the youngest, "Have ruth on me and deign kindness to me and take pity on my case and on all that hath befallen me in my life." Rejoined she, "Leave this talk and wend thy ways," whereat the tears streamed from his eyes, and he sighed heavily and repeated these couplets. She shone out in the garden in garments all of green, with open vest and collars and flowing hair beseen. "What is thy name?" I asked her, and she replied, "I'm she who roasts the hearts of lovers on coals of Levantine. Of passion and its anguish to her made my moan, upon a rock." She answered, "Thy plaints are wasted clean. Even if thy heart," I told her, "be rock in very deed, yet hath God made fair water well from the rock, I ween." FN number 547. When the maidens heard his verses, they laughed and played and sang and made merry. Then he brought them somewhat of fruit, and they ate and drank and slept with him till the morning, when they donned their feather suits, and resuming dove shape flew off and went their way. But as he saw them disappearing from sight, his reason well nigh fled with them, and he gave a great cry and fell down in a fainting fit and lay swooning all that day. While he was in this case, Sheikh Naz returned from the parliament of the fowls and sought for Janshah, that he might send him with them to his native land, but found him not and knew that he had entered the forbidden room. Now he had already said to the birds, "With me is a young man, a mere youth, whom destiny brought hither from a distant land, and I desire of you that ye take him up and carry him to his own country." And all answered, "We hear and we obey." So he ceased not searching for Janshah till he came to the forbidden door, and seeing it open he entered and found the prince lying swoon under a tree. He fetched scented waters and sprinkled them on his face, whereupon he revived and turned. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 510th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sheikh Nasr saw Janshah lying swoon under the tree, he fetched him somewhat of scented waters and sprinkled them on his face. Thereupon he revived and turned right and left, but seeing none by him save the sheikh, sighed heavily and repeated these couplets. Like fullest moon she shines on happiest night, soft-sided fair, with slender shape bedight. Her eye babes charm the world with gramarye, her lips remind of rose and ruby light. Her jetty locks make night upon her hips, where, lovers, where ye of that curls despite. Ye, soft her sides are, but in love her heart hath hardens flint, surpasses cyanite, and bows of eyebrows shower glancy shafts, despite the distance never fail to smite. Then, her beauty, all the fair it passes, nor any rival her who see the light. When Sheikh Nasr heard these verses, he said, "O my son, did I not warn thee not to open that door and enter that room? But now, O my son, tell me what thou sawest therein and acquaint me with all that betided thee." So Janshah related to him all that had passed between him and the 3 maidens, and Sheikh Nasr, who sat listening in silence, said, "Know, O my son, that these 3 maidens are of the daughters of the Jann and come hither every year for a day, to divert themselves and make merry until mid-afternoon, when they returned to their own country. Janshah asked, "And where is their country?" And the old man answered, "By Allah, O my son, I wot not," presently adding, "But now take heart and put away this love from thee and come with me, that I may send thee to thine own land with the birds." When Janshah heard this, he gave a great cry and fell down in a trance, and presently he came to himself, and said, "O my father, indeed I care not to return to my native land. All I want is to foregather with these maidens and know, O my father, that I will never again name my people, though I die before thee." Then he wept and cried, "Enough for me that I look upon the face of her I love, although it be only once in the year." And he sighed deeply and repeated these couplets. Would heaven the Phantom FN number 548 spared the friend at night, and would this love for man wherever died. Were not my heart afire for love of you, tears ne'er had stained my cheeks nor dimmed my sight. By night and day, I bid my heart to bear its griefs, while fires of love my body blight. Then he fell at Shekhinah's feet and kissed them and wept sore, crying, "Have pity on me, so Allah take pity on thee and aid me in my strait, so Ali aid thee." Replied the old man, "By Allah, O my son, I know nothing of these maidens nor where may be their country, but, O my son, if thy heart be indeed set on one of them, tarry with me till this time next year, for they will assuredly reappear, and, when the day of their coming draweth near, hide thyself under a tree in the garden. As soon as they have alighted and doffed their feather robes and plunged into the lake and are swimming about at a distance from their clothes, seize the vest of her whom thy soul desireth. When they see thee, they will come a bank, and she, whose coat thou hast taken, will accost thee and say to thee with the sweetest of speech and the most twitching of smiles, "Give me my dress, O my brother, that I may don it and veil my nakedness withal." But if thou yield to her prayer and give her back the vest, thou wilt never win thy wish, nay, she will don it and fly away to her folk, and thou wilt neither more see her again. Now when thou hast gained that vest, clap it under thine armpit and hold it fast, till I return from the parliament of the fowls, when I will make accord between thee and her and send thee back to thy native land, and the maiden with thee. And this, O my son, is all I can do for thee, nothing more. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 511th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth Shekhinah to Janshah, hold fast the feather rope of her thy soul desireth, and give it not back to her till I return from the parliament of the fowls. And this, O my son, is all I could do for thee, nothing more." When Janshah heard this, his heart was solaced, and he abode with Shekhinah yet another year, counting the days as they passed until the day of the coming of the birds. And when at last the appointed time arrived, the old man said to him, "Do as I enjoined thee, and charge thee with the maidens in the matter of the feather dress, for I go to meet the birds." And Janshah replied, "I hear and I obey, O my father." Then the sheikh departed, whilst the prince walked into the garden and hid himself under a tree, where none could see him. Here he abode a first day and a second and a third, but the maidens came not, whereat he was sore troubled and wept and sighed from a heart hard dried, and he ceased not weeping and wailing till he fainted away. When he came to himself, he fell to looking now at the basin and now at the welkin, and anon at the earth and anon at the open country, whilst his heart grieved for stress of love longing. As he was in this case, behold, the three doves appeared in the firmament, eagle-sized as before, and flew till they reached the garden and lighted down beside the basin. They turned right and left, but saw no one, man or Jan, so they doffed their feather suits and became three maidens. Then they plunged into the basin and swam about, laughing and frolicking, and all were mother naked and fair as bars of virgin silver. Quoth the eldest, "O my sister, I fear lest there be some one lying ambushed for us in the pavilion." Answered the second, "O sister, since the days of King Solomon none hath entered the pavilion, be he man or Jan." And the youngest added, laughing, "By Allah, O my sisters, if there be any hidden there, he will assuredly take none but me." Then they continued sporting and laughing, and Jansher's heart kept fluttering for stress of passion, but he hid behind the tree so that he saw without being seen. Presently they swam out to the middle of the basin, leaving their clothes on the bank. Hereupon he sprang to his feet, and running like the darting levy to the basin's brink, snatched up the feather vest of the youngest damsel, her on whom his heart was set and whose name was Shamsa the Sun Maiden. At this the girls turned and seeing him, were affrighted and veiled their shame from him in the water. Then they swam near the shore and looking on his favour saw that he was bright-faced as the moon on the night of fullness, and asked him, "Who art thou and how camest thou hither, and why hast thou taken the clothes of the lady Shamsa?" And he answered, "Come hither to me and I will tell you my tale." Quoth Shamsa, "What deed is this, and why hast thou taken my clothes, rather than those of my sisters?" Quoth he, "O light of mine eyes, come forth of the water, and I will recount thee my case and acquaint thee why I chose thee out." Quoth she, "O my lord and coolth of my eyes and fruit of my heart, give me my clothes, that I may put them on and cover my nakedness withal, then will I come forth to thee." But he replied, "O princess of beautiful ones, how can I give thee back thy clothes and slay myself for love-longing? Verily, I will not give them to thee, till Sheikh Nasr, the king of the birds, shall return." Quoth she, "If thou wilt not give me my clothes, withdraw a little apart from us, that my sisters may land and dress themselves and lend me somewhat wherewithal to cover my shame." "I hear and obey," answered he, and walked away from them into the pavilion, whereupon the three princesses came out, and the two elder, donning their dress, gave Shamsa somewhat thereof, not enough to fly withal, and she put it on and came forth of the water, and stood before him, as she were the raising full moon or a browsing gazelle. Then Shamsu entered the pavilion, where Jansher was still sitting on the throne, so she saluted him and taking seat near him, said, "O fair of face, thou hast undone thyself and me, but tell us thy adventures that we may ken how it is with thee." At these words he wept till he drenched his dress with his tears, and when she saw that he was distracted for love of her, she rose and taking him by the hand, made him sit by her side and wiped away the drops with her sleeve, and said she, "O fair of face, leave this weeping and tell us thy tale." So he related to her all that had befallen him and described to her all he had seen, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 512th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the lady Shamsa said to Jansher, 'Tell us thy tale.' So he related to her all that had befallen him, and, after she had lent attentive ear, she sighed and said, 'O my lord, since thou art so fondly in love with me, give me my dress, that I may fly to my folk, I and my sisters, and tell them what affection thou hast conceived for me, and after I will come back to thee and carry thee to thine own country.' When he heard this, he wept sore and replied, 'Is it lawful to thee before Allah to slay me wrongfully?' She asked, 'O my lord, why should I do such wrongous deed?' And he answered, 'If I give thee thy gear thou wilt fly away from me, and I shall die forthright.' Princess Shamsa laughed at this, and so did her sisters. Then said she to him, 'Be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for I must needs marry thee.' So saying, she bent down to him and embraced him, and pressing him to her breast kissed him between the eyes and on his cheeks. They clipped and clasped each other a while, after which they drew apart and sat down on the throne. Then the eldest princess went out into the garden and, plucking somewhat of fruits and flowers, brought them into the pavilion, and they ate and drank and laughed and sported and made merry. Now Jansher was singular in beauty and loveliness and slender shape and symmetry and grace, and the princess Shamsa said to him, "O my beloved, by Allah, I love thee with exceeding love and will never leave thee." When he heard her words, his breast broadened and he laughed for joy till he showed his teeth, and they abode thus a while in mirth and gladness and frolic. And when they were at the height of their pleasure and joyance, behold, Sheikh Naz returned from the parliament of the fowls and came into them, whereupon they all rose to him and saluted him and kissed his hands. He gave them welcome and bade them be seated. So they sat down, and he said to Princess Shamsa, Verily this youth loveth thee with exceeding love. Allah upon thee, deal kindly with him, for he is of the great ones of mankind and of the sons of the kings, and his father ruleth over the land of Kabul, and his ring compasseth a mighty empire. Quoth she, I hear and I obey thy behest, and, kissing the Sheikh's hands, stood before him in respect. Quoth he, If thou say sooth, swear to me by Allah that thou wilt never betray him, what while thou abidest in the bonds of life. So she swore a great oath that she would never betray Janshah, but would assuredly marry him, and added, Know, O Sheikh Nasr, that I never will forsake him. The Sheikh believed in her oath and said to Janshah, Thanks be to Allah, who hath made you arrive at this understanding. Hereupon the prince rejoiced with exceeding joy, and he and Shamsa abode 3 months with Sheikh Nasr, feasting and toying and making merry. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 513th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Janshah and the lady Shamsa abode 3 months with Sheikh Nasr, feasting and toying and making merry. And at the end of that time she said to Janshah, I wish to go with thee to thy motherland, where thou shalt marry me, and we will abide there. To hear is to obey, answered he, and took counsel with Sheikh Nasr, who said to him, Go thou home, I commend her to thy care. Then said she, O Sheikh Nasr, bid him render me my feather suit. So the Sheikh bade Janshah give it to her, and he went straightways into the pavilion and brought it out for her. Thereupon she donned it and said to him, Mount my back and shut thine eyes and stop thine ears, so thou mayst not hear the roar of the revolving sphere, and keep fast hold of my feathers, lest thou fall off. He did as she bade him, and, as she stretched her wings to fly, Sheikh Nasr said, Wait a while till I describe to thee the land Kabul, lest you twain miss your way. So she delayed till he had said his say and had bidden them farewell, commending the prince to her care. She took leave of her sisters and bade them return to her folk and tell them what had befallen her with Janshah. Then, raising into the air without stay or delay, she flew off, like the wafts of the wind or the ramping levin. Her sisters also took flight, and returning home delivered her message to their people. And she stayed not her course from the forenoon till the hour of mid-afternoon prayer, Janshah being still on her back, when she espied afar off a wadi abounding in trees and streams, and she said to Janshah, I am thinking to alight in this valley, that we may solace ourselves amongst its trees and herbage, and here rest for the night. Quoth he, Do what seemeth meet to thee. So she swooped down from the lift and alighted in the wadi, when Janshah dismounted and, kissing her between the eyes, FN number 549, sat with her a while on the bank of a river there. Then they rose and wandered about the valley, taking their pleasure therein and eating of the fruits of the trees, until nightfall, when they lay down under a tree and slept till the morning dawned. As soon as it was day, the princess arose and, bidding Janshah mount, flew on with him till noon, when she perceived by the appearance of the buildings which Sheikh Nasr had described to her, that they were nearing the city Kabul. So she swooped down from the welkin and alighted in a wide plain, a blooming champaign, wherein were gazelles straying and springs playing and rivers flowing and ripe fruits growing. So Janshah dismounted and kissed her between the eyes, and she asked him, O my beloved and coolth of mine eyes, knowest thou how many days' journey we have come since yesterday? And he answered, No. When she said, We have come 30 months' journey. Quoth he, Praise be Allah for safety. Then they sat down side by side and ate and drank and toyed and laughed. And whilst they were thus pleasantly engaged, behold, there came up to them 2 of the king's Mamelukes of those who had been of the prince's company. One of them was he whom he had left with the horses, when he embarked in the fishing boat, and the other had been of his escort in the chase. As soon as they saw Janshah, both knew him and saluted him. Then said they, With thy leave, we will go to thy sire and bear him the glad tidings of thy coming. Replied the prince, Go ye to my father and acquaint him with my case, and fetch us tents, for we will tarry here 7 days to rest ourselves till he make ready his retinue to meet us, that we may enter in stateliest state. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 514th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Janshah said to the 2 Mamelukes, Go ye to my sire and acquaint him with my case and fetch us tents, for we will abide here 7 days to rest ourselves, till he make ready his retinue to meet us, that we may enter in the stateliest state. So the officers hastened back to King Tegmus and said to him, Good news, O king of the age. Asked he, What good tidings bring ye? Is my son Janshah come back? And they answered, Yes, thy son Janshah hath returned from his strangerhood and is now near at hand in the Kirani mead. Now when the king heard this, he joyed with great joy and fell down in a swoon for excess of gladness. Then, coming to himself, he bade his wazir give each of the Mamelukes a splendid suit of honor and a sum of money. The minister replied, I hear and obey, and forthright did his binding and said to them, Take this in turn for the good tidings ye bring, whether ye lie or say sooth. They replied, Indeed he lie not, for but now we sat with him and saluted him and kissed his hands, and he bade us fetch him tents, for that he would sojourn in the meadow 7 days, till such time as the wazirs and emirs and grandees should come out to meet him. Quoth the king, How is it with my son? And quoth they, He hath with him Huri, as he had brought her out of paradise. At this, King Tegmus bade beat the kettle drums and sound the trumpets for gladness, and dispatched messengers to announce the good news to Janshah's mother and to the wives of the emirs and wazirs and lords of the realm. So the criers spread themselves about the city and acquainted the people with the coming of Prince Janshah. Then the king made ready, and, setting out from the Kirani meadow with his horsemen and footmen, came upon Janshah, who was sitting at rest with the lady Shamsa beside him, and, behold, all suddenly drew in sight. The prince rose to his feet and walked forward to meet them, and the troops knew him and dismounted, to salute him and kiss his hands, after which he set out preceded by the men in single file, till he came to his sire, who, at sight of his son, threw himself from his horse's back and clasped him to his bosom and wept flooding tears of joy. Then they took horse again with the retinue riding to the right and left and fared forward till they came to the river banks, when the troops alighted and pitched their tents and pavilions and standards to the blare of trump and the piping of the fife and the dub-a-dub of drum and tom-tom. Moreover, the king bade the tent pitchers set up a pavilion of red silk for the princess Shamsa, who put off her scanty raiment of feathers for fine robes and, entering the pavilion, it took seat. And as she sat in her beauty, behold, the king and his son Janshah came into her, and when she saw Tegmus, she rose and kissed the ground before him. The king sat down, and seating Janshah on his right hand and Princess Shamsa on his left, bade her welcome and said to his son, Tell me all that hath befallen thee in this thy long strangerhood. So Janshah related to him the whole of his adventures from first to last, whereat he marvelled with exceeding marvel, and turning to the princess, said, Lord to Allah, for that he hath caused thee to reunite me with my son. Verily this is of his exceeding bounty. FN number 550. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 515th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Tegmus said to the lady Shamsa, Lord to Allah, for that he hath caused thee to reunite me with my son. Verily this is of his exceeding bounty. And now I would have thee ask of me what thou wilt, that I may do it in thine honour. Quoth she, I ask of thee that thou build me a palace in the midst of a flower garden, with water running under it. And the king answered, I hear and obey. And behold, up came Janshah's mother, attended by all the wives of the wazirs and emirs and nobles and city notables. When her son had sight of her, he rose and leaving the tent, went forth to meet her, and they embraced a long while, whilst the queen wept for excess of joy, and with tears trickling from her eyes repeated the following verses. Joy so overcometh me, the stress of joy in that which gladdeneth me, I fain shed tears. Tears are become your nature, O my eyes, who weep for joyance as for griefs and fears. And they complained to each other of all their hearts had suffered from the long separation. Then the king departed to his pavilion, and Janshah carried his mother to his own tent, where they sat talking till there came up some of the Lady Shamsah's attendants, who said, The princess is now walking hither in order to salute thee. When the queen heard this, she rose, and going to meet Shamsah, saluted her and seated her a while by her side. Presently the queen and her retinue of noble women, the spouses of the emirs and grandees, returned with Princess Shamsah to the tent occupied by her daughter-in-law, and sat there. Meanwhile, King Tegmus gave great largesse to his levies, and legion rejoiced in his son with exceeding joy, and they tarried the 10 days, feasting and merry-making and living the most joyous life. At the end of this time, the king commanded a march, and they all returned to the capital. So he took horse, surrounded by all the troops, with the wazirs and chamberlains to his right and left, nor ceased they faring till they entered the city, which was decorated after the goodliest fashion, for the folk had adorned the houses with precious stuffs and jewelry, and spread costly proceeds under the hoofs of the horses. The drums beat for glad tidings, and the grandees of the kingdom rejoiced and brought rich gifts, and the lookers-on were filled with amazement. Furthermore, they fed the mendicants and fakirs, and held high festival for the space of 10 days, and the Lady Shamsah joyed with exceeding joy when as she saw this. Then King Tegmus summoned architects and builders and men of art, and bade them build a palace in that garden. So they straightway proceeded to do his binding, and, when Janshah knew of his sire's command, he caused the artificers to fetch a block of white marble and carve it and hollow it in the semblance of a chest. Which being done, he took the feather vest of Princess Shamsah wherewith she had flown with him through the air. Then, sealing the cover with melted lead, he ordered them to bury the box in the foundations, and build over it the arches whereon the palace was to rest. They did as he bade them, nor was it long before the palace was finished. Then they furnished it, and it was a magnificent edifice, standing in the midst of the garden, with streams flowing under its walls. FN number 551. Upon this the king caused Janshah's wedding to be celebrated with the greatest splendour, and they brought the bride to the castle in state procession, and went their ways. When the Lady Shamsah entered, she smelt the scent of her feather gear. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 516th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Lady Shamsah entered the new palace, she smelt the scent of her flying feather gear, and knew where it was, and determined to take it. So she waited till midnight, when Janshah was drowned in sleep. Then she rose, and going straight to the place where the marble coffer was buried under the arches, she hollowed the ground alongside till she came upon it, when she removed the lead wherewith it was soldered, and, taking out the feather suit, put it on. Then she flew high in air, and perching on the pinnacle of the palace, cried out to those who were therein, saying, I pray you fetch me Janshah, that I may bid him farewell. So they told him, and he came out, and, seeing her on the terrace roof of the palace, clad in her feather raiment, asked her, Why hast thou done this deed? And she answered, O my beloved and coolth of mine eyes and fruit of my heart, by Allah, I love thee passing dear, and I rejoice with exceeding joy in that I have restored thee to thy friends and country, and thou hast seen thy mother and father. And now, if thou love me as I love thee, come to me at Tani, the castle of jewels." So saying, she flew away forthright to find her family and friends, and Janshah fell down fainting, being well nigh dead for despair. They carried the news to King Tegmus, who mounted at once, and riding to the palace, found his son lying senseless on the ground, whereat he wept, knowing that the swoon was caused by the loss of his love, and sprinkled rose water on his face. FN number 552. When the prince came to himself and saw his sire sitting at his head, he wept at the thought of losing his wife, and the king asked what had befallen him. So he replied, "Know, O my father, that the lady Shamsa is of the daughters of the Jann, and she hath done such and such," telling him all that had happened. And the king said, "O my son, be not troubled and thus concerned, for I will assemble all the merchants and wayfarers in the land and inquire of them anent that castle. If we can find out where it is, we will journey thither and demand the Princess Shamsa of her people, and we hope in Allah the Almighty that he will give her back to thee, and thou shalt consummate thy marriage." Then he went out and, calling his 4 wazirs without stay or delay, bade them assemble all the merchants and voyagers in the city and question them of Dani, the castle of jewels, adding, "Whoso knoweth it and can guide us thither, I will surely give him 50,000 gold pieces." The wazirs accordingly went forth at once and did as the king bade them, but neither trader nor traveller could give them news of Tani, the castle of jewels, so they returned and told the king. Thereupon he bade bring beautiful slave girls and concubines and singers and players upon instruments of music, whose like are not found but with the kings, and sent them to Janshah, so haply they might divert him from the love of the lady Shamsa. Moreover, he dispatched couriers and spies to all the lands and islands and climes, to inquire for Dani, the castle of jewels, and they made quest for it 2 months long, but none could give them news thereof. So they returned and told the king, whereupon he wept bitter tears, and going into his son found Janshah sitting amidst the concubines and singers and players on harp and zither and so forth, not one of whom could console him for the lady Shamsa. Quoth Tegmus, "O my son, I can find none who knoweth this castle of jewels, but I will bring thee a fairer one than she." When Janshah heard this, his eyes ran over with tears, and he recited these 2 couplets. "Patience hath fled, but passion faileth not, and all my frame with bine is fever hot. When will the days my lot with Shamsa join? Lo, all my bones with passion low go rot." Now there was a deadly feud between King Tegmus and a certain king of Hind, by name Kafit, who had great plenty of troops and warriors and champions, and under his hand were 1,000 puissant chieftains, each ruling over 1,000 tribes, whereof every one could muster 4,000 cavaliers. He reigned over 1,000 cities, each guarded by 1,000 forts, and he had 4 wazirs, and under him ruled emirs, princes and sovereigns, and indeed he was a king of great might and prowess, whose armies filled the whole earth. Now King Tegmus had made war upon him and ravaged his reign and slain his men, and of his treasures had made gain. But when it came to King Kafit's knowledge that King Tegmus was occupied with the love of his son, so that he neglected the affairs of the state, and his troops were grown few and weak by reason of his care and concern for his son's state, he summoned his wazirs and emirs and said to them, "We all know that whilom King Tegmus invaded our dominions and plundered our possessions and slew my father and brethren, nor indeed is there one of you, but he hath harried his lands and carried off his goods and made prize of his wives and slain some kinsmen of his. Now I have heard this day that he is absorbed in the love of his son Janshah, and that his troops are grown few and weak, and this is the time to take our blood revenge on him. So make ready for the march and don ye your harness of battle, and let nothing stay or delay you, and we will go to him and fall upon him and slay him and his son, and possess ourselves of his reign." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 517th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kafit, king of Hind, commanded his troops and armies to mount and make for the dominions of King Tegmus, saying, Get ye ready for the march and don ye your harness of war, and let nothing stay or delay you. So we will go to him and fall upon him and slay him and his son and possess ourselves of his reign. They all answered with one voice, saying, We hear and obey, and fell at once to equipping themselves and levying troops, and they ceased not their preparations for 3 months, and, when all was in readiness, they beat the drums and sounded the trumps and flew the flags and banners. Then King Kafid set out at the head of his host, and they fared on till they reached the frontiers of the land of Kabul, the dominions of King Tegmus, where they began to harry the land and do havoc among the folk, slaughtering the old and taking the young prisoners. When the news reached King Tegmus, he was wroth with exceeding wrath, and assembling his grandees and officers of state, said to them, Know that Kafid hath come to our land and hath entered the realm we command, and is resolved to fight us hand to hand, and he leadeth troops and champions and warriors, whose number none knoweth save Allah Almighty. What deem ye? Replied they, O King of the age, let us go out to him and give him battle and drive him forth of our country, and thus deem we. So he bade them prepare for battle, and brought forth to them hauberks and cuirasses and helmets and swords and all manner of warlike gear, such as lay low warriors and do to death the champions of mankind. So the troops and braves and champions flocked together, and they set up the standards and beat the drums and sounded the trumpets and clashed the cymbals and piped on the pipes, and King Tegmus marched out at the head of his army to meet the hosts of Hind. And when he drew near the foe, he called a halt, and encamping with his host in the Zuran Valley, FN number 553, hard by the frontier of Kabul, dispatched to King Kafid by messenger the following letter, Know that what thou hast done is of the doings of the villain rabble, and wert thou indeed a king, the son of a king, thou hadst not done thus, nor hadst thou invaded my kingdom and slain my subjects and plundered their property and wrought upright upon them. Knowest thou not that all this is the fashion of a tyrant? Verily, had I known that thou durst harry my dominions, I had come to thee before thy coming and had prevented thee this long while since. Yet, even now, if thou wilt retire and leave mischief between us and thee, well and good, but if thou return not, meet me in the listed field and measure thyself with me in cut and thrust. Lastly, he sealed his letter and committed to an officer of his army and sent with him spies to spy him out news. The messenger fared forth with the missive and, drawing near the enemy's camp, he descried a multitude of tents of silk and satin, with pennons of blue sendal, and amongst them a great pavilion of red satin, surrounded by a host of guards. He ceased not to advance till he made this tent and found on asking that it was that of King Kafid, whom he saw seated on a chair set with jewels, in the midst of his wazirs and emirs and grandees. So he brought out the letter, and straightway there came up to him company of guards, who took it from him and carried it to the king, and Kafid read it and wrote a reply to this purport, after the usual invocations. We let King Tegmus know that we mean to take our blood revenge on thee and wash out our stain and waste thy reign and rend the curtain in twain and slay the old men and enslave the young men. But tomorrow, come thou forth to combat in the open plain, and to show thee thrust and fight will I deign. Then he sealed the letter and delivered it to the messenger, who carried it to King Tegmus. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 518th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Kafid delivered the answering letter to the messenger who carried it to King Tegmus and delivered it, after kissing the ground between his hands. Then he reported all that he had seen, saying, O king of the age, I espied warriors and horsemen and footmen beyond count, nor can I assist thee to the amount. When Tegmus read the reply and comprehended its contents, he was with furious rage enraged and bade his wazir Ainzar take horse and fall upon the army of Kafid with 1,000 cavaliers, in the middle watch of the night when they would easily ride home and slay all before them. Ainzar replied, I hear and I obey, and at once went forth to do his bidding. Now King Kafit had a wazir, Gitrafan FN number 554, by name, whom he bade take 5,000 horse and attack the host of King Tegmus in like manner. So Gitrafan did his binding and set out on his enterprise, marching till midnight. Thus the two parties met halfway, and their wazir Gitrafan fell upon the wazir, Ainzar. Then man cried out against man, and there befell sore battle between them till break of day, when Kafit's men were routed and fled back to their king in confusion. As Kafit saw this, he was wroth beyond measure, and said to the fugitives, Woe to you! What hath befallen you, that ye have you lost your captains? And they replied, O King of the age, as the wazir Gitrafan rode forth to fall upon King Tegmus, there appeared to us halfway, and when night was half over, there wazir, Ainzar, with cavaliers and champions, and we met on the slopes of Wadi Siren, but ere we were where we found ourselves in the enemy's midst, I meeting I, and we fought a fierce fight with them from midnight till morning, many on either side being slain. Then the wazir and his men fell to shouting and smiting the elephants on the face till they took fright at their furious blows, and turning tail to flee, trampled down the horsemen, whilst none could see other for the clouds of dust. The blood ran like a rain torrent, and had we not fled, we had all been cut off to the last man. When King Kafit heard this, he exclaimed, May the sun not bless you, and may he be wroth with you, and sore be his wrath. Meanwhile Ainzar, their wazir, returned to King Tegmus and told him what had happened. The king gave him joy of his safety and rejoiced greatly, and bade beat the drums and sound the trumpets, in honor of the victory, after which he called the roll of his troops, and behold, 200 of his stoutest champions had fallen. Then King Kafit marched his army into the field and drew them out ordered for battle in 15 lines of 10,000 horses each, under the command of 300 captains, mounted on elephants and chosen from amongst the doughtiest of his warriors and his champions. So he set up his standards and banners and beat the drums and blew the trumpets, whilst the braves sallied forth, offering battle. As for King Tegmus, he drew out his troops line after line and lo, there were 10 of 10,000 horses each, and with him were 100 champions, riding on his right hand and on his left. Then fared forward to the fight each a renowned knight, and the hosts clashed together in their might, whilst the earth for all its wideness was straitened because of the multitude of the cavaliers, and ears were deafened by drums and cymbals beating, and pipes and hautboys sounding, and trumpets blaring, and by the thunder of horse tramp and the shouting of men. The dust arched in canopy over their heads, and they fought a sore fight from the first of the day till the fall of darkness, when they separated, and each army drew off to its own camp. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 519th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that each army drew off to its own camp. Then King Kafit called the roll of his troops, and, finding that he had lost 5,000 men, raged with great rage. And King Tegmus mustered his men, and seeing that of them were slain 3,000 riders, the bravest of his braves, was wroth with exceeding wrath. On the morrow King Kafit again pushed into the plain and did duty as before, while each man strove his best to snatch victory for himself, and Kafit cried out to his men, saying, Is there any of you will sally forth into the field and open the chapter of the fray and fight? And behold came out from the ranks a warrior named Bargake, a mighty man of war who, when he reached the king, alighted from his elephant and kissing the earth before him, sought of him leave to challenge the foe to combat singular. Then he mounted his elephant and driving into midfield, cried out, Who is for duello, who is for daring do, who is for knightly devour? When King Tegmus heard this, he said to his troops, Which of you will do single battle with this order? And behold, a cavalier came out from the ranks, mounted on a charger, mighty of make, and driving up to the king kissed the earth before him and craved his permission to engage Bargake. Then he mounted again and charged at Barcake, who said to him, Who art thou and what art thou called, that thou makest mock of me by coming out against me and challenging me, alone? My name is Gazanfar FN number 555, son of Camgil, replied the Kabul champion, and the other, I have heard tell of thee in my own country, so up and do battle between the ranks of the braves. Hearing these words, Gazanfar drew a mace of iron from under his thigh, and Barcake took his good sword in hand, and they laid on load till Barcake smote Gazanfar on the head with his blade, but the Morian turned the blow and no hurt befell him therefrom, whereupon Gazanfar, in his turn, dealt Barcake so terrible a stroke on the head with his mace, that he levelled him down to his elephant's back and slew him. With this out sallied another, and crying to Gazanfar, Who be thou that thou shouldst slay my brother? Hurled a javelin at him with such force that it pierced his thigh and nailed his coat of mail to his flesh. Then Gazanfar, feeling his hurt, hent his sword in hand and smote at Barcake's brother and cut him in sunder, and he fell to the earth, wallowing in his life-blood, whilst the challenger of Kabul galloped back to King Tegmus. Now when Kafit saw the death of his champions, he cried out to his troops, saying, Down with you to the plain and strike with might and main. As also did King Tegmus, and the two armies fought the fiercest of fights. Horse neighed against horse, and man cried out upon man, and brands were bared, whilst the drums beat and the trumpets bled, and horsemen charged upon horsemen, and every brave of renown pushed forward, whilst the faint of heart fled from the lunge of lance, and men heard naught but slogan cry and the clash and clang of armoury. Slain were the warriors that were slain FN number 556, and they stayed not from the melee till the decline of the sun in the heavenly dome, when the kings drew off their armies and returned each to its own camp. FN number 557. Then King Tegmus took tally of his men and found that he had lost 5,000, and 4 standards had been broken to bits, whereat he was sore and angered, whilst King Kafit in like manner counted his troops and found that he had lost 600, the bravest of his braves, and 9 standards were wanting to the full tale. The two armies ceased joining battle and rested on their arms 3 days' space, after which Kafit wrote a letter and sent it by messenger to a king called Fakun al-Kalb, with whom he claimed kinship by the spindle side, and this kinsman forthwith mustered his men and marched to meet the king of Hind. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 520th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Fakun mustered his men and marched to meet the king of Hind, and while King Tegmus was sitting at his pleasance, there came one into him and said, I see from afar a cloud of dust spearing high in air and overspreading the lift. So he commanded a company to fare forth and learn the meaning of this, and, crying, To hear is to obey, they sallied out and presently returned and said to him, O king, when we draw near the cloud of dust, the wind rent it and it lifted and showed 7 standards, and under each standard 3,000 horse, making for King Kafit's camp. Then King Fakun joined himself to the king of Hind and saluting him, asked, How is it with thee, and what be this war in which thou rest? And Kafit answered, Knowest thou not that King Tegmus is my enemy and the murderer of my father and brothers? Wherefore I am come forth to do battle with him and take my brood-wreak on him. Quoth Fakun, The blessing of the sun be upon thee, and the king of Hind carried King Fakun al-Kalb to his tent and rejoiced in him with exceeding joy. Such was the case of the 2 hostile kings, that as regards King Jansha, he abode 2 months shut up in his palace, without seeing his father or allowing one of the damsels in his service to come into him. At the end of which time he grew troubled and restless and said to his attendants, What aileth my father that he cometh not to visit me? They told him that he had gone forth to do battle with King Kafit, whereupon quoth Jansha, Bring me my steed, that I may go to my sire. They replied, We hear and obey, and brought his horse, but he said in himself, I am taken up with the thought of myself and my love, and I deem well to mount and ride for the city of the Jews, where haply Allah shall grant me the boon to meet the merchant who hired me for the ruby business, and maybe he will deal with me as he dealt before, for none knoweth whence good cometh. So he took with him 1,000 horse and set out, the folk saying, At last Janshah hath fared forth to join his father in the field, and to fight by his side. And they stinted not pushing on till dusk, when they halted for the night in a vast meadow. As soon as he knew that all his men were asleep, the prince rose privily, and girding his waist, mounted his horse and rode away, intending to make Baghdad, because he had heard from the Jews that a caravan came thence to the city once in every 2 years, and he made up his mind to journey thither with the next kafila. When his men awoke and missed the prince and his horse, they mounted and sought him right and left, but, finding no trace of him, rejoined his father and told him what his son had done, whereat he was wroth beyond measure and cast the crown from his head, whilst the sparks were like to fly from his mouth, and he said, There is no majesty and there is no might but in Allah. Verily I have lost my son, and the enemy is still before me. But his wazirs and vassals said to him, Patience, O king of the age. Patience bringeth weal in wake. Meanwhile Janshah, parted from his lover and pained for his father, was in sore sorrow and dismay, with heart seared and eyes bleared and unable to sleep night or day. But when his father heard the loss its host had endured, he declined battle, and fled before King Kafit, and retiring to his city, closed the gates and strengthened the walls. Thereupon King Kafit followed him and sat down before the town, offering battle 7 nights and 8 days, after which he withdrew to his tents, to tend his wounded, while the citizens defended themselves as they best could, fortifying the place and setting up mangonels and other engines on the walls. Such was the condition of the 2 kings, and war raged between them for a space of 7 years. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 521st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that kings Tegmus and Kafit continued in this condition for 7 years, but, as regards Janshah, he rode through wild and wold, and whenever he came to a town he asked anent Dani, the castle of jewels, but none knew of it, and all answered, Of a truth we never heard of such place, not even by name. At last he happened to inquire concerning the city of the Jews from a merchant who told him that it was situated in the extreme Orient, adding, A caravan will start this very month for the city of Mizrakan in Hind, whither do thou accompany us, and we will fare on to Khorasan and thence to the city of Shimwan and Khwarazm, from which latter place the city of the Jews is distant 1 year and 3 months' journey. So Janshah waited till the departure of the caravan, when he joined himself thereto and journeyed, till he reached the city of Mizrakan, whence, after vainly asking for Dani, the castle of jewels, he set out, and enduring on the way great hardships and perils galore and the extreme of hunger and thirst, he arrived at the town of Shimwan. Here he made inquiry for the city of the Jews, and they directed him to the road thither. So he fared forth and journeyed days and nights till he came to the place where he had given the apes the slip, and continued his journey thence to the river, on the opposite bank of which stood the city of the Jews. He sat down on the shore and waited till the Sabbath came round and the river dried up by decree of Allah Almighty, when he crossed over to the opposite bank and, entering the city, betook himself to the house wherein he had lodged on his former journey. The Jew and his family saluted him and rejoiced in his return, and, setting meat and drink before him, asked, Where hast thou been during thine absence? And he answered, In the kingdom of Almighty Allah. FN number 558. He lay with him that night, and on the morrow he went out to solace himself with a walk about the city, and presently heard a crier crying aloud and saying, O folk, who will earn 1,000 gold pieces and a fair slave girl and do half a day's work for us. So Janshah went up to him and said, I will do this work. FN number 559, quoth the crier, follow me," and carrying him to the house of the Jew merchant, where he had been aforetime, said, "This young man will do thy need." The merchant, not recognizing him, gave him welcome and carried him into the harem, where he set meat and drink before him, and he ate and drank. Then he brought him the money and formally made over to him the handsome slave girl with whom he lay that night. As soon as morning dawned, he took the diners and the damsel and, committing them to his Jew host with whom he had lodged aforetime, returned to the merchant, who mounted and rode out with him, till they came to the foot of the tall and the towering mountain, where the merchant, bringing out a knife and cords, said to Janshah, "Throw the mare." So he threw her and bound her forelegs with the cords and slaughtered her and cut off her head and forelimbs and slit her belly, as ordered by the Jew, whereupon quoth he, "Enter her belly, till I sew it up on thee, and whatsoever thou seest therein, tell me of it, for this is the work whose wage thou hast taken." So Janshah entered the mare's belly, and the merchant sewed it up on him, then, withdrawing to a fair distance, hid himself. And after an hour a great bird swooped down from the lift and, snatching up the carcass in his pounds, his sword high toward the sky. Then he perched upon the mountain peak and would have eaten the prey, but Janshah, sensing his intent, took out his knife and slit the mare's belly and came forth. The bird was scared at his sight and flew away, and Janshah went up to a place whence he could see below, and looking down, espied the merchant standing at the foot of the mountain, as he were a sparrow. So he cried out to him, "What is thy will, O merchant?" Replied the Jew, "Throw me down of the stones that lie about thee, that I may direct thee in the way down." Quoth Janshah, "Thou art he who didst with me thus and thus 5 years ago, and through thee I suffered hunger and thirst and sore toil and much trouble, and now thou hast brought me hither once more and thinkest to destroy me. By Allah, I will not throw thee out." So saying, he turned from him and set out for where lived Sheikh Nasr, the king of the birds. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 522nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Janshah took the way for where lived Sheikh Nasr, the king of the birds. And he ceased not faring on many days and nights, tearful-eyed and heavy-hearted, eating, when he was an-hungered, of the growth of the ground, and drinking, when he thirsted, of its streams, till he came in sight of the castle of the Lord Solomon, and saw Sheikh Nasr sitting at the gate. So he hastened up to him and kissed his hands, and the Sheikh saluted him and bade him welcome, and said to him, "O my son, what aileth thee that thou returnest to this place, after I sent thee home with the Princess Shamsa, cool of eyes and broad of breast?" Janshah wept and told him all that had befallen him, and how she had flown away from him, saying, "And thou love me, come to me in Tani, the castle of jewels," at which the old man marvelled and said, "By Allah, O my son, I know it not, nor, by the virtue of our Lord Solomon, have I ever in my life heard its name." Quoth Janshah, "What shall I do? I am dying of love and longing." Quoth Sheikh Nasr, "Take patience until the coming of the birds, when we will inquire at them of Dani, the castle of jewels, haply one of them shall wot thereof." So Janshah's heart was comforted, and, entering the palace, he went straight to the chamber which gave upon the lake in which he had seen the 3 maidens. After this he abode with Sheikh Nasr for a while, and, one day as he was sitting with him, the Sheikh said, "O my son, rejoice, for the time of the birds' coming draweth nigh." Janshah gladdened to hear the news, and after a few days the birds began to come, and Sheikh Nasr said to him, "O my son, learn these names FN number 560, and address thyself with me to meet the birds." Presently, the fowls came flying up and saluted Sheikh Nasr, kind after kind, and he asked them of Dani, the castle of jewels, but they all made answer, "Never heard we of such a place." At these words Janshah wept and lamented till he swooned away, whereupon Sheikh Nasr called a huge volatile and said to him, "Carry this youth to the land of Kabul," and described to him the country and the way thither. Then he set Janshah on the bird's back, saying, "Be careful to sit straight and beware of leaning to either side, else thou wilt be torn to pieces in the air, and stop thine ears from the wind, lest thou be dazed by the noise of the revolving sphere and the roaring of the seas." Janshah resolved to do his bidding, and the bird took flight high in sky and flew with him a day and a night, till he set him down by the king of the beasts, whose name was Sharbadri, and said to his rider, "We have gone astray from the way directed by Sheikh Nasr." And he would have taken him up again and flown on with him, but Janshah said, "Go thy ways and leave me here, till I die on this spot or I find Dani, the castle of jewels. I will not return to my country." So the fowl left him with Sharbadri, king of the beasts, and flew away. The king thereupon said to him, "O my son, who art thou and whence comest thou with yonder great bird?" So Janshah told him his story from beginning to end, whereat Sharbadri marvelled and said, "By the virtue of the Lord Solomon, I know not of this castle, but if any one of the beasts my subjects know it, we will reward him bountifully and send thee by him thither." Here Janshah wept bitterly, but presently he took patience and abode with Sharbadri, and after a short time the king of the beasts said to him, "O my son, take these tablets and commit to memory that which is therein, and when the beasts come, we will question them of the castle of jewels." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 523rd night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king of the beasts said to Janshah, 'Commit to memory what is in these tablets, and when as the beasts come, we will ask them anent that castle.' He did as the king bade him, and before long, up came the beasts, kind after kind, and saluted Sharbadri, who questioned them of Dani, the castle of jewels, but they all replied, 'We know not this castle, nor ever heard we of it.' At this Janshah wept and lamented for that he had not gone with the bird that brought him from Sheikh Naz's castle, but Sharbadri said to him, "Grieve not, O my son, for I have a brother, King Shamarkhais, who is older than I. He was once a prisoner to King Solomon, for that he rebelled against him, nor is there among the jinn one elder than he and Sheikh Nasr. Belike he knoweth of this castle, at any rate he ruleth over all the jinn in this countryside." So saying, he set Janshah on the back of a beast and gave him a letter to his brother, commending him to his care. The beast set off with the prince forthwith and fared on days and nights, till it came to King Shamarkh's abiding place. And when it caught sight of the king, it stood still afar off, whereupon Janshah alighted and walked on, till he found himself in the presence. Then he kissed hands and presented his brother's letter. The king read the missive and, having mastered the meaning, welcomed the prince, saying, "By Allah, O my son, in all my born days I never saw nor heard of this castle." Adding, as Janshah burst into tears, "But tell me thy story and who and whence thou art and whither thou art bound." So Janshah related to him its history from beginning to end, at which Shamarkh marvelled and said, "O my son, I do not believe that even the Lord Solomon never saw this castle or heard thereof, but O my son, FN number 561, I know a monk in the mountains, who is exceeding old and whom all birds and beasts and Jann obey, for he ceased not his conjurations against the kings of the Jann, till they submitted themselves to him in their own despite, by reason of the might of his oaths and his magic, and now all the birds and the beasts are his servants. I myself once rebelled against King Solomon and he sent against me this monk, the only being who could overcome me with his craft and his conjurations and his grammar. Then he imprisoned me, and since that time I have been his vassal. He hath travelled in all countries and quarters and knoweth all ways and regions and places and castles and cities, nor do I think there is any place hidden from his ken. So needs must I send thee to him. Haply he may direct thee to the castle of jewels, and, if he cannot do this, none can, for all things obey him, birds and beasts and the very mountains, and come at his beck and call, by reason of his skill in magic. Moreover, by the might of his egromancy he hath made a staff, in 3 pieces, and this he planteth in the earth and conjureth over it, whereupon flesh and blood issue from the first piece, sweet milk from the second, and wheat and barley from the third. Then he withdraweth the staff and returneth to his place, which is high as the hermitage of diamonds. And this magical monk is a cunning inventor and artificer of all manner strange works, and he is a crafty warlock full of guiles and wiles, an arch-deceiver of wondrous wickedness, who hath mastered every kind of magic and witchcraft. His name is Yogmas. Unto him I must needs send thee on the back of a big bird with 4 wings. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 524th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Shimak said to Janshah, I must needs send thee to the monk Yogmas on the back of a big bird with 4 wings, each measuring 30 Hashimi FN number 562 cubits in length, and it hath feet like those of an elephant, but it fleeth only twice a year. And there was with King Shimak an officer, by name Timshun, who used every day to carry off 2 Bactrian FN number 563 camels from the land of Iraq and cut them up for the bird that it might eat them. So King Shimak bade the fowl take up Janshah and bear him to the cell of the hermit Yogmas, and it rose into the air and flew on days and nights, till it came to the mountain of the citadels and the hermitage of diamonds, where Janshah alighted, and going up to the hermitage, found Yogmas the monk at his devotions. So he entered the chapel and, kissing the ground, stood respectfully before the hermit. When Yogmas saw him, he said, Welcome, O my son, O parted from thy home and gad forth to Rome. Tell me the cause of thy coming hither. So Janshah wept and acquainted him with all that had befallen him from beginning to end, and that he was in quest of the castle of jewels. The monk marvelled greatly at his story and said, By Allah, O my son, never in my life heard I of this castle, nor ever saw I one who had heard of it or had seen it, for all I was alive in the days of Noah, Allah's prophet, on whom be peace, FN number 564, and I have ruled the birds and beasts and jinn ever since his time, nor do I believe that Solomon David's son himself knew of it. But wait till the birds and beasts and chiefs of the Jann come to do the homage to me, and I will question them of it. Peradventure, some one of them may be able to give us news of it, and Allah Almighty shall make all things easy to thee. So Janshah homed with the hermit, until the day of the assembly, when all the birds and beasts and Jann came to swear fealty, and Yogmas and his guest questioned them anent Dani, the castle of jewels, but they all replied, We never saw or heard of such a place. At this, Janshah fell a-weeping and lamenting, and humbled himself before the Most High, but, as he was thus engaged, behold, there flew down from the heights of there another bird, big of bulk and black of blee, which had tarried behind the rest, and kissed the hermit's hands. Yogmas asked it of Dani, the castle of jewels, and it answered, saying, O monk, when I and my brothers were small chicks, we abode behind the mountain Kaf on a hill of crystal, in the midst of a great desert, and our father and mother used to set out for it every morning, and in the evening come back with our food. They went out early one day, and were absent from us a se'night, and hunger was sore upon us, but on the 8th day they returned, both weeping, and we asked them the reason of their absence. Quoth they, A married swooped down on us and carried us off in his clothes to Dani, the castle of jewels, and brought us before King Shalin, who would have slain us, but we told him that we had left behind us a brood of the fledglings, so he spared our lives and let us go. And were my parents yet in the bonds of life, they would give thee news of the castle. When Janshah heard this, he wept bitter tears and said to the hermit, Prithee bid the bird carry me to his father and mother's nest on the crystal hill, behind the mountain Kaf. So the hermit said, O bird, I desire thee to obey this youth in whatsoever he may command thee. I hear and obey thy bidding, replied the fowl, and, taking Janshah on its back, flew with him days and nights without ceasing till it sat him down on the hill of crystal and there alighted. and having delayed the arresting while, it again set him on its back and flew off and ceased not flying for 2 whole days till it reached the spot where the nest was. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 525th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the fowl ceased not flying with Janshah 2 full days, till it reached the spot where the nest was, and set him down there and said, O Janshah, this is where our nest was. He wept sore and replied, I pray thee bear me farther unto where thy parents used to forage for food. The bird consented, so it took him up again and flew on with him 7 nights and 8 days, till it set him down on the top of a high hill Karmas highs, and left him the saying, I know of no land behind this hill. Then it flew away and Janshah sat down on the hilltop and fell asleep. When he awoke, he saw something gleaming afar off as it were lightning and filling the firmament with its flashings, and he wondered what this sheen could be without wotting that it was the castle he sought. So he descended the mountain and made towards the light, which came from Tani, the castle of jewels, distant 2 months' journey from Karmas, the hill whereon he had alit, and its foundations were fashioned of red rubies and its buildings of yellow gold. Moreover, it had 1,000 turrets builded of precious metals, and stones of price studded and set in the minerals brought from the main of Merks, and on this account it was named the Castle of Jewels, Tani. It was a vast great castle, and the name of its king was King Shahlan, the father of the Lady Shamsa and her sisters. Such was the case with Janshah, but as regards Princess Shamsa, when she fled from Janshah, she made straight for the Castle of Jewels and told her father and mother all that had passed between the prince and herself, how he had wandered the world and seen its marvels and wonders, and how fondly he loved her and how dearly she loved him. Quoth they, Thou hast not dealt righteously with him, as Allah would have thee deal. Moreover, King Shahlan repeated the story to his guards and officers of the marriage of the jinn and bade them bring him every mortal they should see. For the Lady Shamsa had said to her parents, Janshah loveth me with passionate love and fish he will follow me, for when flying from his father's roof I cried to him, And thou love me, seek me at Tani, the castle of jewels. Now when Janshah beheld that sheen and shine, he made straight for it wishing to find out what it might be. And as chance would have it, Shamsa had that very day dispatched to Marid on an occasion in the direction of the hill Karmas, and on his way thither he caught sight of a man, a mortal, so he hastened up to him and saluted him. Janshah was terrified at his sight, but returned his salam, and the Marid asked, What is thy name? And he answered, My name is Janshah, and I have fallen madly in love with a jinniya known as Princess Shamsa, who captivated me by her beauty and loveliness. But despite my dear love she fled from the palace wherein I placed her, and behold, I am here in quest of her. Herewith he wept with bitter weeping. The Marid looked at him, and his heart burned with pity on hearing the sad tale, and he said, Weep not, for surely thou art come to thy desire. Know that she loveth thee fondly, and hath told her parents of thy love for her, and all in yonder castle love thee for her sake, so be good cheer and keep thine eyes cool of tear. Then he took him on his shoulders and made off with him to the castle of jewels, Tani. Thereupon the bearers of fair tidings hastened to report his coming, and when the news reached Shamsa and her father and mother, they all rejoiced with exceeding joy, and King Shahlan took horse and rode out, commanding all his guards and Ifrits and Marids honorably to meet the prince. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 526th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Shahlan commanded all his guards and Ifrits and Marids to meet the prince, and, as soon as he came up with him, he dismounted and embraced him, and Janshah kissed his hand. Then Shahlan bade put on him a robe of honor of many-coloured silk, laced with gold and set with jewels, and a coronet such as man never saw, and, mounting him on a splendid mare of the steeds of the kings of the Jinn, shook horse himself and, with an immense retinue riding on the right hand and the left, brought him in great state to the castle. Janshah marvelled at the splendour of this edifice, with its walls builded of rubies and other jewels and its pavement of crystal and jasper and emerald, and fell a-weeping at the memory of his past miseries. But the king and queen, Shamsah's mother, wiped away his tears and said, "Now no more weeping, and be of good cheer, for thou hast won to thy will." Then Shahlan carried him into the inner court of the castle, where he was received by a multitude of beautiful damsels and pages and black Jinn slaves, who seated him in the place of honour and stood to do him service, whilst he was lost in amazement at the goodliness of the place, and its walls all edified of precious metals and jewels of price. Presently King Shahlan repaired to his hall of audience, where he sat down on his throne and, bidding the slave girls and the pages introduce the prince, rose to receive him and seated him by his side on the throne. Then he ordered the tables to be spread, and they ate and drank and washed their hands, after which in came the Queen Shamsah's mother, and saluting Janshah, bade him welcome in these words, "Thou hast come to thy desire after weariness, and thine eyes shall now sleep after watching, so praise be Allah for thy safety." Thus saying, she went away and forthwith returned with the Princess Shamsah, who saluted Janshah and kissed his hands, hanging her head in shame and confusion before him and her parents, after which as many of his sisters as were in the palace came up to him and greeted him in like manner. Then quoth the queen to him, "Welcome, O my son, our daughter Shamsah hath indeed sinned against thee, but do thou pardon her misdeed for our sakes." When Janshah heard this, he cried out and fell down fainting, whereat the king marvelled, and they sprinkled on his face rose water mingled with musk and civet, till he came to himself and, looking at Princess Shamsah, said, "Praised be Allah who hath brought me to my desire and hath quenched the fire of my heart." Replied she, "May he preserve thee from the fire, but now tell me, O Janshah, what hath befallen thee since our parting, and how thou madest thy way to this place, seeing that few even of the Jann never heard of Dani, the castle of jewels, and we are independent of all the kings, nor any wotteth the road hither." Thereupon he related to her every adventure and peril and hardship he had suffered, and how he had left his father at war with King Kafit, ending with these words, "And all for thy sake, my lady Shamsah." Quoth the queen, "Now hast thou thy heart's desire, for the princess is thy handmaid, and we give her in free gift to thee." Janshah joyed exceedingly at these words, and the queen added, "Next month, if it be the will of Almighty Allah, we will have a brave wedding and celebrate the marriage festival, and after the knot is tied he will send you both back to thy native land, with an escort of 1,000 Marids of our bodyguard, the least of whom, and thou bid him slay King Kafit and his folk, would surely destroy them to the last man in the twinkling of an eye. Furthermore, if it please thee, we will send thee, year after year, a company of which each and every can so do with all thy foes." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 527th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the lady Shamsah's mother ended with saying, and if it so please thee, we will send thee, year after year, a company of which each and every can destroy thy foes to the last man." Then King Shahlan sat down on his throne and, summoning his grandees and officers of state, bade them make ready for the marriage festivities and decorate the city 7 days and nights. "We hear and we obey," answered they, and busied themselves 2 months in the preparations, after which they celebrated the marriage of the prince and princess and held a mighty festival, never was there its like. Then they brought Janshah into his bride, and he abode with her in all solace of life and delight for 2 years, at the end of which time he said to her, "Thy father promised to send us to my native land, that we might pass 1 year there and the next here." Answered she, "I hear and obey," and going in to King Shahlan at nightfall told him what the prince had said. Quoth he, I consent, but have patience with me till the 1st of the month, that I may make ready for your departure." She repeated these words to her husband, and they waited till the appointed time, when the king bade his marrieds bring out to them a great litter of red gold, set with pearls and jewels and covered with a canopy of green silk, purfled in a profusion of colours and embroidered with precious stones, dazzling with its goodliness the eyes of every beholder. He chose out 4 of his marrieds to carry the litter in whichever of the 4 quarters the riders might choose. Moreover, he gave his daughter 300 beautiful damsels to wait upon her, and bestowed on Janshah the like number of white slaves of the sons of the Jinn. Then the lady Shamsah took formal leave of her mother and sisters and all her kith and kin, and her father fared forth with them. So the 4 marrieds took up the litter, each by one corner, and rising under it like birds in air, flew onward with it between earth and heaven till midday, when the king bade them set it down, and all alighted. Then they took leave of one another, and King Shahlan commended Shamsah to the prince's care, and giving them in charge to the marrieds, returned to the castle of jewels, whilst the prince and princess remounted the litter, and the marrieds taking it up, flew on for 10 whole days, in each of which they accomplished 30 months' journey, till they sighted the capital of King Tegmus. Now one of them knew the land of Kabul, so when he saw the city, he bade the others let down the litter at that populous place which was the capital. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 528th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the married guards let down the litter at the capital of King Tegmus, who had been routed and had fled from his foes into the city, where he was in sore straits, King Kafit having laid close siege to him. He sought to save himself by making peace with the king of Hind, but his enemy would give him no quarter, so seeing himself without resource or means of relief, he determined to strangle himself and to die and be at rest from this trouble and misery. Accordingly he bade his wazirs and emirs farewell and entered its house to take leave of his harem, and the whole realm was full of weeping and wailing and lamentation and woe. And whilst this rout and hurly-burly was enacting, behold, the marrieds descended with the litter upon the palace that was in the citadel, and Janshah bade them set it down in the midst of the divan. They did his binding, and he alighted with his company of handmaids and Mamelukes, and, seeing all the folk of the city in straits and desolation and sore distress, said to the princess, "O love of my heart and coolth of mine eyes, look in what a piteous plight is my sire." Thereupon she bade the married guard fall upon the beleaguering host and slay them, saying, "Kill ye all, even to the last man." And Janshah commanded one of them, by name Karatash, FN number 565, who was exceeding strong and valiant, to bring King Kafit to him in chains. So they set down the litter and covered it with a canopy. Then, having waited till midnight, they attacked the enemy's camp, one of them being a match for 10, or at least for 8. And while these smote the foes with iron maces, those mounted their magical elephants and soared high in the lift, and then swooping down and snatching up their opponents, tear them to pieces in mid-air. But Karatash made straight for Kafit's tent, where he found him lying in a couch, so he took him up, shrieking for fear, and flew with him to Janshah, who bade the 4 marrieds bind him on the litter and hang him high in the air over his camp, that he might witness the slaughter of his men. They did as the prince commanded them, and left Kafit, who had swooned for fear, hanging between earth and air and buffeting his face for grief. As for King Tegmus, when he saw his son, he well nigh died for excess of joy, and, crying with a loud cry, fell down in a swoon. They sprinkled rose water on his face, till he came to himself, when he and his son embraced and wept with sore weeping, for he knew not that the Jinn guard were battling with King Kafit's men. Then Princess Shamsah accosted the king, and kissing his hand, said to him, "Sire, be pleased to go up with me to the palace roof and witness the slaughter of thy foes by my father's marrieds." So he went up to the terrace roof, and sitting down there with his daughter-in-law, enjoy watching the Marids do havoc among the besiegers and break a way through the length and breadth of them. For one of them smote with his iron mace upon the elephants and the riders and pounded them till man was not to be distinguished from beast, whilst another shouted in the faces of those who fled, so that they fell down dead, and the third caught up a score of horsemen, beasts and all, and, towering with them high in air, cast them down on earth, so that they were torn in pieces. And this was high enjoyment for Janshah and his father and the lady Shamsa. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 529th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Tegmus and his son and daughter-in-law went up to the terrace roof and enjoyed a prospect of the jinn guards battling with the beleaguering host. And King Kafit, still hanging between heaven and earth, also saw the slaughter of his troops and wept sore and buffeted his face, nor did the carnage cease among the army of Hind for 2 whole days, till they were cut off even to the last man. Then Janshah commanded a Marid, by name Shimwal, chain up King Kafit with manacles and fetters, and imprison him in a tower called the Black Bullock. And when his binding was done, King Tegmus bade beat the drums and dispatched messengers to announce the glad news to Janshah's mother, informing her of his approach, whereupon she mounted in great joy, and she no sooner espied her son than she clasped him in her arms and swooned away for stress of gladness. They sprinkled rose water on her face, till she came to herself, when she embraced him again and again wept for excess of joy. And when the lady Shamsa knew of her coming, she came to her and saluted her, and they embraced each other, and after remaining embraced for an hour sat down to converse. Then King Tegmus threw open the city gates and dispatched couriers to all parts of the kingdom, to spread the tidings of his happy deliverance, whereupon all his princely vassals and emirs and the grandees of the realm flocked to salute him and give him joy of his victory and of the safe return of his son. And they brought him great store of rich offerings and curious presents. The visits and oblations continued for some time, after which the king made a second and a more splendid bride feast for the Princess Shamsa and bade decorate the city and held high festival. Lastly they unveiled and paraded the bride before Janshah, with apparel and ornaments of the utmost magnificence. And when her bridegroom went into her, he presented her with 100 beautiful slave girls to wait upon her. Some days after this, the princess repaired to the king and interceded with him for Kafit, saying, Suffer him return to his own land, and if henceforward he be minded to do thee a hurt, I will bid one of the jinn guards snatch him up and bring him to thee. Replied Tegmus, I hear and I obey, and bade Shimwal bring him the prisoner, who came manacled and fettered and kissed earth between his hands. Then he commanded to strike off his chains and, mounting him on a lame mare, said to him, Verily Princess Shamsa hath interceded for thee, so begone to thy kingdom, but if thou fall again to thine old tricks, she will send one of the Marids to seize thee and bring thee hither. Thereupon King Kafit set off homewards, in the sorriest of plights. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 530th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Kafit set off homewards in the sorriest of plights, whilst Janshah and his wife abode in all solace and delight of life, making the most of its joyance and happiness. All this recounted the youth sitting between the tombs and Tabalukiya, ending with, And behold, I am Janshah who witnessed all these things, O my brother, O Balukiya. Then Balukiya, who was wandering the world in his love for Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep, asked Janshah, O my brother, what be these 2 sepulchres and why sittest thou between them and what causeth thy weeping? He answered, Know, O Balukiya, that we abode in all solace and delight of life, passing 1 year at home and the next at Dani, the castle of jewels, whither we betook not ourselves but in the litter borne by the Marids and flying between heaven and earth. Quoth Balukiya, O my brother, O Janshah, what was the distance between the castle and thy home? Quoth he, Every day we accomplished a journey of 30 months, and the time we took was 10 days. We abode on this wise a many of years, till, one year we set out for the castle of jewels, as was our wont, and on the way thither alighted from the litter in this island to rest and take our pleasure therein. We sat down on the river bank and ate and drank, after which the Lady Shamsa, having a mind to bathe, put off her clothes and plunged into the water. Her women did likewise, and they swam about a while, whilst I walked on along the bank of the stream, leaving them to swim about and play with one another. And behold, a huge shark of the monsters of the deep seized the princess by the leg, without touching any of the girls, and she cried out and died forthright, whilst the damsels fled out of the river to the pavilion, to escape from the shark. But after a while they returned, and taking up her corpse carried her to the litter. Now when I saw her dead, I fell down fainting, and they sprinkled water on my face, till I recovered and wept over her. Then I dispatched the jinn guards to her parents and family, announcing what had befallen her, and in the shortest time they came to the spot and washed her and shrouded her, after which they buried her by the riverside and made mourning for her. They would have carried me with them to their own country, but I said to King Charlemagne, I beseech thee to dig me a grave beside her tomb, that, when I die, I may be buried by her side in that grave. Accordingly, the king commanded one of his marrieds to do as I wished, after which they departed and left me here to weep and mourn for her till I die. And this is my story and the cause of my sojourn between these two tombs. And he repeated these two couplets, FN number 566. The house, sweetheart, is now no home to me since thou art gone, nor neighbour neighbourly, the friend whilom I took to heart, no more is friend, and brightest lights lose brilliancy. But when Bulukiya heard out Janshah's tale he marvelled, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 531st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Bulukiya heard out Janshah's tale he wondered and exclaimed, By Allah, methought I had indeed wandered over the world and compassed it about, but now I forget all I have seen after listening to these adventures of thine. He was silent a while and then resumed, I beg thee, of thy favour and courtesy, to direct me in the way of safety. So Janshah directed him into the right road, and Bulukiya farewelled him and went his ways. All this the Serpent Queen related to Hasib Karim al-Din, and he asked her, But how knowest thou of these things? And she answered, O Hasib, thou must ken that I had occasion, some 25 years ago, to send one of my largest serpents to Egypt, and gave her a letter for Bulukiya, saluting him. So she went the willingly, for she had a daughter in the land called Bint Umakfn number 567, and after asking anent Bulukiya she found him and gave him my missive. He read it and replied to the messenger snake, Thou comest from the queen of the serpents whom I am minded to visit, for I have an occasion to her. She replied, I hear and obey. Then she bore him to her daughter, of whom she took leave and said to her companion, Close thine eyes. So he closed them, and opening them again, behold, he found himself on the mountain where I now am. Then his guide carried him to a great serpent, whom he saluted, whereupon quoth she, Didst thou deliver the missive to Bulukiya? And she replied, Even so, and he hath accompanied me, and here he standeth. Presently Bulukiya asked after me, the Serpent Queen, and the great serpent answered, She hath gone to the mountain Kaf with all her host, as is her wont in winter, but next summer she will come hither again. As often as she goeth thither, she appointeth me to reign in her room, during her absence, and if thou have any occasion to her, I will accomplish it for thee. Said he, I beg thee to bring me the herb, which whoso crusheth and drinketh the juice thereof, sickeneth not, neither groweth grey nor dieth. I will not bring it, said the serpent, till thou tell me what befell thee since thou leftest the queen of the serpents, to go with Afan in quest of King Solomon's tomb. So he related to her all his travels and adventures, together with the history of Janshah, and said at last, "Grant me my request, that I may return to mine own country." Replied the serpent, "By the virtue of the Lord Solomon, I know not where is to be found the herb whereof thou speakest." Then she bade the serpent which had brought him thither, carry him back to Egypt. So the messenger obeyed her and said to him, "Shut thine eyes." He did so and, opening them again, found himself on the mountain Muqattam. FN number 568. When I returned from the mountain Kaf, added the queen, the serpent, my deputy, informed me of Baluqiya's visit and gave me his salutations and repeated to me his story and his meeting with Janshah. And this, O Hasib, is how I came to know the adventures of Baluqiya and the history of Janshah. Thereupon Hasib said to her, "O queen, deign recount to me what befell Baluqiya as regards his return to Egypt." She replied, "Know, O Hasib, that when he parted from Janshah he fed on nights and days till he came to a great sea, so he anointed his feet with the juice of the magical herb and, walking over the face of the waters, sped onwards till he came to an island abounding in trees and springs and fruits, as it were the Garden of Eden. He landed and walked about, till he saw an immense tree, with leaves as big as the sails of a ship. So he went up to the tree and found under it a table spread with all manner meats, whilst on a branch of the branches sat a great bird, whose body was of pearls and leek green emeralds, its feet of silver, its beak of red carnelian and its plumery of precious metals, and it was engaged in singing the praises of Allah the Most High and blessing Muhammad, on whom be benediction and peace. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 532nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Baluqiya landed and walked about the island he found therein many marvels, especially a bird whose body was of pearls and leek green emeralds and its plumery of precious metals, and it was engaged in singing the praises of Allah the Most High and blessing Muhammad, upon whom be benediction and peace." Seeing this he said, "Who and what art thou?" Quoth the bird, "I am one of the birds of Eden and followed Adam when Allah Almighty cast him out thence. And know, O my brother, that Allah also cast out with him 4 leaves of the trees of the garden to cover his nakedness withal, and they fell to the ground after a while. One of them was eaten by a worm, and of it came silk. The gazelles ate the second, and thence proceeded musk. The third was eaten by bees and gave rise to honey, whilst the fourth fell in the land of Hind, and from it sprang all manner of spices. As for me, I wandered over the face of earth till Allah deigned give me this island for a dwelling place, and I took up my abode here. And every Friday from night till morning the saints and princes FN number 569 of the faith flock to this place and make pious visitation and eat from this table spread by Allah Almighty, and after they have eaten, the table is taken up again to heaven, nor doth the food ever waste or corrupt. So Baluqiya ate his fill of the meats and praised the great Creator. And presently, behold, there came up Al-Khizr FN number 570, with whom be peace, at sight of whom Baluqiya rose and saluting him, was about to withdraw, when the bird said to him, "Sit, O Baluqiya, in the presence of Al-Khizr, on whom be peace." So he sat down again, and Al-Khizr said to him, "Let me know who thou art and tell me thy tale." Thereupon Baluqiya related to him all his adventures from beginning to end and asked, "O my lord, how far is it hence to Cairo?" 95 years' journey, replied the Prophet, whereupon Baluqiya burst into tears, then, falling at Al-Khizr's feet, kissed them and said to him, "I beseech thee deliver me from this strangerhood, and thy reward be with Allah, for that I am nigh upon death and know not what to do." Quoth Al-Khizr, "Pray to Allah Almighty that he permit me to carry thee to Cairo, ere thou perish." So Baluqiya wept and humbled himself before Allah, who granted his prayer, and by inspiration bade Al-Khizr bear him to his people. Then said the Prophet, "Lift thy head, For Allah hath heard thy prayer and hath inspired me to do what thou desires, so take fast hold of me with both thy hands and shut thine eyes. The prince did as he was bidden, and Al-Khizr stepped a single step forwards, then said to him, Open thine eyes. So Bulukiya opened his eyes and found himself at the door of his palace at Cairo. He turned to take leave of Al-Khizr, but found no trace of him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 533rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Bulukiya, standing at the gate of his palace, turned to take leave of Al-Khizr, he found no trace of him and entered the palace. When his mother saw him, she cried with a loud cry and swooned away for excess of joy, and they sprinkled water upon her face. After a while she came to herself and embraced her son and wept with sore weeping, whilst Bulukiya wept and laughed by turns. Then all his friends and kindred came and gave him joy of his safe return, and the news was noised abroad in the land, and there came to him presents from all parts. Moreover, they beat the drums and blew the flutes and rejoiced mightily. Then Bulukiya related to them his adventures, ending with recounting how Al-Khizr had set him down at his palace door, whereat they marvelled exceedingly and wept, till all were weary of weeping. Hasib wondered at the queen's tale and shed many tears over it. Then he again besought her to let him return to his family, but she said, I fear me, O Hasib, that when thou gettest back to thy country thou wilt fail of thy promise and prove traitor to thine oath and enter the Hammam. But he swore to her another solemn oath that he would never again enter the baths as long as he lived, whereupon she called a serpent and bade her carry him up to the surface of the earth. So the serpent took him and led him from place to place, till she brought him out on the platform edge of an abandoned cistern and left him. Upon this he walked to the city and, coming to his house by the last of the day, at the yellowing of the sun, knocked at the door. His mother opened it and seeing her son screamed out and threw herself upon him and wept for excess of joy. His wife heard her mother-in-law weeping, so she came out to her and seeing her husband, saluted him and kissed his hands, and each rejoiced in other with exceeding joy of all three. Then they entered the house and sat down to converse, and presently Hasib asked his mother of the woodcutters, who had left him to perish in the cistern. Quoth she, They came and told me that a wolf had eaten thee in the wadi. As for them, they are become merchants and own houses and shops, and the world is grown wide for them. But every day they bring me meat and drink, and thus have they done until the present time. Quoth Hasib, Tomorrow do thou go to them and say, My son Hasib Karim al-Din hath returned from his travels, so come ye to meet him and salute him. Accordingly, when morning dawned, she repaired to the woodcutters' houses and delivered to them her son's message, which when they heard, they changed colour, and saying, We hear and obey, gave her each a suit of silk, embroidered with gold, adding, Present this to thy good son FN number 571, and tell him that we will be with him tomorrow. She assented, and returning to Hasib gave him the presents and message. Meanwhile, the woodcutters called together a number of merchants and, acquainting them with all that had passed between themselves and Hasib, shook counsel with them what they should do. Quoth the merchants, It behoveth each one of you to give him half his monies and Mamelukes. And they all agreed to do this, so on the next day, each of them took half his wealth and, going into Hasib, saluted him and kissed his hands. Then they laid before him what they had brought, saying, This is of thy bounties, and we are in thy hands. He accepted their peace offering and said, What is past, that which befell us was decreed of Allah, and destiny doeth away with dexterity. Quoth they, Come, let us walk about and take our solace in the city and visit the Hammam. Quoth he, Not so, I have taken an oath never again to enter the baths, so long as I live. Rejoined they, At least come to our homes that we may entertain thee. He agreed to this, and went to their houses, and each of them entertained him for a night and a day, nor did they cease to do thus for a whole sennight, being 7 in number. And now Hasib was master of monies and houses and shops, and the merchants of the city gathered with him, and he told them all that had befallen him. He became one of the chiefs of the guild, and abode on this wise a while, till it happened one day, as he was walking about the streets, that he passed the door of a hammam, whose keeper was one of his companions. When the bathman, who was standing without, caught his eye, he ran up to him and saluted him and embraced him, saying, "Favour me by entering the bath and there wash and be rubbed, that I may show thee hospitality." Hasib refused, alleging that he had taken a solemn oath never again to enter the hammam, but the bathman was instant with him, saying, "Be my 3 wives triply divorced, can thou enter not and be washed?" When Hasib heard him thus conjure him, he was confounded and replied, "O my brother, hast thou a mind to ruin my house and make my children orphans and lay a load of sin upon my neck?" But his friend threw himself at his feet and kissed them, saying, "My happiness dependeth upon thy entering, and be the sin on the neck of me." Then all the servants of the bath set upon Hasib and dragging him in pulled off his clothes. But hardly had he sat down against the wall and begun to pour water on his head when a score of men accosted him, saying, "Rise, O man, and come with us to the Sultan, for thou art his debtor." Then they dispatched one of them as messenger to the Sultan's minister, who straightway took horse and rode, attended by 60 Mamelukes, to the baths, where he alighted, and going into Hasib, saluted him and said, "Welcome to thee." Then he gave the bathman 100 dinars and, mounting Hasib on a horse he had brought with him, returned with him and all his men to the Sultan's palace. Here he bade the maid Hasib to dismount and, after seating him comfortably, set food before him, and when they had eaten and drunken and washed their hands, the wazir clad him in 2 dresses of honour each worth 5,000 dinars and said to him, "Know that Allah hath been merciful to us in sending thee, for the Sultan is nigh upon death by leprosy, and the books tell us that his life is in thy hands." Then, accompanied by a host of grandees, he took him wondering withal and carried him through the 7 doorways of the palace, till they came to the king's chamber. Now the name of this king was Khwarazm, king of Persia and of the 7 countries, and under his sway were 100 sovereign princes sitting on chairs of red gold, and 10,000 valiant captains, under each one's hand 100 deputies and as many headsmen armed with sword and axe. They found the king lying on his bed with his face swathed in a napkin, and groaning for excess of pain. When Hasib saw this ordinance, his wit was dazed for awe of the king, so he kissed the ground before him, and prayed a blessing on him. Then the Grand Wazir, whose name was Shimur, rose and welcoming Hasib, seated him on a high chair at the king's right hand. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 534th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Shimur rose to Hasib and seated him on a chair at the right hand of King Khwarazm, after which he called for food and the tables were laid. And when they had eaten and drunken and washed their hands, Shimur stood up, while all present also stood to do him honour, and, approaching Hasib, said to him, "We are all thy servants and will give thee whatsoever thou askest, even were it 1/2 the kingdom, so thou wilt but cure the king." Saying this, he led him by the hand to the royal couch, and Hasib, uncovering the king's face, saw that he was at last fatal stage of the disease, so he wondered at their hoping for a cure. But their Wazir kissed his hand and repeated his offers and ended with saying, "All we want of thee is to heal our king." So he said to the Wazir, "Truth that I am the son of Allah's prophet, Daniel, but I know nothing of his art, for they put me 30 days in the school of medicine and I learnt nothing of the craft. I would well I knew somewhat thereof and might heal the king." Hearing this, the Grand Wazir said, "Do not multiply words upon us. For though we should gather together to us physicians from the east and from the west, none could cure the king save thou." Answered Hasib, "How can I make him whole, seeing I know neither his case nor its cure?" Quoth the minister, his healing is in thy hands. And quoth Hasib, if I knew the remedy of his sickness, I would heal him. Thereupon the Wazir rejoined, thou keenest AQ right well, the remedy of his sickness is the queen of the serpents, and thou knowest her abiding place and hast been with her. When Hasib heard this, he knew that all this came of his entering the baths, and repented when his repentance availed him naught. Then said he, what is the queen of the serpents? I know her not, nor ever in all my life heard I of this name. Retorted the Wazir, deny not the knowledge of her, for I have proof that thou knowest her and hast passed 2 years with her. Repeated Hasib, verily, I never saw her nor even heard of her till this moment, upon which Shimmer opened a book and, after making sundry calculations, raised his head and spake as follows. The queen of the serpents shall foregather with a man who shall abide with her 2 years, then shall he return from her and come forth to the surface of the earth, and when he entereth the hammam bath his belly will become black. Then said he, look at thy belly. So Hasib looked at his own belly and behold, it was black, but he persisted in his denial and said, my belly was black from the day my mother bare me. Said the Wazir, I had stationed 3 Mamelukes at the door of every hammam, bidding them note all who entered and let me know when they found one whose belly was black. So, when thou enteredst, they looked at thy belly and, finding it black, sent and told me, after we had well nigh lost hope of coming upon thee. All we want of thee is to show us the place whence thou camest out and after go thy ways, for we have those with us who will take the queen of the serpents and fetch her to us. Then all the other Wazirs and Emirs and Grandees flocked about Hasib, who sorely repented of his misdeed, and they conjured him, till they were weary, to show them the abode of the queen, but he ceased not saying, I never saw nor heard of the matter. Then the Grand Wazir called the hangman and bade him strip Hasib and beat him a sore beating, and so they did till he saw death face to face, for excess of pain, and the Wazir said, we have proof that thou knowest the abiding place of the queen of the serpents, why wilt thou persist in denial? Show us the place whence thou camest out and go from us, we have with us one who will take her, and no harm shall befall thee. Then he raised him and bade give him a dress of honor of cloth of red gold, embroidered with jewels, and spoke him fair till Hasib yielded and said, I will show you the place. At this the Wazir rejoiced with great joy and took horse with all his men and rode, guided by Hasib, and never drew rein till they came to the mountain containing the cavern wherein he had found the cistern full of honey. There all dismounted and followed him as he entered, sighing and weeping, and showed them the well whence he had issued, whereupon the Wazir sat down thereby and, sprinkling perfumes upon a chafing dish, began to mutter charms and conjurations, for he was a crafty magician and diviner and skilled in spiritual arts. He repeated 3 several formulas of conjuration and between each threw fresh incense upon the fire, crying out and saying, Come forth, O Queen of the Serpents, when behold, the water of the well sank down and a great door opened in the side, from which came a mighty noise of crying like unto thunder, so terrible that they thought the well had caved in and all present fell down fainting, nay, some even died for fright. Presently, there issued from the well a serpent as big as an elephant, casting out sparks, like red-hot coals, from its size and mouth and bearing on its back a charger of red gold, set with pearls and jewels, in the midst whereof lay a serpent from whose body issued such splendor that the place was illumined thereby, and her face was fair and young, and she spoke with most eloquent tongue. The serpent queen turned right and left, till her eyes fell upon Hasib, to whom said she, Where is the covenant thou madest with me, and the oath thou swearest to me, that thou wouldest never again enter the hammam bath? But there is no fighting against fate, nor hath any ever fled from that which is written on his forehead. Allah hath appointed the end of my life for thy hand to hand, and it is his will that slain I be and King Karazdan be healed of his malady. So saying, she wept with sore weeping, and Hasib wept to see her weep. As for the abominable Wazir Shimo, He put out his hand to lay hold of her, but she said to him, Hold thy hand, O accursed, or I will blow upon thee and reduce thee to a heap of black ashes. Then she cried out to Hasib, saying, Draw near me and take me in thine hand and lay me in the dish that is with you, then set it on thy head, for my death was foreordained, from eternity without beginning, FN number 572, to be at thy hand, and thou hast no power to avert it. So he took her and laid her in the dish, and put it on his head, when the well returned to its former state. Then they set out on their return to the city, Hasib carrying the dish on his head, and when they were halfway behold, the queen of the serpents said to him privily, Hearken, O Hasib, to my friendly counsel, for all thou hast broken faith with me and been false to thine oath, and hast done this misdeed, but it was foreordained from all eternity. He replied, To hear is to obey, and she continued, It is this, when thou comest to the wazir's house, he will bid thee behead me and cut me in three, but do thou refuse, saying, I know not how to slaughter FN number 473, and leave him to do it with his own hand and to work his wicked will. When he hath cut my throat and divided my body into 3 pieces, there will come a messenger, to bid him to the king, so he will lay my flesh in a cauldron of brass and set it upon a brazier before going to the presence, and he will say to thee, Keep up the fire under the cauldron till the scum rise, then skim it off and pour it into a phial to cool. Wait till it cool and then drink it, so shall naught of malady or pain be left in all thy body. When the second scum riseth, skim it off and pour it into a phial against my return from the king, that I may drink it for an ailment I have in my loins. Then will he give thee the phials and go to the king, and when he is gone, do thou light the fire and wait till the first scum rise and set it in a phial. Keep it by thee, but beware of drinking it, or no good will befall thee. When the second scum riseth, skim it off and put it in a second phial and drink it down as soon as it cools. When the wazir returneth and asketh thee for the second phial, give him the first and note what shall befall him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 535th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the serpent queen charged Hasib not to drink of the first scum and carefully to keep the second, saying, When the wazir returneth from the king and asketh for the second phial, give him the first and note what shall befall him, then drink the contents of the second phial and thy heart will become the home of wisdom. After this take up the flesh and, laying it in a brazen platter, carry it to the king and give him to eat thereof. When he hath eaten it and it hath settled in his stomach, veil his face with a kerchief and wait by him till noontide, when he will have digested the meat. Then give him somewhat of wine to drink and, by the decree of Allah Almighty, he will be healed of his unhealth and be made whole as he was. And give thou to the charge wherewith I charge thee, and keep it in thy memory with carefulest keeping. They ceased not faring till they came to the wazir's house, and he said to Hasib, Come in with me. So he went in and the troops dispersed and fared each his own way, whereupon Hasib set down the platter and the wazir bade him slay the queen of the serpents, but he said, I know not how to slaughter and never in my born days killed I aught. And thou wilt have her throat cut, do it with thine own hand. So the minister Shimur took the queen from the platter and slew her, seeing which Hasib wept bitter tears and their wazir laughed at him, saying, O weak of wits, how canst thou weep for the killing of a worm? Then he cut her in 3 and, laying the pieces in a brass cauldron, set it on the fire and sat down to await the cooking of the flesh. And whilst he was sitting, lo, there came a slave from the king, who said to him, The king calls for thee without stay or delay, and he answered, saying, I hear and I obey. So he gave Hasib 2 phials and bade him drink the first scum and keep the second against his return, FN number 574, even as the queen of the serpents had foretold, after which he went away with repeated charges and injunctions, and Hasib tended the fire under the cauldron till the first scum rose, when he skimmed it off and, setting it in one of the phials, kept it by him. He then fed the fire till the second scum rose, then he skimmed it off and, putting it in the other phial, kept it for himself. And when the meat was done, he took the cauldron off the fire and sat awaiting the wazir, who asked him on return, "What hast thou done?" And answered Hasib, "I did thy bidding to the last word." Quoth the wazir, "What hast thou done with the first phial?" "I drank its contents but now," replied Hasib, and Shimar asked, "Thy body feeleth it no change?" Whereto Hasib answered, "Verily, I feel as I were on fire from front to foot." The villain wazir made no reply, hiding the truth, but said, "Hand me the second phial, that I may drink what is therein, so haply I may be made whole of this ailing in my loins." So Hasib brought him the first phial, and he drank it off, thinking it contained the second scum, but hardly had he done drinking when the phial fell from his hand, and he swelled up and dropped down dead, and thus was exemplified in him the saying, "Whoso for his brother diggeth a pit, he shall be the first to fall into it." Now when Hasib saw this, he wondered and feared to drink of the second phial, but he remembered the Serpent Queen's injunction, and bethought him that their wazir would not have reserved the second scum for himself, had there been aught of hurt therein. So he said, "I put my trust in Allah." FN number 575, and drank off the contents of the phial. No sooner had he done so, than the Most Highest made the waters of wisdom to well up in his heart, and opened to him the fountains of knowledge, and joy and gladness overcame him. Then he took the serpent's flesh from the cauldron and, laying it on a platter of brass, went forth from the wazir's house. On his way to the palace he raised his eyes and saw the seven heavens and all that therein is, even to the lote tree, beyond which there is no passing. FN number 576, and the manner of the revolution of the spheres. Moreover, Allah discovered to him the ordinance of the planets and the scheme of their movements and the fixed stars, and he saw the contour of the land and sea, whereby he became informed with geometry, astrology and astronomy and mathematics and all that hanged thereby, and he understood the causes and consequences of eclipses of the sun and moon. Then he looked at the earth and saw all minerals and vegetables that are therein and thereon, and he learned their properties and their virtues, so that he became in an instant versed in medicine and chemistry and natural magic and the art of making gold and silver. And he ceased not carrying the flesh till he came to the palace, when he went into King Karazdan, and kissing the ground before him, said, "May thy head survive thy wazir Shimar." The king was mightily angered at the news of the Grand Wazir's death and wept for him, whilst his emirs and his grandees and officers also wept. Then said Karazdan, "He was with me but now, in all health, and went away to fetch me the flesh of the queen of the serpents. If it should be cooked, what befell him that he is now dead, and what accident hath betided him?" So Hasib told him the whole truth, how the minister had drunk the contents of the phial and had forthwith swelled out and died. The king mourned for his loss with mourning sore, and said to Hasib, "What shall I do without Shimar?" And Hasib answered, "Grieve not, O king of the age, for I will cure thee within 3 days, and leave no whit of disease in thy body." At this the king's breast waxed broad, and he said, "I wish to be made whole of this affliction, though after a long term of years." So Hasib set the platter before the king and made him eat a slice of the flesh of the serpent queen. Then he covered him up and, spreading a kerchief over his face, bade him sleep and sat down by his side. He slept from noonday till sundown, while his stomach digested the piece of flesh, and presently he awoke. Hasib gave him somewhat of wine to drink and bade him sleep again. So he slept till the morning, and when dawn appeared, Hasib repeated the treatment, making him eat another piece of the flesh, and thus he did with him 3 days following, till he had eaten the whole, when his skin began to shrink and scale off, and he perspired, so that the sweat ran down from his head to his heels. Therewith he became whole, and there abode in him no trace of the disease, which when Hasib saw, he said, "There is no help for it but thou go to the Hammam." So he carried him to the bath and washed his body, and when he came forth, it was like a wand of silver, and he was restored to health, nay, sounder than he was before he fell ill. Thereupon he donned his richest robes and, seating himself on his throne, deigned make Hasib sit beside him. Then he bade the tables be spread, and they ate and washed their hands, after which he called for the service of wine, and both drank their fill. Upon this all his wazirs and emirs and captains and the grandees of his realm and the notables of the lieges came into him and gave him joy of his recovery, and they beat the drums and adorned the city in token of rejoicing. Then said the king to the assembly, "O wazirs and emirs and grandees, this is Hasim Karim al-Din, who hath healed me of my sickness, and know all here present that I make him my chief wazir in the stead of the wazir Shamo." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 536th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth King Karaz to his ministers and high lords, he who healed me of my sickness is none other than Hasib Karim al-Din here present. Therefore I make him my chief wazir in the stead of the wazir Shamo, and whoso loveth him loveth me, and whoso honoureth him honoureth me, and he who obeyeth him obeyeth me." Hearkening and obedience, answered they, and all rising flocked to kiss Hasib's hand and salute him and give him joy of the wazirat. Then the king bestowed on him a splendid dress of gold brocade, set with pearls and gems, the least of which was worth 5,000 gold pieces. Moreover, he presented to him 300 male white slaves and the like number of concubines, in loveliness like moons, and 300 Abyssinian FN number 577, slave girls, beside 500 mules laden with treasure and sheep and oxen and buffaloes and bulls and other cattle beyond count, and he commanded all his wazirs and emirs and grandees and notables and mamelukes and his subjects in general to bring him gifts. Presently Hasib took horse and rode, followed by the wazirs and emirs and lords and all the troops, to the house which the king had set apart for him, where he sat down on a chair, and their wazirs and emirs came up to him and kissed hands and gave him joy of his ministership, vying with one another in suit and service. When his mother and his household knew what had happened, they rejoiced with exceeding joy and congratulated him on his good fortune. And his quondam comrades the woodcutters also came and gave him joy. Then he mounted again and, riding to the house of the late Wazir Shamo, laid hands on all that was therein and transported it to his own abode. On this wise did Hasib, from a dunsicle know nothing, unskilled to read writing, become, by the decree of Allah Almighty, an adept in every science and versed in all manner of knowledge, so that the fame of his learning was blazed abroad over the land, and he became renowned as an ocean of lore and skill in medicine and astronomy and geometry and astrology and alchemy and natural magic and the Kabbalah and spiritualism and all other arts and sciences. One day, he said to his mother, "My father Daniel was exceeding wise and learned, tell me what he left by way of books or what not." So his mother brought him the chest and, taking out the 5 leaves which had been saved when the library was lost, gave them to him, saying, "These 5 scrolls are all thy father left thee." So he read them and said to her, "O my mother, these leaves are part of a book, where is the rest?" Quoth she, "Thy father made a voyage taking with him all his library, and, when he was shipwrecked, every book was lost save only these 5 leaves. And when he was returned to me by Almighty Allah, he found me with child and said to me, Haply thou wilt bear a boy, so take these scrolls and keep them by thee, and when as thy son shall grow up and ask what his father left him, give these leaves to him and say, Thy father left these as thine only inheritance. And lo, here they are." And Hasib, now the most learned of his age, abode in all pleasure and solace and delight of life, till there came to him the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies. FN number 578. And yet, O king, Is not this tale of Balukia and Janshah more wondrous than the adventures of... End of Volume V. Arabian Nights, Volume 5 Footnotes. FN Number 1. This tale, one of those translated by Galland, is best and fullest in the Bressel. Edit. 329. FN Number 2. Europe has degraded this autumnal festival, the Sunfate Migan, which balanced the vernal Nowruz, into Michaelmas and its Goose Massacre. It was so called because it began on the 16th of May, the 7th month, and lasted 6 days, with feasts, festivities and great rejoicings in honor of the sun, who now begins his southing course to gladden the other half of the world. FN Number 3. Hindi is an Indian Muslim as opposed to Hindu, a pagan, or Gentoo. FN Number 4. The rig. Persian word is Shapur equals king's son. The Greeks, who had no sh, preferred. The Romans turned it into Sapur, and the Arabs, who lacked the p, into Sabur. CP. X. Hamzis Pahanensis Anilium Libri X. Got dwelt, lipsimed Xvi. FN Number 5. The magic horse may have originated with a Hindu tale of the wooden Garuda, the bird of Vishnu, built by a youth for the purpose of a vehicle. It came with the Moors to Spain and appears in La Cheval de Fust, a French poem of the 13th century. Thence it passed over to England as shown by Chaucer's half-told tale of Cambuscan, Genghis Khan, bold as the wondrous steed of brass on which the Tartar king did ride. And Leland, itinerary, derives Rutlandshire from a man named Ra who rode round it on a wooden horse constructed by art magic. Lane 2. 548, quotes the parallel story of Cleo Maids and Claremont which Mr. Cately, Tales and Popular Fictions, Chapt. 2, dates from our 13th century. See Volume I, p. 160. FN Number 6. All Muslims, except those of the Maliki school, hold that the maker of an image representing anything of life will be commanded on the judgment day to animate it, and failing will be duly sent to the fire. This severity arose apparently from the necessity of putting down idol worship and, perhaps, for the same reason the Greek church admits pictures but not statues. Of course the command has been honored with extensive preaching. For instance, all the sultans of Istanbul have had their portraits drawn and painted. FN Number 7. This description of ugly old age has written with true Arab verve. FN Number 8. Arab. Baidinjan, Hind. Bingan, Pers. Baidingan or Baidiljan, the Mala Insna, Solon Pomniformores. Melongena, of the Romans, well known in southern Europe. It is of the two kinds, the red, Solanum lycopiscum, and the black, S. Melongena. The Spaniards know it as Berengeria, and when Sancho Panza, Part 2. Chapt. 2, says, the Moors are fond of eggplants, he means more than appears. The vegetable is held to be exceedingly heating and thereby to breed melancholia and madness. Hence, one says to a man that has done something eccentric, thou hast been eating brinjals. FN Number 9. Again to be understood Hibernia's kilt. FN Number 10. That is for fear of the evil eye injuring the palace and, haply, himself. FN Number 11. The Souvre before explained acting provision bag and tablecloth. FN Number 12. Eastern women in hot weather, lie mother nude under a sheet here represented by the hair. The Greeks and Romans also slept stripped, and in medieval England the most modest women saw nothing indelicate in sleeping naked by their naked husbands. The nightcap and the nightgown are comparatively modern inventions. FN Number 13. Hindu fable turns this simile into better poetry. She was like a second and a more wondrous moon made by the Creator. FN Number 14. Son of the Day. FN Number 15. Arab. Shirk equals worshipping more than one god. A theological term here most appropriately used. FN Number 16. The Bell. Edit. As usual abridges, Volume I. 534. The prince lands on the palace roof where he leaves his horse, and finding no one in the building goes back to the terrace. Suddenly he sees a beautiful girl approaching him with a party of her women, suggesting to him these couplets. She came without tryst in the darkest hour, like full moon lighting horizon's night, slim-formed. There is not in the world her like for grace of form or for gifts of sprite. Praise him who made her from semen drop, I cried. When her beauty first struck my sight, I guard her from eyes, seeking refuge with the Lord of mankind and of morning light. The two then made acquaintance and follows what follows. FN number 17, Arab. Akaisira, explained, volume I, 75, as the plur of Kisra. FN number 18, the dearest ambition of a slave is not liberty but to have a slave of his own. This was systematized by the servile rulers known in history as the Mameluke Beys and to the Egyptians as the Ghuz. Each had his household of servile pages and squires, who looked forward to filling the master's place as knight or baron. FN number 19, the well-known capital of Al-Yaman, a true Arabia Felix, a paradise inhabited by demons in the shape of Turkish soldiery and Arab caterans. According to Muslim writers, Sana'a was founded by Shem son of Noah who, wandering southward with his posterity after his father's death, and finding the site delightful, dug a well and founded the citadel, Gamden, which afterwards contained a mason quarry rivaling, or attempting to rival, the Meccan Kaaba. The builder was Zurahbil who, says MC de Percival, colored its four faces red, white, golden and green. The central quadrangle had 7 stories, the planets, each 40 cubits high, and the lowest was a marble hall ceilinged with a single slab. At the 4 corners stood hollow lions through whose mouths the winds roared. This palatial citadel temple was destroyed by order of Caliph Omar. The city's ancient name was Urs-Loyus, whom some identify with one of the 13 sons of Joktan, Genesis 11:27. It took its present name from the Ethiopian conquerors, they say, who, seeing it for the first time, cried Hasis Anna, meaning in their tongue, this is commodious, etc. I may note that the word is Kisawahili, Zanzibarian, for example Yambo Sana is the state good. Sana was the capital of the Tababa kings who Judaized, and the Abyssinians with their Negash made it Christian while the Persians under Nashirwan converted it to Buddhism. It is now easily visited but to little purpose, excursions in the neighborhood being deadly dangerous. Moreover, the Turkish garrison would probably murder a stranger who sympathized with the Arabs, and Arabs kill one who took part with the hated and hateful conquerors. The late Mr. Shapira of Jerusalem declared that he had visited it and Jews have great advantages in such travel. But his friends doubted him. FN number 20, the Bresl. Edit. 347, prints 3 vile errors and 4 lines. FN number 21, Al-Qudh is a corruption of the Arab. Al-Kaaba, the dome, through span. And port. FN number 22, Easterns as a rule sleep with head and body covered by a sheet or in cold weather a blanket. The practice is doubtless hygienic, defending the body from drafts when the pores are open, but Europeans find it hard to adopt. It seems to stop their breathing. Another excellent practice in the East, and indeed amongst barbarians and savages generally, is draining children to sleep with mouths shut. In afterlife they never snore, and in malarious lands they do not require Outram's fever guard, a swathe of muslin over the mouth. Mr. Catlin thought so highly of the shut mouth that he made it the subject of a book. FN number 23, Arab. Hans Lequil's Caliquintida, an article often mentioned by Arabs in verse and prose. The bright-coloured little gourd attracts every eye by its golden glance when travelling through the brown-yellow waste of sand and clay. A favourite purgative, enough for a horse, is made by filling the inside with sour milk, which is drunk after a night's soaking. It is as active as the croton nut of the Gold Coast. FN number 24, the Bresl. Edit. 354 sounds him to the land of sin, China. FN number 25, Arab. Ya Kisra'i equals O subject of the Kisra or Chosru, the latter explained in volume I. 75. Volume 1, footnote number 128. Fars is the origin of Persia, and there is a hit at the prodigious lying of the modern race, whose forefathers were so famous as truth-tellers. I am a Persian, but I am not lying now, is a phrase familiar to every traveller. FN number 26, there is no such name, perhaps it is a clerical error. Bahaja equals a man of any place. I know an Englishman who in Persian called himself Mirza Abdullah Ihj Makani equals Master Abdullah of nowhere. FN number 27, the Bresl. Edit. Look. Sit. Gives a comical description of the prince assuming the dress of an astrologer doctor, clapping an old book under his arm, fumbling a rosary of beads, enlarging his turban, lengthening his sleeves and blackening his eyelids with antimony. Here, however, it would be out of place. Very comical also is the way in which he pretends to cure a maniac by muttering unknown words, blowing in her face, biting her ear, etc. FN number 28, Arab. Sa equals falling sickness. Here again we have in all its simplicity the old nursery idea of possession by evil spirits. FN number 29, Arab. Nafakhat equals breathings, benefits, the heb. Nishamu op. To nefesh, soul, and ruj, spirit. Healing by the breath is a popular idea throughout the East and not unknown to Western magnetists and mesmerists. The miraculous cures of the Messiah were, according to Muslims, mostly performed by aspiration. They hold that in the days of Isa, physics had reached its highest development, and thus his miracles were mostly miracles of medicine, whereas, in Muhammad's time, eloquence had attained its climax and accordingly his miracles were those of eloquence, as shown in the Quran and Hadith. FN number 30, lit. The rose in the sleeves or calices. I take my English equivalent from Jeremy Taylor, so I have seen a rose newly springing from the clefts of its hood, etc. FN number 31, these lines are from the Bresl. Edit. V. 35. The four couplets in the Mac. Edit. Are too irrelevant. FN number 32, Polo, which Lane calls Goth. FN number 33, Arab. The Fawak equals well-notched, as its value depends upon the notch. At the end of the third hemistich lanes Sheikh very properly reads Baghdadin, suddenly, for Burton equals during a long time. FN number 34, Ans, which the vulgar pronounce as al-wujud equals delight of existing things, of being, of the world. Ans wajud is the normal pun equals love, intimacy and liberality, and the chronomasia, which cannot well be rendered in English, reappears again and again. The story is throughout one of love, hence the quantity of this. FN number 35. The allusion to a written N suggests the elongated not the rounded form of the letter as in night. FN number 36, the 14th Arabic letter in its medial form resembling an I. FN number 37, this is done by the man passing his fingers over the brow as if to wipe off perspiration. The woman acknowledges it by adjusting her head veil with both hands. As a rule in the Muslim East women make the first advances, and it is truly absurd to see a great bearded fellow blushing at being ogled. During the Crimean War the fair sex of Constantinople began by these allurements but found them so readily accepted by the Jews that they were obliged to desist. FN number 38, the greatest of all explorers and discoverers of the world will be he who finds a woman confessing inability to keep a secret. FN number 39, the original is intensely prosaic and so am I. FN number 40, Arab. Sanat, the practice of the Prophet. For this prayer and other silly and superstitious means of discovering the right direction, which is often very wrongly directed. See Lane, M.E. Chapt. 11. FN number 41, Arab. Bar, sea or river, Alcunius, Lane, 2. 576, ingeniously identifies the site with the Upper Nile, whose tribes, between Aswan, Syene, and Wadi al-Sabua, are called the Kunuzlet, meaning treasures or hoards. Fili is still known as the Islet of Anas, for Uns, al-Wujud, and the learned and accurate Burckhardt, Travels in Nubia p. 5, records the local legend that a mighty king called al-Wujud built the Osirian temples. I can give no information concerning Jebel al-Skla, Thakla, the Mount of the Woman bereft of children, beyond the legend contained in Night 6. FN number 42, a religious mendicant, lit. A pauper, of whom there are two great divisions. The Shari'i acts according to the faith, the others, la Shari'i, or irreligious, are bound by no such prejudices and are pretty specimens of scoundrels. Pilgrimage I.22. FN number 43, meaning his lips and palate were so swollen by drought. FN number 44, it is a pious act in time of mortal danger to face the Qibla or Meccan temple, as if standing in prayer. FN number 45, still the belief of the Badawi who tries to work upon the beast's compassion. O great king, I am a poor man, with wife and family, so spare me that Allah spare thee. And so forth. If not famished, the lion will often stalk off looking behind him as he goes, but the man will never return by the same path. For, says he, haply the father of roaring may repent him of a wasted opportunity. These lion tales are very common, witness that of Androcles at Rome and a host of others. Una and her lion is another phase. It remained for M. Jules Gerard, first the chasseur and then du lion, to assail the reputation of the lion and the honor of the lioness. FN number 46, Abu Haris equals father of spoils, one of the lion's 100 titles. FN number 47, they again for she. FN number 48, Jaxots and Ixus. The latter, Jehanoramu, Ixus or Bactras, is famous for dividing Iran from Tran, Persia from Tartaria. The lands to its north are known as Ma-Wara al-Na, Mawar-Nahar, or what is behind the stream, equals Transoxiana, and their capitals were successively Samarkand and Bokhara. FN number 49, Arab. Dani was Garib equals friend and foe. The lines are partly from the Mak. Edit. And partly from the Bresl. Edit. V. 55. FN number 50, Arab. Waramatahu. A form now used only in books. FN number 51, before noted. The relationship, like that of foster brother, has its rights, duties and privileges. FN number 52, Arab. Istikhara, before explained as praying for direction by omens of the rosary, opening the Quran and reading the first verse cited, etc., etc. At Al-Medin it is called Kaira, and I have suggested, pilgrimage, 287, that it is a relic of the Aslam or Qidr, divining arrows, of paganism. But the superstition is not local. We have the sorts Virgiliani, Virgil being a magician, as well as Quranic. FN number 53, Arab. Wujud al-Habib, a pun, also meaning, Wujud my beloved. FN number 54, Arab. Kil, as an emblem of attenuation occurring in al-Hariri, as of Alexandria, etc., also thin as a spindle, magsl, as a reed, and dry as a pair of shears. In the as of Barkrid, the toothpick is described as a beautiful girl. The use of this cleanly article was enjoined by Muhammad: cleanse your mouths with toothpicks, for your mouths are the abode of the guardian angels, whose pens are the tongues, and whose ink is the spittle of men, and to whom naught is more unbearable than remains of food in the mouth. A mighty apparatus for a small matter, but in very hot lands cleanliness must rank before godliness. FN number 55, the sense is ambiguous. Lane renders the verse: thou resemblest it, Rose, not of my portion, and gives two explanations: because he is of my portion, or because his cheek cannot be rosy if mine is not. Mr. Payne boldly translates. If the rose ape his cheek, now God forfend, I say, that of my portion ought to pilfer thou shouldst try. FN number 56, Arab. Leaf, not fibers which grow at the top of the trunk, lane 2. 577, but the fiber of the fronds worked like the coconut fiber which forms the now well-known Indian coir. This leaf is also called fil or fil, which Dr. Jonathan Scott renders pepper, lane I. 8, and it forms a clean succedaneum for one of the uncleanest articles of civilization, the sponge. It is used in every hammam and is, or should be, thrown away after use. FN number 57, Arab. Shinf, a coarse sack, a gunny bag, a net compared with such article. FN number 58, the eunuch tells him that he is not a sandally equals one whose penis and testes are removed, and consequently the highest valued. There are many ways of making the castrato. In some, as here, only the penis is removed, in other the testes are bruised or cut off, but in all cases the animal passion remains, for in man, unlike other animals, the fons veneris is the brain. The story of Abelard proves this. Juvenal derided the idea of married eunuchs, and yet almost all of these neutrals have wives with whom they practice the manifold blazes de l'appetitory, masturbation, dribadism, irromation, tete-butch, filderose, etc., till they induce the venereal orgasm. Such was the account once given to me by a eunuch's wife, and I need hardly say that she, like her comfrey, was to be pitied. At the critical moment she held up a little pillow for her husband to bite, who otherwise would have torn her cheeks or breasts. FN number 59, in real life the eunuch, as a rule, avoids all allusion to his misfortune, although the slave will often describe his being sold merrily enough. FN number 60, the visits are in dreamland. The ring-dove thanks the Lord for her, his, suffering in the holy martyrdom of love. FN number 61, Arab. Hazza, I have explained it as meaning, the bird of 1,000 songs. FN number 62, the bulbul had his day with us but he departed with Tommy Moore. We usually English the word by nightingale, but it is a kind of shrike or butcher bird, Lanius bulbul. Lath. FN number 63, the hammam is a lukaman in Arabic poetry. I have noticed the worldwide reverence for the pigeon and the incarnation of the third person of the Hindu triad, Shiva, as Kapoteshwara, Kapoteshwara, equals pigeon or dove god, Pilgrimage 3. 218. FN number 64, Arab. Hammam alaik. Mr. Payne's rendering is so happy that we must either take it from him or do worse. FN number 65. All primitive peoples translate the songs of birds with human language, but, as I have noticed, the versions differ widely. The pigeon cries, Allah, Allah. The dove Kareem, Torah, bountiful, pardoner. The katu or sun grouse man say Katsalam, who is silent is safe, yet always betrays itself by its slay of Katda. And lastly the cockew's Kuru la ya gafilan, remember, or take the name of Allah, ye careless. FN number 66, nay, the dervishes' reed pipe, symbol of the sighing absent lover, that is the soul parted from the Creator, so famed by the Miller Iram and Sir William Jones. FN number 67, bar apostrophe al-Bak equals Bel, the god city, Bek in Coptic and ancient Egyptian, such, at least, is the popular derivation which awaits a better. No cloth had been made since the Kurd tribe of gallant robbers known as the Harfush, or blackguards, lorded it over old Heliopolis. FN number 68, thinking her to be a jinn or ghoul in the shape of a fair woman. This Arab is a strange contrast to the English fisherman, and yet he is drawn with truth. FN number 69, Arab. Habeza. Good this, or Haba, how good, so Haba by he, how dear he is to me. FN number 70, Arab. Signed, and Zinda the names of the two sticks, upper and lower, hard and soft, by which fire was kindled before flint and steel were known. We find it in Al-Hariri, as of Banu Haram, no one saw tire from my fire stick, that is from me as a fire stick, and failed. See Nightsi. FN number 71, Arab. Nazi that is travelled far and wide. FN number 72, Rajab, lit. Equals worshipping. It is the 7th lunar month and still called Shari-Quda, God's month, by the Persians because in pre-Islamic times it formed with Muharram, or in its stead as of Zulqa'dah and Zulhijjah, knows. 1 or 2, 7, 11 and 12, the yearly peace, during which a man might not kill his father's murderer. The idea must have taken deep root, as Arab history records only 6 empires, or sacrilegious, wars, waged despite the law. Europeans compare it with the Truce of God, a 7 years peace established about AD 1032, by a bishop of Aquitaine, and followed in AD 1245 by the Pax Regis, royal peace, and Louis VIII of France. This compelled the relations of a murdered man to keep the peace for 40 days after the offence was committed. FN number 73, His Majesty wrote Sadogrel. He is better at finessing, and his message was a trick because Rose in Hut has told him that at home there were special obstacles to the marriage. FN number 74, Arab. Majzub equals drawn, attracted, literally, the popular term for one absorbed in the contemplation of the deity. During this process the soul is supposed to quit the body, leaving the latter irresponsible for its actions. I remember a scandal being caused in a village near Tunis by one of these men who suddenly started up from his seat in a dusty corner and, in presence of a small crowd of people, had connection with a she-donkey. The supporters of the holy man declared that the deed was proof positive of his exceptional holiness, but there were lewd fellows, Muslims Voltarians, who had their doubts and held that the reverend man had so acted for the gallery. A similar story is told with due reserve by the late Abbé Hamilton in his book on the Cyrenaic. There are 3 grand divisions of the Sufis: 1. Muqimin, the stationaries; 2. Salikan, the travellers, or progressives; and 3. Wasilan, those who reach the desired end. And number 2 has 2 classes, the Salikai Majzub, one progressing in divine love, and the other, who has made greater progress, is the Majzub by Salik. Abistan 3. 251. FN number 75, Arab. Sundus, a kind of brocade, low lat. Broca to figure cloth, silk worked in high relief with gold and silver. The idea is figurative, meaning it was hung outside and inside with fine stuff, like a Kaaba, the bride of Mecca. The Lords mean simply the lost girl. FN number 76, Arab. Ein lit. I, also a fount, the eye of the landscape, a noble simile, and here a helper, guard, assistant. FN number 77, Lord for lady, that is she. FN number 78, Arab. Fil Carworthic equals in the 4 quarters or among the flappers, standards, or amid palpitations of heart. The bride alludes to a festal reception in a town, with burning incense, drums, flags, etc., etc. FN number 79, in Egypt the shorter honeymoon lasts a week, and on the 7th day, Pop, called Al-Sabua, bride and bridegroom receive visits with all ceremony, of course in separate apartments. The 7th day, like the 40th, the end of 6 months and the anniversary, is kept for births and deaths with katmas, collections, of the Quran sailor family gatherings and so forth. The 40th day ends the real honeymoon. See Nightsi. FN number 80, I have noted the popular practice, amongst men as well as women, of hiring the hammam for private parties and picnicking in it during the greater part of the day. In this tale the bath would belong to the public and it was a mere freak of the bride to bathe with her bridegroom. Respectable people do not. FN number 81, she speaks in the last line as the barber or the bathman. FN number 82, here the honor begin, and they mostly date themselves. of the following 49, Lane, Volume p. 578 et sec, gives only 22 and transforms them to notes in Chapter 18. He could hardly translate several of them in a work intended to be popular. Abu Nawas is a person carefully to be avoided, and all but anthropological students are advised to skip over anecdotes in which his name and abominations occur. FN number 83, Arab. Gilman, the counterpart, I have said, of the so-called Rees. FN number 84, Mosul boasts of never having been polluted with idolatrous worship, an exemption which it owes to being a comparatively modern place. FN number 85, the Alepines were once noted for debauchery, and the saying is still Halabi Chilabai, for Chilabai equals the Alepine is a fellow fine. FN number 86, Mr. Payne omits the last line. It refers to what Persian boys call, in half-Turkish phrase, alish takish, each acting woman after he has acted man. The best wine is still made in monasteries, and the so-called Sinai convent is world famous for its raki distilled from raisins. FN number 87, that is what a difference there is between them. FN number 88, Arab. Salil al-Nabi, a common phrase, meaning not only praise him to avert the evil eye, but also used when one would impose silence upon a babbler. The latter will shuffle off by ejaculating al and continue his chatter. Pilgrimage to 279. FN number 89, Arab. Sukat, plur. Of Saki, Kabera, our old skinker, the pure gold, Tibr, is the amber-colored wine, like the vinodra of the Libanese. FN number 90, that is, fair, white and reed, Turkish slaves then abounded at Baghdad. FN number 91, a wadi near Mecca where one of Muhammad's battles was fought. The line means his waist is a thread-connected broad breast and large hind quarters. FN number 92, Arab. Zora, which may mean crooked, alluding to the well-known rib. FN number 93, a pun. Bak was the name of the eponymous chief, and it also means virgin, as in Abu Bakr. FN number 94, Arab. Jamin equals two cathedrals, any large, and consequently vicious, city. FN number 95, Arab. Alma, before noticed, I cannot translate Damask to suit European taste. FN number 96, sherbet flavored with musk or apple to cool the mouth of hot coppers. FN number 97, Arab. Inashlet. Raising from his beer. The whole tone is rollicking and slangy. FN number 98, that is in spite of himself, the phrase often occurs. FN number 99, Europeans usually write bani for banu, the oblique for the nominative. I prefer odra or orit udra, because the ein before the zal takes in pronunciation the more open sound. FN number 100, possibly meaning that they were shrouded together. This would be a post-Muslim sense of decorum in modern days, but the ancient were not so squeamish. See Nightsai. FN number 101, this phrase of passion in the Variamet Mutabile is often treated of by Oriental storytellers, and not often seen in real Eastern life. FN number 102, as has been said, Sahib, preceding the name not following it as in India. Isa was a real title in medieval Islam. FN number 103, this parapet was rendered obligatory by Moses, Jut. 22. 8. On account of the danger of leaving a flat roof without guardful. Eastern Christians neglect the precaution and often lose their children by the neglect. FN number 104, Arab. Law. A bit of thin board washed white used for lessons as slates are amongst us, and as easily cleaned because the inks contain no minerals. It is a long parallelogram with triangular ears at the short sides, and the shape must date from ages immemorial as it is found, throughout Syria and its adjoinings, in the oldest rock inscriptions to which the form serves as a frame. Hence the abacus or counting table derived from the GR, a slab, or in finished in sand, dust or sand in old days having been strewed on a table or tablet for schoolboys' writings and mathematical diagrams. FN number 105, a pre-Islamic bard and friend to Tarafa the poet of the suspended or prize poem. The tale is familiar to all the Muslim East. Tarafa's Laura was one caller. FN number 106, king of Hira in Judea, a drunken and bloodthirsty tyrant. When offended by the lampoons of the two poets, he sent them with Lydia Bellerofonte to the governor of Al-Bahrain. Al-Muta'ammiz smelt a rat and destroyed his charge, but Tarafa was mutilated and buried alive, the victim of a trick which is old as, and older than, good King David and Uriah. Of course neither poet could read. FN number 107, on this occasion, and in presence of the women only, the groom first sees or is supposed to see the face of his wife. It is, I have said, the fashion for both to be greatly overcome and to appear as if about to faint. The groom looks especially ridiculous when so attitudinizing. FN number 108. This leisurely operation of the deed of kind was sure to be noticed, but we do not find in the Knights any allusion to that systematic prolongatio veneris which is so much cultivated by Muslims under the name imsak equals retention, withholding that is the semen. Yet Eastern books on domestic medicine consist mostly of two parts, the first of general prescriptions and the second of aphrodisiacs, especially those qui prolongent le plaisir, as did the Gaul by thinking of sharp or vermeer. The Anangaranga, by the Reverend Coker Pandit before quoted, gives a host of recipes which are used, either externally or internally, to hasten the paroxysm of the woman and delay the orgasm of the man. p. 27. Some of these are curious in the extreme. I heard of a Hindi who made a candle of frog's fat and fibre warranted to retain the seed till it burned out. It failed notably because, relying upon it, he worked too vigorously. The essence of the retaining art is to avoid overtension of the muscles and to preoccupy the brain. Hence, in coition, Hindus will drink sherbet, chew betel nut and even smoke. Europeans, ignoring the science and practice, were contemptuously compared with village cocks by Hindu women who cannot be satisfied. Such is their natural coldness, increased doubtless by vegetable diet and unuse of stimulants, with less than 20 minutes. Hence too, while thousands of Europeans have cohabited for years with and have had families by native women, they are never loved by them. At least I never heard of a case. FN number 109, Abu al-Abbas al-Rakashi, a poet of the time. The saying became proverbial, Burkhardt say. Proverbs number 561, and there are variants. For example, the knight's promise is spread with butter that melteth when day riseth. FN number 110, Quran 26. 5,6 or in those who are Arab. Al-Quran, follow the footsteps of the poets, etc. FN number 111, half-brother of Abdullah bin al-Zubayr, the celebrated pretender. FN number 112, granddaughter of the Caliph Abu Bakr and the most beautiful woman of her day. FN number 113, the Calc. Edit. By mistake reads Sir. Terence, note Psi. 11, remarks the word gunj has applied to this sort of blandishment, that is an affected gait, and says Burkhardt, Prof. Number 685, the women of Cairo flatter themselves that their gunj is superior to that of all other females in the Levant. But Terence did not understand, and Burkhardt would not explain gunj except by assumed airs. See number 714. It here means the art of moving in coition, which is especially affected, even by modest women, throughout the East, and they have many books teaching the genial art. In China there are professors, mostly old women, who instruct young girls in this branch of the gymnastic. FN number 114, when reciting the Fatiha, opening Quranic chapter, The hands are held in this position as if to receive a blessing falling from heaven, after which both palms are passed down the face to distribute it over the eyes and other organs of sense. FN number 115. The word used is bizu at equals capital or a share in a mercantile business. FN number 116. This and the following names are those of noted traditionists of the 8th century, who derive back to Abdullah bin Mas'ud, a companion of the Apostle. The text shows the recognized formula of ascription for quoting a hadith equals saying of Muhammad, and sometimes it has to pass through half a dozen mouths. FN number 117. Traditionists of the 7th and 8th centuries who refer back to the father of the kitten, Abu Hurairah, an uncle of the Apostle. FN number 118. Eastern story books abound in these instances. Pilpay says in Kalila was Dimna, I am the slave of what I have spoken and the lord of what I keep hidden. Sayadi follows suit, when thou speakest not a word, thou hast thy hand upon it, when it is once spoken it hath laid its hand on thee. Caxton, in the Dictes, or Sayings of Philosophers, printed in 1477, uses almost the same words. FN number 119, that is for her husbands and her sin in using a man like a beast. FN number 120, see the second Ladi's story, Tantit Gadi, Tantit Bandit, pages 20 to 26 by my friend Yaqub Burton Basha in the bulletin before quoted, series 2. Number 4 of 1883. The sharper's trick is common in Eastern folklore, and the idea that underlies is always metempsychosis or metamorphosis. So, in the Kalila Wadimna, New Syriac, the three rogues persuade the ascetic that he is leading a dog, not a sheep. FN number 121. This is the popular prejudice, and it has doubtless saved many a reputation. The bat is known to Muslims as the bird of Jesus, a legend derived by the Quran from the Gospel of Infancy, 1 chapter 15. Hone's apocryphal New Testament, in which the boy Jesus amuses herself with making birds of clay and commanding them to fly when, according to the Muslims, they became bats. These apocryphal Gospels must be carefully read, if the student would understand a number of Muslim allusions to the Injil which no Evangel contains. FN number 122, because it quibbled away out of every question, a truly diplomatic art. FN number 123, this Caliph, the Orthodox Abbasid of Egypt, AD 1261, must not be confounded with the Druze god, the heretical Fatimite, AD 996-1021. Herbalot, Hakam, gives details. Mr. S. L. Poole, The Academy, April 26, 79, is very severe on the slip of Mr. Payne. FN number 124, the beautiful name is Persian Nashindlawan equals sweet of soul, and the glorious title of this contemporary of Muhammad is Al-Malik al-Adil equals the just king. Kisra, the Chosropraxil Ensham, is also applied to the god Ligbra of whom every Eastern dictionary gives details. FN number 125, Sultan is here an anachronism. I have noted that the title was first assumed independently by Muhammad of Ghazni after it had been conferred by the Caliph upon his father the Emir al-Amara, mayor of the palace, Sabaktigan AD 974. FN number 126, the Sakawar water carrier race is peculiar in Egypt and famed for trickery and intrigue. Opportunity here as elsewhere makes the thief. FN number 127, a famous saying of Muhammad is recorded when an indiscretion of his young wife Aisha was reported to him, there be no adulteress without an adulterer of a husband. Fatima the Apostle's daughter is supposed to have remained a virgin after bearing many children. This coarse symbolism of purity was known to the classics, Pausanias, who made Juno recover her virginity by bathing in a certain river every year. In the last phrase, al-Salaf, ancestry, refers to Muhammad and his family. FN number 128, Khusrau Parvaz, grandson of Anushirwan, the Gabra king who tore his kingdom by tearing Muhammad's letter, married the beautiful Maria or Irene. In Persian, Shirin equals the sweet daughter of the Greek emperor Maurice. Their loves were sung by a host of poets, and likewise the passion of the sculptor Farhad for the same Shirin. Mr. Lyle writes Parvaz and holds Parvaz in modern form. FN number 129, he could afford it according to historians. His throne was supported by 40,000 silver pillars, and 1,000 globes, hung in the dome, formed an orrery, showing the motion of the heavenly bodies. 30,000 pieces of embroidered tapestry overhung the walls below were vaults full of silver, gold and gems. FN number 130, Arab. Kanza, meaning also ectotamite as I have explained. Lane 2. 586, has it, this fish is of a mixed kind. FN number 131. So the model lovers became the ordinary married couple. FN number 132, Arab. Jam. Hab. Yam. Al-Hariri, As. Of Sinjar and Sawa, uses the rare form yam for sea or ocean. FN number 133, Al-Hadi, immediate predecessor of Harun al-Rashid, called Al-Atbik. His upper lip was contracted and his further placed to slave over him when in childhood, with orders to say, Musa, Atbik, draw thy lips together, when he opened his mouth. FN number 134, immediate successor of Harun al-Rashid. Al-Amin is an imposing physical figure, fair, tall, handsome and of immense strength. According to Al-Masudi, he killed a lion with his own hands, but his mind and judgment were weak. He was fond of fishing, and his reply to the courtier bringing important news, confound thee. Leave me. For Causa, an eunuch whom he loved, hath caught 2 fish and I none, reminds one of royal frivolity in France. FN number 135, afterwards governor in Khorasan under Al-Ma'mun. FN number 136. Intendant of the palace under Harun al-Rashid. FN number 137. Muslim women have this advantage over their Western sisterhood. They can always leave the house of their husband and, without asking permission, pay a week or 10 days visit to their friends. But they are not expected to meet their lovers. FN number 138. The tale of Susanna and the elders in Muslim form. Daniel is the Arab Daniel, supposed to have been buried at Alexandria. Pilgrimage, I. 16. FN number 139, according to Muslim law, laid down by Muhammad on a delicate occasion and evidently for a purpose, 4 credible witnesses are required to prove fornication, adultery, sodomy and so forth, and they must swear that actually Zarem the coal needle in the coal etui, as the Arabs have it. This practically prevents conviction and the sabre cuts the Gordian knot. FN number 140, who, in such case, would represent our equerry. FN number 141, the Badawi not only always tells the truth, a perfect contrast with the townsfolk, he is blunt in speech addressing his Sultan Osaid. And he has a hard, rough humor which we may fairly describe as wit. When you chaff him, look out for falls. FN number 142, the answer is as old as the hills. Test the tale of what happened when Nemesis, who on horseback, raised his leg, broke wind and bade the messenger carry it back to Apries. Herod. 162. But for the full significance of the Badawi's most insulting reply see the tale of Abu Hassan in Night Qasai. FN number 143, Arab. Yasaki al-Dakan meaning long-bearded, foolish, as well as frosty-bearded. FN number 144, P.N. of the tribe, often mentioned in the Nights. FN number 145, Adnan, which whom Arab genealogy begins, is generally supposed to be the 8th. Al-Tabari says the 40th, descendant from Ishmael, and 9 generations are placed between him and Fife, Quraysh. The Prophet cut all disputes short by saying, "Beyond Adnan none save Allah wotteth, and the genealogists lie." Pilgrimage 2. 344, MC de Percival dates Adnan about BC 130. FN number 146, Quran 33, 38. FN number 147, Arab. Arab al-Araba, as before noticed, Volume I. 12. The pure and genuine blood as opposed to the Musaraba, the Mutu-Araba, the Musarabians and other Araboids, the first springing from Qatan, Yaqtan, and the others from Madnan. And note that Arab equals a man of pure Arab race, either of the desert or of the city, while Arabi applies only to the desert man, the Badawi. FN number 148, Quran 38. 2. Speaking of the unbelievers, that is non-Muslims, who are full of pride and contention. FN number 149, one of the Ashab, or companions of the Apostle, that is them who knew him personally. Pilgrimage 2. 80, etc. The Ashab al-Sufa, companions of the bench sofa, were certain houseless believers lodged by the Prophet. Pilgrimage 2. 143. FN number 150, hence Omar is entitled Al-Adil equals the just. Readers will remember that by Muslim law and usage murder and homicide are offences to be punished by the family, not by society or its delegates. This system reappears in civilization under the denomination of lynch law, a process infinitely distasteful to lawyers, whom it abolishes, and most valuable when administered with due discretion. FN number 151, Lane translates, 2. 592, from a desire of seeing the face of God, but the general belief of Al-Islam is that the essence of Allah's corporeal form is different from man's. The Orthodox expect to see their Lord on Doomsday as they see the full moon, a tradition. But the Mu'tazilites deny with the existence of matter the corporeity of Allah and hold that he will be seen only with the spiritual eyes, that is, of reason. FN number 152, Suggestum Manorum, Talqvi, of constancy in adhering to promises, founded on Daemon and Pythias or, perhaps, upon the Arabic. FN number 153, Arab. Alaram, a word of unknown provenance. It has been suggested that the singular form, haram, preceded by the Coptic article pi, equals there, suggested to the Greeks pyramids. But this word is still sub judice, and every Egyptologist seems to propose his own derivation. Rugsh, Egypt I. 72, makes it Greek, the Egyptian being Abuma, while Amas equals the edge of the pyramid, the corners running from base to apex. The Egyptologist proves also what the ancients either ignored or forgot to mention, that each pyramid had its own name. FN number 154, Arab. Arkham, in this matter supporting the pyramidologists. FN number 155, all imaginative. FN number 156, it has always been my opinion, founded upon considerations too long to detail, that the larger pyramids contain many unopened chambers. Dr. Grant B. of Cairo proposed boring through the blocks as artesian wells are driven. I cannot divine why Lane, 2, 592, chose to omit this tale, which is founded on historic facts and interests us by suggesting a comparison between medieval Muslim superstitions and those of our 6th century, which to our descendants will appear as wild, if not as picturesque, as those of the knights. The inspired British Inch and the building by Melchizedek, the sheikh of some petty Syrian village, will compare not inaptly with the enchanted swords, flexible glass and guardian spirits, but the pyramid Naran is a race which will not speedily die out. It is based on nature, the pyramids themselves. FN number 157, Arab. Rizm, hence, through the Italian Rizmo Rim, equals 20 quires of paper, etc., which our dictionaries derive from. See frail in night the eye. FN number 158, Arab. Tariqa equals the path trodden by ascetics and mystics in order to attain true knowledge, Rifat in Pers. Danish. These are extensive subjects. For the present I must refer readers to the Dabistan, 3. 35 and 3. 29, 36, 7. FN number 159, alluding to the fishar or squeeze of the tomb. This is the Jewish Hibbat Hakba which all must endure, save those who lived in the Holy Land or died on the Sabbath Eve, Friday night. Then comes the questioning by the angels Munkar and Nakir, vulgarly called Nakir and Nakir, for which Selane, M.E. Chapt. 18. In Egypt a Malakin, intelligencer, is hired to prompt and instruct the dead. Muslims are beginning to question these facts of their faith. A Persian acquaintance of mine filled his dead father's mouth with flour and finding it in loco on opening the grave, publicly derided the belief. But the mullahs had him on the hip, after the fashion of reverence, declaring that the answers were made through the whole body, not only by the mouth. At last the Voltairean had to quit Shiraz. FN number 160, Arab. Wali equals a saint, Santon, Ito. Form, also a slave. See in Richardson, Dessert. 3. An illustration of the difference between Wali and Wali as exemplified by the Caliph Al-Qadir Muhammad of Ghazni. FN number 161, Arab. Tin equals the tenacious clay puddled with chaff which serves as mortar for walls built of adobe or sun-dried brick. I made a mistake in my pilgrimage. 10, translating Ras Alt in the Old Pharos of Alexandria, by headland of figs. It is headland of clay, so called from the argile they found and which supported an old pottery. FN number 162, Danak, Pers. Dang, is the 6th of a dirham. Mr. S. L. Poole, the Akkad. April 26, 79, prefers his uncle's translation a 6th, what of, to Mr. Payne's farthing. The latter at any rate is intelligible. FN number 163, the devotee was same Alda that is he never ate nor drank from daylight to dark throughout the year. FN number 164, the ablution of a common man differs from that of an educated Muslim as much as the eating of a clown and a gentleman. Moreover, there are important technical differences between the wuzu of the Sunni and the Shia. FN number 165, that is, by honoring his father. FN number 166, this young saint was as selfish and unnatural a sinner as Saint Alexius of the Justa Romanorum, tale 15, to whom my friend, the late Thomas Wright, administered just and due punishment. FN number 167, the verses are affecting enough, though by no means high poetry. FN number 168, the good young man cut his father for 2 reasons, secular power, an abomination to good Muslims, and defective title to the caliphate. The latter is a trouble to Turkey in the present day and with time will prove worse. FN number 169, Mimri, written Amru and pronounced Amr, a matronymic, mother of Imru. This story and its terminal verse is a regular Jomila. FN number 170, abuse and derision of schoolmaster are staple subjects in the East as in the West, camdudrant pedagogue and fesrant. Anglo-Indians will remember. Minjititi. Back kagand men angalakith. Schoolmaster hum. Who fumbled and fingered the little boy's bum. FN number 171, Arab. Mujirin equals the lower servants, sweepers, etc. See Pilgrimage 2. 161, where it is also applied to certain settlers at Al-Medina. Burkhardt, number 480, notices another meaning foreigners who attend mosque lectures and quotes the saying, A. Pilgrimaged, quoth B. Yes. And for his villainies resideth, Muja'ir, at Mecca. FN number 172. The custom, growing obsolete in Egypt, is preserved in Afghanistan, where the learned wear turbans equal to the canoe hats of the Spanish cardinals. FN number 173. Arab. Make mara, a metal cover for the usual brazier or pan of charcoal which acts as a fireplace. Lane 2. 600 does not translate the word and seems to think it means a belt or girdle, thus blunting the point of the dominie's excuse. FN number 174. This story, a very old Joe Miller, was told to Lane as something new and he introduced it into his modern Egyptians. End of chapter 2. FN number 175. This tale is a mere abbreviation of the king and his wazir's wife, in the book of Sindbad or the Malice of Women, Night XXVI, which see for annotations. FN number 176. The older O which may be written Rook or Rook. Colonel Ewell, the learned translator of Marco Polo, has shown that roc's feathers were not uncommon curiosities in medieval ages, and holds that they were mostly fronds of the palm Raphia vinifera, which has the largest leaf in the vegetable kingdom and which the Muslims of Zanzibar call Satan's date tree. I need hardly quote Freight Cipolla and the angel Gabriel's feather. Decameron Vi. 10. FN number 177. The tale is told in a bold, disjointed style and will be repeated in Sindbad the Seaman, where I shall again notice the rock. See Night XXVI, etc. FN number 178. Hira in Mesopotamia was a Christian city and principality subject to the Persian monarchs, and a rival to the Roman kingdom of Ghassan. It has a long history, for which see Tabelot. FN number 179. A pre-Islamite poet. FN number 180. Arab. By Ka, alluding to the pilgrimages made to monasteries and here equivalent to, address ye to the road, etc. FN number 181, whose by name was Abu Ali, a poet under the Abbasids, 8th and 9th centuries. FN number 182, a well-known quarter of Baghdad, often mentioned in the Nights. FN number 183, another well-known poet of the time. FN number 184, Arab. Sadab, noticed before. FN number 185, a gigantic idol in the Kaaba, destroyed by Muhammad. It gave name to a tribe. FN number 186, Arab. Yaqoad, hence the pot. And span. Al-Kavajiro. FN number 187, Arab Dufali, a term before noticed. The class was as well known in Baghdad and Cairo as in ancient Rome. FN number 188, Arab. Jawser equals a bubulus, antelope defessor, also called eye from the large black eyes. This bovine antelope is again termed Bakar al-Wash, wild cattle, or Bos sylvestris, inserti generic, fusk. But Janza also signifies heart, so I render it by Ariel, the well-known antelope. FN number 189, Arab. Tarib of Tariba. The allusion is to the heart, and the little Hemzahar. FN number 190, a well-known poet of the 9th century, AD. FN number 191, these easy deaths for Levaralu common, see sundry of them in the Decameron, 4, 7, etc., and, in the Heptameron, Nuf, X. The widow who lay down and died of love and sorrow that her passion had become known. For the fainting of lovers see Novelle 19. FN number 192, this is a favourite Badawi dish, but too expensive unless some accident happened to the animal. Old camel is much like bull beef, but the young meat is excellent, although not relished by Europeans because, like strange fish, it has no recognized flavor. I have noticed it in my first footsteps, p. 68, etc. There is an old idea in Europe that the maniacal vengeance of the Arab is increased by eating his flesh. The beast is certainly vindictive enough, but a furious and frantic vengefulness characterizes the North American Indian who never saw a camel. Mercy and pardon belong to the elect, not to the miserables who make up humanity. FN number 193, that is of the province Hazramaut, the biblical Hazarmaveth, Jan. X. 26. The people are the swill of Arabia and noted for thrift and hard bargains, hence the saying, if you meet a serpent and a Hazrami, slay the Hazrami. To prove how ubiquitous they are, it is related that a man, flying from their society, reached the uttermost parts of China where he thought himself safe. But, as he was about to pass the night in some ruin, he heard a voice barred by him exclaim, "Oh, Imad al-Din," the name of the patron saint of Hazramaut. Thereupon he arose and fled, and he is, they say, flying still. FN number 194, Arab. Alluding to the sorts Quranice and other silly practices known to the English servant girls when curious about her future and her future. FN number 195, that is, in Arab land, where they eat dates, and Ajam, all lands non-Arab, where bread is the staff of life, that is, all the world over. FN number 196, this story is curious and ethnologically valuable. The Badawi who erect dates as a civility, has a mortal hatred to a crepitous sphincterus, and were a bystander to laugh at its accidental occurrence, he would at once be cut down as a pendona. The same is the custom amongst the highlanders of Afghanistan, and its artificial nature suggests direct derivation, for the two regions are separated by a host of tribes, Persians and Baloch, Sindhis and Punjabis who utterly ignore the point of honor and behave like Europeans. The raids of the pre-Islamic Arabs over the lands lying to the northeast of them are almost forgotten, still there are traces, and this may be one of them. FN number 197, Arab. Allah. The Badawi saying is Al-Nar wal Allah, hellfire, but not shame. The sentiment is noble. Hassan, the Prophet's grandson, a poor creature demoralized by overmarrying, chose the converse. Shame is better than hellfire. An old Arabic poem has, the fire and not shame be the lord of thee, and e'en to the fire from shame go flee. Al-Hariri, as of the Bedouin, also has, for rather would I die my death than shame on be born than bear a caitiff's name. FN number 198, a grammarian and rhetorician of 9th century. FN number 199, once existing in Suriname, the biblical Hamath, and so called because here died the Emperor Heraclius, called by the Arabs Herakl. FN number 200, till lately it was the custom to confine madmen in Syrian monasteries, hoping a cure from the patron saint, and a terrible time they had of it. Every guidebook relates the healing process as formerly pursued at the Maronite convent Koshayan not far from Beirut. The idiot or maniac was thrust headlong by the monks into a dismal cavern with a heavy chain round his neck, and was tied up within a span of the wall to await the arrival of Saint Anthony, who especially affects this holy place. In very few weeks the patient was effectually cured or killed by cold, solitude and starvation. FN number 201, the Muslim Eve, much nearer the Hebrew Hawa equals the Manifesta, because, Jan. 3:20, she was, to be, the mother of all that live, Kilhi. FN number 202, the mad lover says they for she, which would be too familiar in speaking to strangers. FN number 203, that is falsely to report the death. FN number 204, a famous grammarian, etc., of the 10th century. FN number 205, the classical Amorium in Phrygia, now Anatolia, and Bar is a town, before mentioned, on the Euphrates. By the rules of Arabic grammar the word is pronounced, though never written, Anbar. FN number 206. Art thou not the slave of the Messiah, the Rahib, monk? No. I am the slave of Allah, the Ragib, desirous of mercy from the Almighty. A fair specimen of the Sagittarian bros. Abdullah, properly Abdullah, is a kind of neutral name, neither Jewish, Muslim nor Christian, hence I adopted it. Pilgrimage I. 20. FN number 207, Arab. Hanat, prop. A tavern where liquors are sold, a term applied contemptuously to shops, inns, etc., kept by Christians. FN number 208, Arab. Shirk equals syntheism of the mushrik, one who makes other gods partners with God, a word pronounced mashrit by the Wahhabis and the Bedouin. FN number 209, Quran 7. 195. The passage declaims against the idols of the Arabs, sun, moon, stars, etc. FN number 210. This minor miracle is commonly reported, and is not, I believe, unknown to modern spiritualism. The dead wali or walia, Saint Tess, often impels the bier bearers to the spot where he would be buried, hence in Cairo the tombs scattered about the city. Lane notices it, Mod. E. Chaps. 28. FN number 211, Quran X. 36, speaking of being turned aside from the true worship. FN number 212, one of the wazirs of Al-Mamun, Karat-Alain equals coolness, that is delight, of the eyes. Ali bin Hisham surnamed Abul Hassan, was prefect of Baghdad under the same reign. FN number 213, the Mac. Edit. 2. 448, reads the cut, plur. Of Cade equals governors, span. Al-Cade, fort, hence lane. 2. 606, translates try thy heart. FN number 214, the mats of sign were famous even in my day, but under English rule native industries are killed out by Manchester and Birmingham. FN number 215, Saja was the name of a famous female impostor, a contemporary of Musailim the liar. FN number 216, a poet of Muhammad's day. FN number 217, a singer and composer of the 1st century, A.H. FN number 218, Arab equals a doe, also the yoni, of women, mares and bitches. It is the Heb, Tabitha and the Greek Dorcas. FN number 219, within the Hudud al-Harim, bounds of the holy places, at Al-Medina as well as Mecca, all muharimat, forbidden sins, are doubly unlawful, such as drinking spirits, immoral life, etc. The Imam Malik forbids slaying animals without, however, specifying any penalty. The felling of trees is a disputed point, and no man can be put to death except invaders, infidels and desecrators. Pilgrimage 2. 167. FN number 220, a poet of the 1st century, A.H. FN number 221, in Arab, equals a phone beginning to walk, also the 28th lunar mansion or station, usually known as Batnal Het or Whale's Belly. These mansions or houses, the constellations through which the moon passes in her course along her orbit, are much used in Muslim astrology and meteorology. FN number 222, Arab. Kalama equals it is seldom, rare, that etc. used in books. FN number 223, dishonored by his love being made public. So Hafiz, Petrarch and Camoons. FN number 224, 6th Abbasid, AD 809 813. FN number 225, Al-Bamila, 10th Abbasid, A.H. 232-47, 847-61, grandson of Al-Rashid who succeeded Al-Wasiq. He was a fanatic Sunni, much opposed to the Shias, and he ordered the Christians to wear round their necks the gull collar of wood, iron, or leather, to dress in yellow headgear and girdles, use wooden stirrups and place figures of devils in front of their dwelling houses. He also gave distinct dresses to their women and slaves. The gull, or collar, was also used for a punishment, and vermin gathered under it when riveted round the neck, hence Gillius calls it pediculosum columbar. FN number 226, Wazir of the above, killed by Al-Muntazir Billy, A.H. 247, equals 861. FN number 227, Easterns during purgation are most careful and deride their want of precaution in Europeans. They do not leave the house till all is passed off, and avoid baths, wine and women, which they afterwards resume with double zest. Here breaking the seal is taking the girl's maidenhead. FN number 228, Johannes, a Greek favoured by Al-Mutawakil and other Abbasid caliphs. FN number 229, Lady of Sheikhs, elders in the faith and men of learning. FN number 230, equals AD 1166. FN number 231, Quran 4:38. I have before noted what the advantages are. FN number 232, Quran 282, of those whom ye shall choose for witnesses. FN number 233, Quran 4:175, whereas if there be two sisters, they inherit only 2/3 between them. FN number 234, the secondary meaning is fa'il equals the active sodomite and maf'al equals the passive, the katamite. The former is not an insulting word, the latter is a most injurious expression. Novim Maset Keat. FN number 235, it is an unpleasant fact that almost all the poetry of Hafiz is addressed to youth, as we see by the occasional introduction of Arabic, for example, a fakala. Persian has no genders properly so called, hence the effect is less striking. Sadi, the Persian moralist, begins one of the tales. A certain learned man fell in love with a beautiful son of a blacksmith, which Gladwin, translating for the general, necessarily changed to daughter. FN number 236, the famous author of the anthology called Al-Hamasa. FN number 237, that is, Teeth Under the Young Mustachio. FN number 238, the Silk Man and the celebrated author of the Makamat, assemblies or seances translated, or attempted, into all the languages of Europe. We have two in English, the first by Theodore Preston, M.A. London, Madden, 1850, but it contains only 20 of the 50 pieces. The second by the late Mr. Chenery, before alluded to, ends with a 26th assembly, one volume in fact, the other never having been finished. English readers, therefore, are driven to the grand edition of the Makamat in folio by Baron Sylvester de Sacy. FN number 239, the sword of the eye has a hamale, baldric worn over right shoulder, pilgrimage eye. 352, to support the gimmed, vulg, garment, or scabbard, of wood or leather, and this baldric is the young whisker. FN number 240, the conceit of Sulifat, Tisane, grape juice allowed to drain on the slabs, and Sulif, dresses, locks, has been explained. The newest wine is the most inebriating, a fact not much known in England, but familiar to the drinker of Vino Novo. FN number 241, Quran 12:51, this said by the nobleman's, Potiphar's, wife, who adds, I selected him to lie with me, and he, Joseph, is one of those who speak truth. FN number 242, here we have a specimen of the strange Sajja or balanced prose. Slave girls, Jawari, are masked with flowing tears, Damujari, on account of the kafir or rhyme. FN number 243, the detected sodomite is punished with death according to Muslim law, but again comes the difficulty of proof. At Shiraz I have heard of a pious Muslim publicly executing his son. FN number 244, Quran 26. 165 et sec. The Lord speaks to the people of Lot, Sodomites. Mr. Payne renders minutes al-alamima, from the four corners of the world. FN number 245, meaning before and behind, a Muslim Ubek Balmano. FN number 246, Arab. Lutai, plur. Lawati, much used in Persian as a buffoon, a debauchee, a rascal. The rig. Sig. Is one of, the people of, Lot. The Old English was Ingloigl, a bardasho, a Kutamite, a boy kept for sodomy, which Minch says is, vox hispanica et significat latineng, the groin. Our vulgar modern word like the Italian bugato is pop. Derived from fr. Bagr, alias Bulgarus, a Bulgarian, a heretic, hence Bulgrin, Rabli Sai. Chaps. 2. Is popularly applied to the Albigenses, whose persecution began shortly after AD 1200, and the Lutherans. I cannot but think that Bagr took its special modern signification after the French became acquainted with the Brazil, where the Huguenots, in AD 1555, were founding a Nouvelle France, alias Equinoctial, alias Antarctique, and whence the savages were carried as curiosities to Paris. Their generic name was Bugre, properly a tribe in southern Brazil, but applied to all the Redskins, and they were all born Sodomites. More of this in the terminal essay. FN number 247, his paper is the whiteness of his skin. I have quoted the Persian saying of a young beard, his cheeks dawn mourning for his beauty's death. FN number 248, Arab. Garbel, lit. The pus which flows from the bodies of the damned. FN number 249, most characteristic of Egypt is all this scene. Her reverence, it is true, sits behind a curtain, but her virtue uses language which would shame the lowest European prostitute, and which is filthy almost as Dean Swift's. FN number 250, Arab. Net, the Muslim's idea of intentions quite runs with the Christians. There must be net or purpose of prayer or the devotion is valueless. Lane tells a pleasant tale of a thief in the mosque, saying I purpose, before prayer, to carry off this nice pair of new shoes. FN number 251, Arab, Yalajats, in Cairo a goose pronounced Tigo was, the address is now insulting and would elicit the old woman in thine eye, with fingers extended. In Egypt the polite address is O lady, sit, O pilgrimess, O bride, and O daughter, although she be the wrong side of 50. In Arabia you may say O woman, Imra, but in Egypt the reply would be the woman shall see Allah cut out thy heart. So in southern Italy you address Bella Fay, fair one, and cause a quarrel by Vecchiarella. FN number 252, Governor of Egypt, Khorasan, etc. under Al-Maman. FN number 253, that is, a companion, a solacer, it is also a man's name, volume I. 24. FN number 254, at Baghdad, evidently written by a Baghdad or Mosul man. FN number 255, a blind traditionist of Bassora, 9th century. FN number 256, Arab. Zagab equals the chicks down, the warts on the cucumber which sometimes develop into projections. FN number 257, the Persian saying is, a kiss without mustachio is bread without salt. FN number 258, and we will prove you with evil, and with good, for a trial of you, and unto us shall ye return. Quran 21. 36, the saying is always in the Muslim's mouth. FN number 259, Arab. Sanat, lit. Equals a law, especially applied to the habit and practice of the apostle in religious and semi-religious matters, completing the hadiths, or his spoken words. Anything unknown is entitled by that equals innovation. Hence the strict Muslim is a model conservative whose exemplar of life dates from the 7th century. This fact may be casuistically explained away, but is not less an obstacle to all progress, and it will be one of the principal dangers threatening al-Islam. Only fair to say that an innovation introduced by a perfect follower of the Prophet is held equal theoretically to a sunnat, but vulgarly it is said, the rabble will not take gold which is not coined. FN number 260, Arab. Arsh equals the ninth heaven, the throne of the deity, above the seven heavens of the planets and the primum mobile which, in the Ptolemaic system, sets them all in motion. FN number 261, this description of a good Muslim's death is at once concise, pathetic and picturesque. FN number 262, this is the first mention of coffee, apparently introduced by the scribe. The word rendered coffee makers is kawajia, an Arab plur, of a Turkish termination, j to an Arab word kawa, before noticed. FN number 263, picnics are still made to Rosa, Rhoda, Island. I have enjoyed many a one, but the ground is all private property. FN number 264, Arab. Hosh, plur. Hashan, the low court surrounded by mean lodgings which in native Cairo still contrasts so strongly with the gingerbread of the new buildings. FN number 265, this is the Muslim equivalent of thank you. He looks upon the donor as the channel through which Allah sends him what he wants and prays for more to come. Thus may your shadow never be less means, may you increase in prosperity so that I may gain thereby. And if a beggar is disposed to be insolent, a very common case, he will tell you his mind pretty freely on the subject, and make it evident to you that all you have is also his and that la propriet, when not shared, est la volume. FN number 266, I have noticed in my pilgrimage, I. 5153, the kindly care with which the stranger is treated by Muslims, a marvelous contrast to the ways of civilization. FN number 267, Arab. Dimyat, Vulg. Pronounced Dumayat. FN number 268, where the doorkeepers sit and receive their friends. FN number 269, this in a traveller's kit in the East. FN number 270, Arab. Takhtrawan, from Persian meaning movable throne. FN number 271, the use of the expression proved the speaker to be a Muslim jinni. FN number 272, the haunted house proper, known to the vulgar and to spiritualists becomes, I have said, amongst Muslims a place tenanted by jinns. FN number 273, needless to say there never was a sultan or a king of Baghdad nor a duke of Athens. This story would seem not to have been written by the author of the Amir bin Tahir, etc. Nitksif. FN number 274, plur. Of a limb equals one learned in the law, Adidi Muhammad did his best to abolish the priest and his craft by making each Muslim paterfamilias pontifex in his own household, and he severely condemned monkery and celibacy. But human nature was too much for him. Even before his death ascetic associations began to crop up. Presently the ulama in al-Islam formed themselves into a kind of clergy, with a single but highly important difference that they must, or ought to, live by some honest secular calling and not by the cure of souls. Hence Muhammad IV of Turkey was solemnly deposed. So far and no farther Muhammad was successful, and his success has secured for him the lively and lasting hatred of the ecclesiastical caste which he so honestly and wisely attempted to abate. Even to the present day missionaries have a good word for the Gbra and the Buddhist, the Brahmanist and the Confucian, but none for the Muslim. Dr. Livingstone, for one instance of many, evidently preferred the fetishist, whom he could convert, to the Unitarian faithful whom he could not. FN number 275, that is they recited 7 times, an unusual number, for greater solemnity, the opening chapter of the Quran, which does general duty on such occasions as making covenants and swearing fealty. This proclaiming a king by acclamation suggests the origin of the old and venerable Portuguese institution. FN number 276, by affixing his own seal and that of the king. This in later times was supplanted by the tegra, the imperial cipher or countermark, much like a writing master's flourish, with which Europe has now been made familiar through the agency of Turkish tobacco. FN number 277, Arab. Word equals the 25 last chapters of the Quran which are repeated, one or more at a time, after the end of the farz, or obligatory prayers and ad libitum with a sunnat or customary, and the nafila or supererogatory. FN number 278, the sensible creed of al-Islam freely allows anthropophagy when it saves life, a contrast to the sentimentalism of the West which brings a charge of cannibalism against unfortunate expeditionists. I particularly allude to the scandalous poolings of the English press over the gallant and unfortunate Greeley voyage. The Academy, September 25, 1884. FN number 279, the story is mere Aesopic, The Two Dogs contains it all. One of Muhammad's sensible sayings is recorded and deserves repetition: empire endureth with infidelity, idolatry, etc., but not with tyranny. FN number 280, this couplet occurs in Night 21. Volume I. 207, so I give trans, p. 207, by way of variety. FN number 281, lane 2. 636, amidst this tale, as it would not only require a volume of commentary but be extremely tiresome to most readers. Quite true, but it is valuable to Oriental students who are beginning their studies, as an excellent compendium of doctrine and practice according to the Shafi school. FN number 282, pronounced Abu al-Hasan equals father of beauty, a fancy name. FN number 283, as in most hot climates so in Egypt the dead are buried at once despite the risk of vivisecture. This seems an instinct with a Semitic, Arabian, race test Abraham, as with the Gypsy. Hence the Muslims have invoked religious aid. The Miskat al-Mas'abh, I. 387, makes Muhammad say, when any one of you dieth you may not keep him in the house but bear him quickly to his grave, and again, be quick in raising up the bier, for if the dead have been a good man, it is good to bear him gravewards without delay, and if bad, it is frowardness ye put from your necks. FN number 284, this biting of the hand in Al-Hariri expresses bitterness of repentance, and he uses more than once the Quranic phrase, Chapter 7, 148, Sukita fid ihim, lit. Where it, the biting, was fallen upon their hands, that is when it repented them, Sukita being here not a passive verb as it appears, but an impersonal form uncommon in Arabic. The action is instinctive, a survival of the days when man was a snarling and snapping animal, physically, armed only with claws and teeth. FN number 285, Arab. Alam, applied to many things, an old man of stones, kaka, a signpost with a rag on the top, etc. FN number 286, the moon of Ramazan was noticed in night 9. That of Shaban, 8th month, begins the fighting month after the conclusion of the Trigurd in Rajab. See night clicks vi. FN number 287, these lines have occurred in night 6. I give Mr. Payne's version for variety. FN number 288, that is in her prime, at 14 to 15. FN number 289, that is pale and yellow. FN number 290, the word means the wood, but it alludes to a preparation made by levigating it on the stone called, in India, sandlasser. The gruel-like stuff is applied with the right hand to the right side of the neck, drawing the open fingers from behind forwards so as to leave 4 distinct streaks, then down to the left side, and so on to the other parts of the body. FN number 291, Arab. Hakel, which included the porch, the holy and the holy of holies. The word is used as in a wide sense by Josephus A. J. V. V. 3. In Muslim writings it is applied to a Christian church generally, on account of its images. FN number 292. These lines having occurred before, I here quote Mr. Payne. FN number 293. Arab writers often mention the smile of beauty, but rarely, after European fashion, the laugh, which they look upon as undignified. A Muslim will say don't guffaw, kakaga, in that way, leave giggling and grinning to monkeys and Christians. The Spaniards, a grave people, remark that Christ never laughed. I would draw the reader's attention to a theory of mine that the open-hearted laugh has the sound of the vowels O and O, while E, I, and U belong to what may be roughly classed as the rogue order. FN number 294, that is gaining the love of another, love. FN number 295, that is the abrogated passages and those by which they are abrogated. This division is necessary for inspired volumes, which always abound in contradictions, but the charge of opportunism brought against the Quran is truly absurd, as if revelation could possibly be aught save opportune. FN number 296, Quran 4. 160, the chapter Women. FN number 297, she unveiled, being a slave girl and for sale. If a free woman show her face to a Muslim, he breaks out into violent abuse, because the act is intended to let him know that he is looked upon as a small boy or an eunuch or a Christian, in fact not a man. FN number 298, Allah equals Heb. L, a most difficult root, meaning strength, interposition, God, Newman, the article, don't, do not, etc., etc. FN number 299, as far as I know Christians are the only worshippers who kneel as if their lower legs were cut off and who join hands like the captive offering his wrists to be bound, Demanus. The posture, however, is not so ignoble as that of the Muslim sajda, prostration, which made certain North African tribes reject al-Islam, saying, these men show their hind parts to heaven. FN number 300, that is saying, I intend, purpose, to pray, for instance, the two-bow prayer, rukating, of the daybreak, etc. FN number 301, so called because it prohibits speaking with others till the prayer is ended. FN number 302, lit. Anything opposite, here used for the Kaaba towards which men turn in prayer, as bears face the sun or fire and idolaters their images. Al-Qiblatain equals the two Qiblas, means Mecca and Jerusalem, which was faced by Muslims as well as Jews and Christians till Muhammad changed the direction. For the occasion of the change see my pilgrimage, 2. 320. FN number 303, which includes tayammum or washing with sand. This is a very cleanly practice in a hot, dry land and was adopted long before Muhammad. Sadr News tells of baptism with sand being administered to a dying traveller in the African desert. FN number 304, the Quranic order for wuzu is concise and as usual obscure, giving rise to a host of disputes and casuistical questions. Its text runs, Chapt. V. O true believers, when you prepare to pray, wash, ghusl, your faces, and your hands unto the elbows, and rub, massage, your hands and your feet unto the ankles, and if ye be unclean by having lain with a woman, wash, ghusl, yourselves all over. The purifications and ceremonious ablutions of the Jews originated this command, and the early Christians did very unwisely in not making the bath obligatory. St. Paul, Heb. 11. 22, says, let us draw near with a true heart. Having our hearts sprinkled from an evil conscience and our bodies washed with clean, or pure, water. But this did not suffice. Hence the Eastern Christian, in hot climates where cleanliness should rank before godliness, is distinguished by his dirt, which as a holy or reverend man he makes still dirtier, and he offers an ugly comparison with the Muslim and especially the Hindu. The neglect of commands to wash and prohibitions to drink strong waters are the two grand physical objections of the Christian code of morality. FN number 305, Arab. Istinshaq equals snuffing up water from the palm of the right hand so as to clean thoroughly the nostrils. This function is unreasonably neglected in Europe, to the detriment of the mucous membrane and the olfactory nerves. FN number 306, so as to wash between them. The thick beard is combed out with the fingers. FN number 307, poor human nature. How sad to compare its pretensions with its actualities. FN number 308, complete ablution is rendered necessary chiefly by the emission of semen either in copulation or in nocturnal pollution. The water must be pure and not less than a certain quantity, and it must touch every part of the skin beginning with the right half of the person and ending with the left. Hence a plunge bath is generally preferred. FN number 309, Arab. Tamim, lit. Crowning with turban, or tiara, here equals covering, that is wetting. FN number 310, this practice, saying I purpose to defer the washing of the feet, etc., is now somewhat obsolete. FN number 311, Arabs have a prejudice against the hydropathic treatment of wounds, holding that water poisons them, and, as the native produce usually contain salt, soda and magnesia, they are justified by many cases. I once tried water bandages in Arabia and failed dismally. FN number 312, the sick man says his prayers lying in bed, etc., and as he best can. FN number 313, that is saying, and peace be on us and on the worshippers of Allah which be pious. FN number 314, that is saying, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. FN number 315, certain parts should be recited aloud, ja, and others sotto voce, with recitation equals kafi. No mistake must be made in this matter where a Muslim cannot err. FN number 316. Hence an interest of 2.5% is not held to be riba or unlawful gain of money by money, usury. FN number 317. The meal must be finished before the faster can plainly distinguish the white thread from the black thread. Quran 2. 183. Some understand this literally, others apply it to the dark and silvery streak of zodiacal light which appears over the eastern horizon an hour or so before sunrise. The fast then begins and ends with the disappearance of the sun. I have noticed its pains and penalties in my pilgrimage, I. 110, etc. FN number 318, for the azan or call to prayer sealing, M.E. Chapter 18. The chant, however, differs in every country, and a practical ear will know the land by its call. FN number 319, Arab. Hadith or saying of the Apostle. FN number 320, Al-Itikaf resembles the Christian retreat, but the worshipper generally retires to a mosque, especially in Mecca. The Apostle practiced it on Jabal Hira and other places. FN number 321, the word is the heb. Hag whose primary meaning is circularity of form or movement. Hence it applied to religious festivals in which dancing round the idol played a prime part, and Lucian of Saltation says, dancing was from the beginning and coeval with the ancient god, love. But man danced with joy before he worshipped, and, when he invented a systematic saltation, he made it represent two things, and only two things, love and war, in most primitive form, courtship and fighting. FN number 322, two adjoining ground waves in Mecca. For these and for the places subsequently mentioned the curious will consult my pilgrimage, 3. 226, etc. FN number 323, the Umrah or lesser pilgrimage, I have noted, is the ceremony performed in Mecca at any time out of the pilgrim season proper, that is between the 8th and 10th days of the 12th lunar month Dhul-Hijjah. It does not entitle the Muslim to be called Hajj, pilgrim, or Haji as Persians and Indians corrupt the word. FN number 324. I need hardly note that Muhammad borrowed his pilgrimage practices from the pagan Arabs who, centuries before his day, danced around the Meccan Kaaba. Nor can he be blamed for having perpetuated a Gentile rite, if indeed it be true that the Kaaba contained relics of Abraham and Ishmael. FN number 325, on first sighting Mecca. See Night 6. FN number 326, Arab. Tuaf, the place is called Mataf and the guide Mutif. Pilgrimage, 3. 193, 205, the 7 courses are termed Ashwat. FN number 327, stoning the devil at Mina. Pilgrimage, 3. 282, hence Satan's title the stoned, lapidated not castrated. FN number 328, Quran 8. 66, in the chapter Interdid Spoil, and relating mainly to the day of Al-Badr. FN number 329, Arab. Kala equals cancelling. Mr. Payne uses the technical term resiliation. FN number 330, freedman of Abdullah, son of the Caliph Omar and noted as a traditionist. FN number 331, that is it a profit, the exchange must be equal, an ordinance intended to protect the poor. Arabs have strange prejudices in these matters. For instance, it disgraces a Badawi to take money for milk. FN number 332, Arab. Jama, which in theology means the Greek church, the congregation of the faithful under a lawful head. Hence the Sunnis call themselves people of the Sunnat and Jumu'at. In the text it is explained as Alfat or intimacy. FN number 333, Arab. Al-Khalil, that is of Allah equals Abraham. Muhammad, following Jewish tradition, made Abraham rank second amongst the prophets, inferior only to himself and superior to Hazrat Isa equals Jesus. I have noted that Ishmael the elder son succeeded his father. He married Dia Allah bint Muzaz bin Omar, a Jeremite, and his progeny abandoning Hebrew began to speak Arabic, Taraba, hence called Muta-Araba or Arabized Arabs. Pilgrimage 3. 190. He died at Mecca and was buried with his mother in the space north of the Kaaba called Al-Hijr, which our writers continue to confuse with the city Al-Hijr. Ibid. 165-66. FN number 334. This ejaculation, in the name of Allah is, I have noted, equivalent to saying grace. If neglected, it is a sin and entails a curse. FN number 335. The ceremonious posture is sitting upon the shin bones, not tailor fashion, and bolting food is a sign of boorishness. FN number 336, Arab. Zid, the word is a fair specimen of Arabic ambiguity, meaning primarily opposite or contrary, as virtue to vice, secondarily an enemy or a friend, as being opposite to an enemy. FN number 337, the whole earth shall be but his handful on the resurrection day, and in his right hand shall the heaven be rolled up, or folded together. Quran 39. 67. FN number 338, C. Nitlxxxi. FN number 339, Quran vi. 19. FN number 340, Arab. Al-Munafiq, technically meaning one who outwardly professes al-Islam while inwardly hating it. Thus the word is by no means synonymous with a hypocrite, hypocrisy being the homage vice pays to virtue. A homage, I may observe, nowhere ended more fulsomely than among the so-called Anglo-Saxon race. FN number 341, Arab. Tawakkal ala Allah, in the imperative the phrase is vulgarly used equals be off. FN number 342, that is ceremonial impurity which is sui generis, a very different thing from general dirtiness. FN number 343. A thick beard is one which does not show the skin, otherwise their wearer is a corsage, in pers, QZ. See volume 3, 246. FN number 344, Arab. Al-Qatna. Nowhere commanded in the Quran, and being only a practice of the Prophet, the rite is not indispensable for converts, especially the aged and the sick. Our ideas upon the subject are very hazy, for modern niceness allows a feast of the circumcision, but no discussion thereon. Moses, alias Osasif, borrowed the rite from the Egyptian hierophants, who were all thus purified, the object being to counteract the oversensibility of the sixth sense and to harden the glands against abrasions and infection by exposure to air and friction against the dress. Almost all African tribes practice it, but the modes vary and some are exceedingly curious. I shall notice a peculiarly barbarous fashion called al-sulk, the flaying, still practiced in the Arabian province Cilicia. Pilgrimage 380. There is a difference too between the Hebrew and the Muslim rite. The Jewish operator, after snipping off the foreskin, rips up the prepuce with his sharp thumbnails so that the external cutis does not retract far from the internal, and the wound, when healed, shows a narrow ring of cicatrice. This ripping is not done by Muslims. They use a stick as a probe passed round between glans and prepuce to ascertain the extent of the frenum and that there is no abnormal adhesion. The foreskin is then drawn forward and fixed by the forceps, a fork of 2 bamboo splints, 5 or 6 inches long by a quarter thick, or in some cases an iron-like compasses. This is tied tightly over the foreskin so as to exclude about 1.5 inches of the prepuce above and 3/4 below. A single stroke of the razor drawn directly downwards removes the skin. The slight bleeding is stopped by burnt rags or ashes and healed with cerates, pledgets and fumigations. Thus Muslim circumcision does not prevent the skin retracting. FN number 345. Of these 6,336 versets, only some 200 treat on law, civil and ceremonial, fiscal and political, devotional and ceremonial, canonical and ecclesiastical. FN number 346. The learned young woman omitted Uke knew acute KH equals Enoch, because not in Quran, and if she denoted him by address, the latter is much out of place. FN number 347. Some say grandson of Shem. Quran 7:71. FN number 348. Quran 7:63, etc. FN number 349. Father-in-law of Moses. Quran 7:83. FN number 350, who is the last and greatest of the 25. FN number 351, see night vi. FN number 352, Quran 2, whose 256th ayah is the far-famed and sublime throne verse which begins Allah. There is no God but He, the living, the eternal One, whom no slumber nor sleep seizeth on. The trivial name is taken from the last line. His throne overstretcheth heaven and earth, and to him their preservation is no burden, for he is the most highest, the supreme. The lines are often repeated in prayers and engraved on agates, etc., as portable talismans. FN number 353, Quran 2. 159. FN number 354, Quran 16. 92. The verse ends with, He warneth you, so haply ye may be mindful. FN number 355, Quran LXX. 38. FN number 356, Quran 39. 54. FN number 357, the Sunnis hold that the Anbiya equals prophets, or rather announcers of Allah's judgments, were not sinless. But this dogma is branded as most irreverent and sinful by the Shias or Persian followers of Ali, who make capital out of this blasphemy and declare that if any prophet sinned, he sinned only against himself. FN number 358, Quran 12. 18. FN number 359, Quran 2. 107. FN number 360, Quran 2. 57. He, Allah, does not use the plural majestates. FN number 361, Quran 2. 28. FN number 362, Quran 16. 100. Satan is stoned in the Mina Warmana basin, night Xli, because he tempted Abraham to disobey the command of Allah by refusing to sacrifice Ishmael. Pilgrimage 3. 248. FN number 363, it may also mean have recourse to God. FN number 364, Abdullah ibn Abbas, before noticed, first cousin of Muhammad and the most learned of the companions. See Tablet. FN number 365, Quranskvi, blood clots, 1 and 2. Read may mean peruse the revelation, it was the first Quranic chapter communicated to Muhammad, or recite, preach. FN number 366, Quran 27. 30. Mr. Rodwell, p.1, holds to the old idea that the Basmala is of Jewish origin, taught to the Quraysh by Umayyah, of the poet and Hanif, convert. FN number 367, Quran 9. This was the last chapter revealed and the only one revealed entire except verse 110. FN number 368, Ali was dispatched from Al-Medina to Mecca by the Prophet on his own slit-eared camel to promulgate this chapter, and meeting the assembly at Al-Aqaba he also acquainted them with 4 things. 1. No infidel may approach the Mecca temple. 2. Naked men must no longer circuit the Kaaba. 3. Only Muslims enter paradise. And 4. Public faith must be kept. FN number 369, dictionaries give the word Basmala, equals saying Bismillah, but the common pronunciation is Bismillah. FN number 370, Quran 17. 110, a passage revealed because the infidels, hearing Muhammad calling upon the compassionate, imagined that Al-Rahman was the deity but Allah. The names have 2 grand divisions, Asmajali, the fiery or terrible attributes, and the Asmajamni, airy, watery, earthy or amiable. Together they form the Asma al-Husna or glorious attributes, and do not include the Ism al-Azam, the ineffable name which is known only to a few. FN number 371, Quran 2. 158. FN number 372, Quran Skvi, before noticed. FN number 373, a man of Al-Medina, one of the first of Muhammad's disciples. FN number 374, Quran Xif. 1, etc., supposed to have been addressed by Gabriel to Muhammad when in the cave of Hira or Jubalna. He returned to his wife Khadijah in sought error at the vision of one sitting on a throne between heaven and earth, and bade her cover him up. Whereupon the archangel descended with this text, supposed to be the first revealed. Mr. Rodwell, p. 3, renders it, O thou enwrapped in thy mantle, and makes it know. 2. After a fatra or silent interval of 6 months to 3 years. FN number 375. There are several versets on this subject, chapters 2 and 30. FN number 376, Quran CX 1. FN number 377, the third Caliph, the writer of the Quran. FN number 378, Quran v. 4. Sale translates idols. Mr. Rodwell, on the blocks, or shafts, of stone, rude altars set by the pagan Arabs before their dwellings. FN number 379, Quran v. 116. The words are put into the mouth of Jesus. FN number 380, the end of the same verse. FN number 381, Quran v. 89. supposed to have been revealed when certain Muslims purposed to practice Christian asceticism, fasting, watching, abstaining from women and sleeping on hard beds. I have said Muhammad would have no monkery in Islam, but human nature willed otherwise. Mr. Rodwell prefers interdict the healthful viands. FN number 382, Quran, 4. 124. FN number 383, Arab. Mukri. Qari is one who reads the Quran to pupils, the Mukri corrects them. With the passage of the clouds equals without a moment's hesitation. FN number 384, the 21st, 24th and 18th Arabic letters. FN number 385, Arab. Hizb. The Quran is divided into 60 portions, answering to lessons for convenience of public worship. FN number 386, Arab. Jalila equals saying Jalla Jalaluhu equals magnified be His Majesty, or glorified be His glory. FN number 387, Quran, 11. 50. FN number 388, the partition wall between heaven and hell which others call al-earth, in the Sing. From the verb meaning he separated or parted. The Jews borrowed from the bears the idea of a partition between heaven and hell and made it so thin that the blessed and damned can speak together. There is much dispute about the population of Al-Araf, the general idea being that they are men who do not deserve reward in heaven or punishment in hell. But it is not a purgatory or place of expiating sins. FN number 389, Quran, 7. 154. FN number 390, a play on the word Ain, which means eye or the 18th letter which in olden times had the form of a circle. FN number 391, from misreading these words comes the absurd popular belief of the moon passing up and down Muhammad's sleeves. George B. Airy, The Athenaeum, November 29, 1884. Justly objects to Sale's translation the hour of judgment approacheth and translates the moon hath been dichotomized, the well-known astronomical term when the light portion of the moon is defined in a straight line, in other words when it is really a half moon at the first and third quarters of each lunation. Others understand, the moon shall be split on the last day, the preterite for the future in prophetic style. Quran Muslims of course understand it literally. FN number 392, chapters Lif, LV, and LVI. FN number 393, we should say, not to utter, etc. FN number 394, these well-known humours of Hippocrates, which reappear in the form of temperaments of European phrenology, are still the base of Eastern therapeutics. FN number 395, the doctrine of the three souls will be intelligible to spiritualists. FN number 396, Arab. Al-Lami equals the L-shaped, curved, forked. FN number 397, Arab. Usus, our os sacrum because, being incorruptible, the body will be built up thereon for resurrection time. Hence Hudibras sings, 3. 2. The learned rabbis of the Jews write there's a bone which they call us, the rump of man, etc. It is the heb. Use, when solder scholars derived os. Sale, sect. 4, called it helab, os coccyges or rump bone. FN number 398, Arab physiologists had difficulties in procuring subjects, and usually practiced dissection on the simiads. Their illustrated books are droll. The figures have been copied and recopied till they have lost all resemblance to the originals. FN number 399, the liver and spleen are held to be congealed blood. Hence the couplet. We are allowed 2 carrions, that is with throats uncut, and 2 bloods, the fish and the locust, the liver and the spleen. Pilgrimage 3. 92. FN number 400. This is perfectly true and yet little known to the general. FN number 401, Quran 17:39. FN number 402, Arab. Al-Malik Hiliyah, proving that the Greeks then pronounced the penultimate vowel according to the acute accent ya, not as we slur it over. In Old Hebrew we have the transliteration of 4 Greek words. In the languages of Hindustan many scores including names of places, and in Latin and Arabic as many hundreds. By a scholar-like comparison of these remains we should find little difficulty in establishing the true Greek pronunciation since the days of Alexander the Great, and we shall prove that it was pronounced according to accent and emphatically not quantity. In the next century I presume English boys will be taught to pronounce Greek as the Greeks do. FN number 403. Educated Arabs can quote many a verse bearing upon domestic medicine and reminding us of the lines bequeathed to Europe by the school of Salerno. Such for example are: after the noon meal, sleep, although for moments twain, after the night meal, walk, though but 2 steps be ta'en, and after swiving stale, though but 2 drops thou drain. FN number 404, Arab. Sarida, Tharida, also called goat, equals grumbled bread and hashed meat in broth, or bread, milk and meat. The sarida of Garson, cooked with eggs and marrow, was held a dainty dish, hence the Prophet's dictum. FN number 405, Quran v. 92. Lots equals games of chance and images equals statues. FN number 406, Quran 2. 216. The word mazer, which I have rendered gambling or gaming, for such is the modern application of the word, originally meant what Saint Jerome calls and explains thereby the verse, Ezek. 21:22. The king held in his hand the lot of Jerusalem, that is the arrow whereon the city name was written. The Arabs use it for casting lots with 10 aslam or headless arrows, for dice, 3 being blanks and the rest notched from 1 to 7. They were thrown by a zarib or punter, and the stake was generally a camel. Amongst so excitable a people as the Arabs, this game caused quarrels and bloodshed, hence its prohibition, and the theologians, who everywhere and at all times delight in burdening human nature, have extended the command, which is rather admonitory than prohibitive, to all games of chance. Tarafa is supposed to allude to this practice in his Mu'allaka. FN number 407. Liberal Muslims observe that the Quranic prohibition is not absolute, with threat of hell for infraction. Yet Muhammad doubtless forbade all inebriatives, and the occasion of his so doing is well known. Pilgrimage 2. 322. FN number 408. I have noticed this soured milk in Pilgrimage I. 362. FN number 409. He does not say the caliph or successor of his uncle Muhammad. FN number 410. The Jewish Qur'an, Numbers 16, fabled by the Quran, 28. 76, following a Talmudic tradition, to have been a man of immense wealth. The notion that lying with an old woman, after the menses have ceased, is unwholesome, dates from great antiquity, and the benefits of the reverse process were well known to good King David. The faces of children who sleep with their grandparents, a bad practice now waxing obsolete in England, of a young wife married to an old man and of a young man married to an old woman, show a peculiar wizened appearance, a look of age overlaying youth which cannot be mistaken. FN number 411, Arab. Hindiba, equals indubium. The modern term is shaka aya, equals chicory. I believe it to be very hurtful to the eyes. FN number 412, Arab. Kafash and Watwat. In Egypt a woman is called Watwatia when the hair of her privities has been removed by applying bat's blood. I have often heard of this, but cannot understand how such an application can act depilatory. FN number 413. Dictionaries render the word by dragon, cockatrice. The Bedouin apply it to a variety of serpents mostly large and all considered venomous. FN number 414, Arab. Zawawa, 1 it dot equals handle. The buttonhole, I have said, is a modern invention. Ewer is also applied to the loop-shaped handle of the water skin, for attachment of the alaka or suspensory thong. FN number 415, Quran LXX. 40, see also the chapter following, v. 16. FN number 416, Quran X. 5, the he refers to the sun. FN number 417, Quran 36. 40. FN number 418, Quran 22. 60. FN number 419, Arab. Manitsil. These are the Hindu nakshatra, extensively used in meteorology even by Europeans unconsciously. Thus they will speak of the elephant in a storm without knowing anything of the lunar mansion so-called. The names in the text are successively Sharate n equals 2 horns of the ram, 2, the ram's belly, 3, the Pleiades, 4, Aldebaran, 5, 3 stars in Orion's head, 6, ditto in Orion's shoulder, 7, 2 stars above the twins, 8, lion's nose and first summer station, 9, lion's eye, 10, lion's forehead, 11, lion's mane, 12, lion's heart, 13, the dog, 2 stars in Virgo, 14, spiky Virginis, 15, foot of Virgo, 16, horns of Scorpio, 17, the crown, 18, heart of Scorpio, 19, tail of Scorpio, 20, stars in Pegasus, 21, where no constellation appears, 22, the slaughterer's luck, 23, glutton's luck, 24, luck of lucks, stars in Aquarius, 25, luck of tents, stars in Aquarius, 26, the forelip or spout of urn, 27, hind lip of urn, and 28, in navel of fish's belly, Batnal hut. Of these 28, to each of the 4 seasons 7 are allotted. FN number 420, the Hebrew Absi, still used by Muslims in chronograms. For mnemonic purposes the 28 letters are distributed into 8 words, of which the first and second are Abjad and Hor'az. The last 6 letters in 2 words, Thakiz and Zuzai, are Arabian, and known to the Jews and not found in Syriac. FN number 421, Arab. Zindiq, properly, one who believes in 2 gods, the old Persian dualism, in books. An atheist, that is one who does not believe in a god or gods, and, properly, a free thinker who denies the existence of a supreme being, rejects revelation for the laws of nature imprinted on the heart of man and for humanity in its widest sense. Hence he is accused of permitting incestuous marriages and other abominations. We should now call him, for want of something better, an agnostic. FN number 422, Quran 31. 34. The words may still be applied to meteorologists, especially of the scientific school. Even the experienced, as the followers of the late Mathdaladrome, reckon far more failures than successes. The Quranic passage enumerates 5 things known only to Allah: Judgment Day, rain, sex of child in womb, what shall happen tomorrow, and where a man shall die. FN number 423, the 5th and 7th months, January and March, of the Coptic year, which, being solar, is still used by Arab and Egyptian meteorologists. Much information thereon will be found in the Egyptian calendar by Mr. Mitchell, Alexandria, 1876. It bears the appropriate motto Ani certus modus sapid solos semper Egyptios fuit. Maccabeus, see also Nemi, Chapt. 9. FN number 424, Vulg. Fluck, the 4th month, beginning 90th 1th December. The 1st month is Tut, commencing 1th 11th September. FN number 425, the 8th and 12th months partly corresponding with April and August. Hatta is the 3rd, November, and Umshara the 6th, February. FN number 426, Muslims have been compelled to adopt infidel names for the months because Muhammad's Quranic rejection of Nazir intercalation makes their lunar months describe the whole circle of the seasons in a cycle of about 33.5 years. Yet they have retained the terms which contain the original motive of the denomination. The first month is Muharram, the holy, because war was forbidden. It was also known as Safar. 1. The second Safar equals emptiness, because during the heats citizens left the towns and retired to Tf and other cool sites. Rabia, first and second, alluded to the spring pasturages, Jumada, first and second, to the hardening of the dry ground and, according to some, to the solidification, freezing, of the water in the highlands. Rajab, number 7 equals worshipping, especially by sacrifice, is also known as Al-Assam the deaf, because being sacred, the rattle of arms was unheard. N equals collecting, dispersing, ruining, because the tribal wars recommenced. Ramazan, intensely hot, has been explained, and Shawl, number 10, derives from shawl, elevating, when the he-camels raise their tails in rut. Zulqa'dah, the sedentary, is the rest time of the year, when fighting is forbidden, and Zulhijjah explains itself as the pilgrimage month. FN number 427, the lowest of the 7. FN number 428, Quran 37. 5. FN number 429, Arab. Fallacy, an evident corruption from the Greek. Amongst the vulgar it denotes a skeptic, an atheist, much the same of Freemason or Freemason. The curious reader will consult the Dabistan, Volume 3, Chapter 11, p. 138 etc. on the religion of the wise, philosophy, and Beaconsfield's theft from Shaftesbury. FN number 430, Quran 36, 37, 38. FN number 431, Quran 22, 7. The hour that is of judgment. FN number 432, Quran 20, 58. The Midrash Danch humor on Exot. 7. Gives a similar dialogue between Pharaoh and Moses. Rodwell, Im Loco. FN number 433, Arab. Shaman or Shimon, usually applied to Simon Peter, as in Acts 15, 14. But the text alludes to Saint Simeon, Luke 2, 25-35. See Gospel of Infancy, 2, 8, and especially the Gospel of Nicodemus, 12, 3, which makes him a high priest. FN number 434, Salah the Patriarch's she-camel, miraculously produced from the rock in order to convert the Tamad tribe. Quran 7. FN number 435, when Abu Bakr was hiding with Muhammad in a cave on the hill Al-Thor, pilgrimage to 131, south of Mecca, which must not be confounded with a cave on Jebel, here and now called Jebel Nur on the way to Arafat, pilgrimage 3. 246. The fugitives were protected by a bird which built her nest at the entrance. According to another legend it was curtained by a spider's web, whilst another bird, the crow of whom I shall presently speak, tried to betray them. The first bird is popularly supposed to have been a pigeon, and is referred to by Hudaybirs. Apostles of this fierce religion like Muhammad, were Ass and Widgeon. The ass I presume alludes to the marvellous beast Albarak which the Greeks called from Euthymius in Pocock, Spec. AHP. 144, and which Indian Muslims picture with human face, ass's ears, equine body and peacock's wings and tail. The widgeon I presume to be a mistake or a misprint for pigeon. FN number 436. The Arabs are not be satisfied with the comparative moderation of the Hebrew miracle, and have added all manner of absurdities. Pilgrimage 2. 288. FN number 437, Quran 18. Sail translates by the morning when it appeareth, and the word, Tanus, will bear this meaning. Mr. Rodwell prefers, by the dawn when it clears away the darkness by its breath. FN number 438. As a rule, Muslims are absurdly ignorant of arithmetic and apparently cannot master it. Hence, in Egypt they used copts for calculating machines and further East hints. The mildest numerical puzzle, like the above, is sure of success. FN number 439. The paradisal tree which supplied every want. Muhammad borrowed it from the Christians. Reverend 21. 10:21 and 22. 1-2, who placed in their paradise the tree of life which bears 12 sorts of fruits and leaves of healing virtue. See also the third book of Amos, his similitudes. The Hebrews borrowed it from the Persians. Amongst the Hindus it appears as Kalpavrikshaw, amongst the Scandinavians as Yggdrasil. The curious reader will consult Mr. James Ferguson's learned work, Tree and Serpent Worship, etc. London, 1873. FN number 440. Aaron's rod becomes amongst Muslims. Quran 7. 110. Moses' staff, the size being that of a topmast. Pilgrimage I. 300, 301, in Quran 20. 18, 19, we find a notice of its uses, and during the Middle Ages it reappeared in the staff of Wamba the Goth. A.D. 672-680. The witch's broomstick was its latest development. FN number 441. Christ, say the Eutychians, had only one nature, the divine, so he was crucified in effigy. FN number 442. Jesus is compared with Adam in the Quran, chapter 3. His titles are Kalamullah, Word of God, because engendered without a father, and Ru'ullah, Breath of God, because conceived by Gabriel in the shape of a beautiful youth breathing into the Virgin's vulva. Hence Muslims believe in a miraculous conception and consequently determine that one so conceived was, like Elias and Khizr, not subject to death. They also hold him born free from original sin, a most sinful superstition, a veil being placed before the Virgin and child against the evil one who could not touch them. He spoke when a babe in cradle, he performed miracles of physic, he was taken up to heaven, he will appear as the forerunner of Muhammad on the White Tower of Damascus, and finally he will be buried at Al-Medina. The Jews on the other hand speak of him as that man. They hold that he was begotten by Joseph during the menstrual period and therefore a born magician. Moreover, he learned the Shamha-Mafrash or Nomen Tetragrammaton, wrote it on parchment and placed it in an incision in his thigh, which closed up on the name being mentioned, Buxtorf, Lex Talmud, 2541. Other details are given in the Toldoth Jesu, Historia Joshu Nazarene. This note should be read by the eminent English literator who discovered a fact, well known to Locke and Carlyle, that Mohammedans are Christians. So they are, and something more. FN number 443, in the Column, or pencase, is a little inkstand of metal occupying the top of the long, narrow box. FN number 444, a fair specimen of the riddle known as the surprise. FN number 445, Quran slip 10. FN number 446, Quran 36. 82. FN number 447. Here we enter upon the series of disputed points. The Wahhabis deny the intercession of the Apostle, Pilgrimage 2. 76-77. The Shias place Ali next in dignity to Muhammad, and there is a sect, Al-Ilahi, which believes him to be an avatar or incarnation of the deity. For the latter the curious reader will consult with Abistan, 2. 451. The Quran by its many contradictions seems to show that Muhammad never could make up his own mind on the subject, thinking himself at times an intercessor and then sharply denying all intercession. FN number 448, Arab. Ganjifa equals a pack of cards, corrupted from the Persian Ganjifa. We know little concerning the date or origin of this game in the East, where the packs are quite unlike ours. FN number 449. It is interesting to compare this account with a pseudo-evident with Tailclicks the ingester of the game of chassis. Its shakarium is the chessboard. Rochus, rocus, etc., is not from the germ rock, a coat, but from rook, pers. A hero, a knight-errant, Alphinus, ito. Alfino, is Alphazan, pers. Science, wise. FN number 450, Arab, Baydak or Bayzak, a corruption of the Persian Bayada equals a footman, peon, pawn, and proving whence the Arabs derived the game. The Persians are the readiest backgammon players known to me, better even than the Greeks. They throw the dice from the hand and continue foully abusing the fathers and mothers of the bones whilst the game lasts. It is often played in the intervals of dinner by the higher classes in Persia. FN number 451, metaphor from loading camels and mules. To eat a piece is to take it. FN number 452, Arab. Bilable, a plural of balbul with a double entendre balable, plur. Of balala equals heart's troubles, and bala, bul equals a calamity, nay, etc. FN number 453. The popular English idea of the Arab horse is founded upon utter unfact. Book after book tells us there are 3 distinct breeds of Arabians: the Atachi, a very superior breed, the Kadishi, mixed with these and of little value, and the Koklani, highly prized and very difficult to procure. Atachi may be at Dazi, the Arab horse, or hound, or some confusion with that, Turk, a horse. Gadish, Gadish or Kiddish, is a nag, a gelding, a hackney, a pacer, generally called rowan. Koklani is evidently colony, the colide, because the skin round the orbits is dark as if powdered. This is the true blue blood, and the bluest of all is colony al-Ajats, of the old woman, a name thus accounted for. An Arab mare dropped a filly when in flight, her rider before scalloped on and presently saw the foal appear in camp, when it was given to an old woman for nursing and grew up to be famous. The home of the Arab horse is the vast plateau of Al-Najd. The Tahammur or lower maritime regions of Arabia, like Malabar, will not breed good beasts. The pure blood all descends from 5 collateral lines called Al-Kamsa, the sink. Literary and pedantic Arabs derive them from the mares of Muhammad, a native of the dry and rocky region, Al-Hijaz, where the horses are all imported. Others go back, with the Quran, chapter 28, to Solomon, possibly Solomon, a patriarch 4th in descent from Ishmael and some 600 years older than the Hebrew king. The Badawi derive the 5 from Rabbit al-Faraz, of the mare, 4th in descent from Adnan, the fount of Arab genealogy. But they differ about the names, those generally given Akohalan, Kohalat, Skloi, which the Bedouin pronounce Sagloi, Abayan, and Hamdani. Others substitute Manaki, the long-maned, Tanis and Jolfun. These require no certificate amongst Arabs. For strangers a simple statement is considered enough. The Bedouin despise all half-breeds, Arab sires and country mares, Syrian, Turkish, Kurdish and Egyptian. They call these, first mentioned in the reign of arms, BC 1600, the sons of horses, as opposed to sons of mares, or thoroughbreds. Nor do they believe in city-bred animals. I have great doubts concerning our Old English sires, such as the Dali Arabian, which looks like a Kurdish half-bred, the descendant of those Cappadocians so much prized by the Romans. In Syria I rode a half-Fushi, Kurd, the very image of it. There is no difficulty in buying Arab stallions except the price. Of course the tribe does not like to part with what may benefit the members generally, but offers of £500 to £1,000 would overcome men's scruples. It is different with mares, which are almost always the joint property of several owners. The people too dislike to see a hat on a thoroughbred mare. What hast thou done that thou art ridden by the Loman Kafir? The Bedouin used to mutter when they saw a highly respectable missionary at Damascus mounting a fine Ruwala mare. The feeling easily explains the many wars about horses occurring in Arab annals, for example about Ahaz and Gabra. C. De Percival, S's, Volume 2. FN number 454. The stricter kind of Eastern Jew prefers to die on the floor, not in bed, as was the case with the late Mr. Emmanuel Deutsch, who in his well-known article on the Talmud had the courage to speak of our Saviour. But as a rule the Israelite, though he mostly appears as a deist, a Unitarian, has a fund of fanatical feelings which crop up in old age and near death. The converts in Syria and elsewhere, whose Judaism is intensified by conversion, when offers are made to them by the missionaries, repair to the Kakam, scribe, and, after abundant wrangling, determine upon a modus vivendi. They are to pay a proportion of their wages, to keep careful watch in the cause of Israel, and to die orthodox. In Istria there is a legend of a Jew prior in a convent who was not discovered till he announced himself most unpleasantly on his deathbed. For a contrary reason to Jewish humility, the Roman emperors preferred to die standing. FN number 455. He wished to die in a state of ceremonial purity, as has before been mentioned. FN number 456, Arab. Biddle, in Sind, not to speak of other places, it was customary to hire a pauper Biddle to be hanged instead of a rich man. Sir Charles Napier signed many a death warrant before he ever heard of the practice. FN number 457, Arab. La'an equals curse. The word is in every mouth, though strongly forbidden by religion. Even of the enemies of al-Islam the learned say, I la'an Yazid walat Yazid equals curse Yazid, but do not exceed, that is refrain from cursing the others. This, however, is in the Shafi school and the Hanafis do not allow it. Pilgrimage I. 198. Hence the Muslim when scrupulous uses nil, shu, for la'an, curse, as in ilabuk, for I la'an Abu K, or, drat, instead of damn, your father. Men must hold supreme intelligence to be of feeble kind if put off by such miserable pretenses. FN number 458, Quran Vi. 44, speaking of the infidels. It is a most unamiable chapter, with such assertions as Allah leadeth into error whom he pleaseth, etc. FN number 459, alluding to the formication which accompanies a stroke of paralysis. FN number 460, pronounced Zual-Qarnayn. FN number 461, that is the Quranic and our medieval Alexander, Lord of the Two Horns, East and West, much globalized and very different from him of Macedon. The title is variously explained, from two protuberances on his head or helm, from two long locks and, possibly, from the ram horns of Jupiter Ammon. The anecdote in the text seems suggested by the famous interview, probably a canard, with Diogenes, see in the Jester, Tale Xlvi, the answer of Diomedes the pirate to Alexander. Iscana was originally called Morsban, lord of the marches, son of Marzaba, and, though descended from Yunan, son of Japhet, the eponymous of the Greeks, was born obscure, the son of an old woman. According to the Persians he was the son of the elder Darab, Darius Codomanus of the Caenian or Second Dynasty, by a daughter of Philip of Macedon, and was brought up by his grandfather. When Abraham and Isaac had rebuilt the Kaaba, they foregathered with him, and Allah sent him forth against the four quarters of the earth to convert men to the faith of the friend or to cut their throats. Thus he became one of the four world conquerors with Nimrod, Solomon, Bakhtal-Nasr, Nabucodonosor, and he lived down 2 generations of men. His wazir was Aristo, the Greek Aristotle, and he carried a couple of flags, white and black, which made day and night for him and facilitated his conquests. At the end of Persia, where he was invited by the people, on account of the cruelty of his half-brother Darab too, he came upon 2 huge mountains on the same line, behind which dwelt a host of abominable pygmies, 2 spans high, with curious eyes, ears which served as mattresses and coverlets, huge fanged mouths, lion's claws and hairy hindquarters. They ate men, destroyed everything, copulated in public and had swarms of children. These were Yajuj and Majuj, Gog and Magog, descendants of Japhet. Susanna built against them the famous wall with stones cemented and riveted by iron and copper. The Great Wall of China, the famous bulwark against the Tartars, dates from BC 320. Alexander of Macedon died BC 324, and as the Arabs knew Canton well before Muhammad's day, they may have built their romance upon it. The Gbers consigned Susanna to hell for burning the Nuskso sections of the Zendavesta. FN number 462. These terrific preachments to Eastern despots, who utterly ignore them, are a staple produce of Oriental tale literature and form the chiaroscuro, as it were, of a picture whose lights are brilliant touches of profanity and indelicate humor. It certainly has the charm of contrast. Much of the above is taken from the Susanna Alexander book, of the great Persian poet, Nizami, who flourished AH 515-597, between the days of Ferdowsi, Ob. A.D. 1021, and Sayadi, Ob. AD 1291. In that romance Susanna builds, where the sun goes down, a castle of glittering stone which kills men by causing excessive laughter and surrounds it with yellow earth like gold. Hence the city of brass. He also converts, instead of being converted by, the savages of the text. He finds a stone of special excellence which he calls almaz, diamond, and he obtains it from the Valley of Serpents by throwing down flesh to the eagles. Lastly, he is accompanied by Bilanus or Bilanus, who is apparently Apollonius of Tyana. FN number 463. I have explained the beautiful name in Night. He is still famous for having introduced into Persia the fables of Pilpay, Bide Yapati, the Lord of Law, and a game which the genius of Persia developed into chess. FN number 464. Here we find an eternal truth, of which Malthusians ever want reminding, that the power of a nation simply consists in its numbers of fighting men and in their brute bodily force. The conquering race is that which raises most foot-pounds, hence the North conquers the South in the Northern Hemisphere and vice versa. FN number 465, Arab. Wilga, not so strong as Wotu, etc. Al-Hariri often uses it as a formula of affectionate remonstrance. FN number 466, as a rule, much disputed, the Sayyid is a descendant from Muhammad through his grandchild Hassan, and is a man of the pen, whereas the Sharif derives from Hussein and is a man of the sword. The Najib al-Taraf is the son of a common Muslim by a Sayyid, as opposed to the Najib al-Tarafain, when both parents are of apostolic blood. The distinction is not noticed in Lane's modern Egyptians. The Sharif is a fanatic and often dangerous, as I have instanced in Pilgrimage 3. 132. FN number 467, a theologian of Basora, 8th century, surnamed Abu Yahya. The prayer for mercy denotes that he was dead when the tale was written. FN number 468, a theologian of Basora, 8th century. FN number 469, Arab. Musalla, lit. A place of prayer, an oratory, a chapel, op. Tajam equals a cathedral, mosque. FN number 470, according to all races familiar with a Negro, a calf like a shut fist planted close under the ham is, like a cucumber shin and lark heel, a good sign in a slave. Shapely calves and well-made legs denote the idle and the ne'er-do-well. I have often found this true although the rule is utterly empirical. Possibly it was suggested by the contrast of the nervous and lymphatic temperaments. FN number 471, these devotees address Allah as a lover with his beloved. The curious reader will consult for instances the Abistan on Tas-o-u, 2. 221, I. 3. end, and passim. FN number 472, Arab. Rafat, Pers. Danish, the knowledge of the truth. The 7 steps are: 1. Sharat, external law like night. 2. Tarakat, religious rule like the stars. 3. Hakikat, reality, truth like the moon. 4. Marifat like the sun. 5. Kabat, proximity to Allah. 6. Wasilat, union with Allah. And 7. Saknat, dwelling in Allah. Abestan 329. FN number 473, name of a fountain of paradise. See Nightxlicks, Volume 2, p. 100. FN number 474, Arab. At back, these trays are made of rushes, and the fans of palm leaves or tail feathers. FN number 475, except on the 2 great festivals when fasting is forbidden. The only religion which has shown common sense in this matter is that of the Khbers or Parsis. They consider fasting neither meritorious nor lawful, and they honor homaged by good living because it keeps the soul stronger. Yet even they have their food superstitions, for example in Gate No. 24, beware of sin specially on the day thou eatest flesh, for flesh is the diet of Ahriman. And in India the Khbers have copied the Hindus in not slaughtering horned cattle for the table. FN number 476, Arab. Jalabia, a large-sleeved robe of coarse stuff worn by the poor. FN number 477, his fear was that his body might be mutilated by the fall. FN number 478, the phrase means offering up many and many a prayer. FN number 479, a saying of Muhammad is recorded: Al-Fakru Fakri, poverty is my pride, intelligible in a man who never wanted for anything. Here he is diametrically opposed to Ali, who honestly abused poverty, and the Prophet seems to have borrowed from Christendom, whose Lazarus and Dives shows a man sent to hell because he enjoyed a very modified heaven in this life, and which suggested that one of the man's greatest miseries is an ecclesiastical virtue, holy poverty represented in the church as a bride young and lovely. If a rich man can hardly enter the kingdom, what must it be with a poor man whose conditions are far more unfavorable? Going to the other extreme, we may say that poverty is the root of all evil, and the more so as it curtails man's power of benefiting others. Practically, I observe that those who preach and praise it the most, practice it the least willingly. The ecclesiastic has always some special reasons. A church or a school is wanted, but not the less he wishes for more money. In Assyria this holy poverty leads to strange abuses. At Beirut I recognize in most impudent beggars well-to-do peasants from the Kasrawan district, and presently found out that whilst their fields were under snow they came down to the coast, enjoyed the genial climate and lived on alms. When I asked them if they were not ashamed to beg, they asked me if I was ashamed of following in the footsteps of the Saviour and Apostles. How much wiser was Zoroaster, who found in the supreme paradise Minu, many persons, rich in gold and silver, who had worshipped the Lord and had been grateful to him. Abestan I. 265. FN number 480, Quran 7. 52. FN number 481, Arab. Al-Bayt equals the house. The Arabs had probably learned this pleasant mode of confinement from the Chinese, whose Qiu-Kang is well known. The Arabian form of it is skull, or portable pillory, which reprobates will wear on Judgment Day. FN number 482. This commonest conjuring trick in the West becomes a miracle in the credulous East. FN number 483, Arab. Kanan, the usual term is mankl, prawn. Mangle, a pan of copper or brass. Some of these chafing dishes stand 4 feet high and are works of art. Lane, M.E. Chapt. 4, gives an illustration of the simpler kind, together with the azuki, a smaller pan for heating coffee. See Night VI. FN number 484, see Volume 3, p. 239. The system is that of the Romanas and Unsi. Here it would be the 24th part of a dinar or meskel, something under 5d. I have already noted that all Muslim rulers are religiously bound to some handicraft, if it be only making toothpicks. Muhammad abolished kingship proper as well as priestcraft. FN number 485, Al-Islam, where salvation is found under the shade of the swords. FN number 486, Muslims like the classics, Aristotle and others, hold the clitoris, Zambu, to be the Sed's 8 Scaturigo Veneris which, says Sanini, is mere profanity. In the babe it protrudes beyond the labi and snipping off the head forms female circumcision. This rite is supposed by Muslims to have been invented by Sarah, who so mutilated Hagar for jealousy and was afterwards ordered by Allah to have herself circumcised at the same time as Abraham. It is now, or should be, universal in Al-Islam, and no Arab would marry a girl unpurified by it. Son of an uncircumcised mother, Ibn al-Basra, is a sore insult. As regards the popular idea that Jewish women were circumcised till the days of Rabbi Gershom, A.D. 1000, who denounced it as a scandal to the Gentiles, the learned Professor H. Kreitz informs me, with some indignation, that the rite was never practiced and that the great rabbi contended only against polygamy. Female circumcision, however, is I believe the rule amongst some outlying tribes of Jews. The rite is the proper complement of male circumcision, evening the sensitiveness of the genitals by reducing it equally in both sexes. An uncircumcised woman has the venereal orgasm much sooner and oftener than a circumcised man, and frequent coitus would injure her health. Hence, I believe, despite the learned historian, that it is practiced by some Eastern Jews. Excision is universal amongst the Negroids of the Upper Nile, Wern, the Somal and other adjacent tribes. The operator, an old woman, takes up the instrument, a knife or razor blade fixed into a wooden handle, and with 3 sweeps cuts off the labia and the head of the clitoris. The parts are then sewn up with a pack needle and a thread of sheepskin, and in daff or a tin tube is inserted for the passage of urine. Before marriage the bridegroom trains himself for a month on beef, honey and milk, and, if he can open his bride with a natural weapon, he is a sworder to whom no woman in the tribe can deny herself. If he fails, he tries penetration with his fingers and by way of last resort whips out his whittle and cuts the parts open. The sufferings of the first few nights must be severe. The few Somali prostitutes who practiced at Aden always had the labi and clitoris excised and the skin showing the scars of coarse sewing. The moral effect of female circumcision is peculiar. While it diminishes the heat of passion, it increases licentiousness, and breeds a debauchery of mind far worse than bodily unchastity, because accompanied by a peculiar cold cruelty and a taste for artificial stimulants to luxury. It is the sexlessness of a spade canine imitated by the suggestive brain of humanity. FN number 487, Quran so called because certain superstitions about cattle are therein mentioned. FN number 488, Quran 4. So called because it treats of marriages, divorces, etc. FN number 489, Sidi, contracted from Sayyid equals my lord, is a title still applied to holy men in Morocco and the Maghreb. On the East African coast it is assumed by Negro and Negroid Muslims, for example Sidi Mubarak Bombay, and Sidi Boy is the Anglo-Indian term for a Zanzibar man. Cause is one who weaves palm leaves, goes into baskets, mats, etc. Here, however, it may be an inherited name. FN number 490, that is in spirit, the strangers yet of poor dear Richard Monckton Milner's Lord Houghton. FN number 491, Al-Haq equals the truth, one of the 99 names of Allah. FN number 492, the Muslim is still unwilling to address Salam, peace be with you, to the Christian, as it is obligatory, farz, to a Muslim, Quran, chapter 4. And looks the eye. He usually evades the difficulty by saluting the nearest Muslim or by a change of words. Allah yardika, Allah direct thee to the right way, or peace be upon us and the righteous worshippers of Allah, not you, or al-Sam, Fusalam, alayka equals poison to thee. The idea is old. Alexander of Alexandria in his circular letter describes the Aryan heretics as men whom it is not lawful to salute or to bid Godspeed. FN number 493, Quran 36. 82. I have before noted that this famous phrase was borrowed from the Hebrews, who borrowed it from the Egyptians. FN number 494, the story of Moses and Khizr has been noticed before. See Quran chapter 18. 64 etc. It is also related, says Lane, 2. 642, by Al-Qazwini in the Ajab al-Makhluqat. This must be the angel and the hermit in the Gesta Romanorum, Tale LXXX, which possibly gave rise to Panel's hermit, and Tale XVI, of justice and equity. The editor says it contains a beautiful lesson. I can find only excellent excuses for doing evil that good may come of it. FN number 495, Quran chapter v. 108. FN number 496, the doggerel is phenomenal. FN number 497, he went in wonder and softened heart to see the miracle of saintly affection. FN number 498, in sophistical parlance, the creature is the lover and the creator the beloved, worldly existence is disunion, parting, severance, and the life to come is reunion. The basis of the idea is the human soul being a divine particle warrior, a disjoint molecule from the Great Spirit, imprisoned in a jail of flesh, and it is so far valuable that it has produced a grand and pathetic poetry, that common sense asks, where is the proof? And reason wants to know, what does it all mean? FN number 499, Quran 13. 41. FN number 500, Robinson Crusoe, with a touch of Arab prayerfulness. Also the story of the Knight Placidus in the Gesta, CX, Boccaccio, etc. FN number 501, Arabs know two kinds of leprosy, the Hakobaras the common or white, and Juzam the black leprosy, the leprosy of the joints, mal rouge. Both are attributed to undue diet as eating fish and drinking milk, and both are treated with tonics, especially arsenic. Leprosy is regarded by Muslims as a scriptural malady on account of its prevalence amongst the Israelites who, as Manetho tells us, were expelled from Egypt because they infected and polluted the population. In medieval Christendom an idea prevailed that the Saviour was a leper, hence the term morbus susser, the honours paid to the sufferers by certain saints and the papal address, Clement III. A.D. 1189, Delectis Filius Leprosis. Thayer's Life of Christ, I.149, for the disgusting and impetuous lust caused by leprosy, see Sanini, p. 560, who visited the lepers at Cania in Candia. He is one of many who describes this symptom, but in the Brazil, where the foul malady still prevails, I never heard of it. FN number 502, a city in Iraq, famous for the 3 days battle which caused the death of Yezdegerd, last Sasanian king. FN number 503, a mountain pass near Mecca famous for the first fealty of the steep pilgrimage to 126. The mosque was built to commemorate the event. FN number 504. To my surprise I read in Mr. Redhouse's Mesnevi, Trubner, 1881, Arafat, the mount where the victims are slaughtered by the pilgrims. p. 60. This ignorance is phenomenal. Did Mr. Redhouse never read Burkhardt or Burton? FN number 505, that is listening to the sermon. FN number 506, it is sad doggerel. FN number 507, this long story, containing sundry episodes and occupying 53 nights, is wholly omitted by Lane. 2. 643, because it is a compound of the most extravagant absurdities. He should have enabled his readers to form their own judgment. FN number 508, called Jarmusp, brother and minister of the ancient Persian king Gushtasp, in the translations of Trebuchet and others from von Hammer. FN number 509, the usual term of lactation in the East, prolonged to 2 years and a half, which is considered the rule laid down by the Shara or precepts of the Prophet. But it is not unusual to see children of 3 and even 4 years hanging to their mother's breasts. During this period the mother does not cohabit with her husband, the separation beginning with her pregnancy. Such is the habit, not only of the lower animals, but of all ancient peoples, the Egyptians, from whom the Hebrews borrowed it, the Assyrians and the Chinese. I have discussed its bearing upon pregnancy in my City of the Saints. The Mormons insist upon this law of purity being observed, and the beauty, strength and good health of the younger generation are proofs of their wisdom. FN number 510, thus distinguishing it from Asil-Kasab, cane honey or sugar. See volume I, 271. FN number 511, the student of Hinduism will remember the Naga kings and queens, Melusines and Ikeden, who guard the earth treasures in Nagaland. The first appearance of the snake in literature is in Egyptian hieroglyphs, where he forms the letters F and T, and acts as a determinative in the shape of a cobra di capello, Kolubanaja, with expanded hood. FN number 512, in token that he was safe. FN number 513, Akar al-Zaman. As old men praise past times, so prophets prefer to represent themselves as the last. The early Christians caused much scandal amongst the orderly law-loving Romans by their wild and mistaken predictions of the end of the world being at hand. The catastrophe is a fact for each man under the form of death, but the world has endured for untold ages and there is no apparent cause why it should not endure as many more. The latter days, as the religious dicta of most revelations assure us, will be richer in sinners than in sanctity. Hence End of Time is a facetious Arab title for a villain of superior quality. My Somali escort applied it to one thus distinguished. In 1875, I heard at Hayden that he ended life by the spear as we had all predicted. FN number 514, Jahannam and the other 6 hells are personified as feminine and woman-like. They are somewhat addicted to prolix speechification. FN number 515. These puerile exaggerations are fondly intended to act as nurses frighten naughty children. FN number 516, alluding to an oft-quoted saying Law laka, etc., without thee, O Muhammad, we, Allah, had not created the spheres, which may have been suggested by before Abraham was, I am, John 8:58, and by Gates 6. Of Zoroastrianism, O Zardusht, for thy sake I have created the world. Abestani 344. The sentiment is by no means as my learned friend Professor Alois Springer supposes. In his Muhammad, p. 220, we find an extract from a sectarian poet. For thee we disbred the earth, for thee we caused the waters to flow, for thee we vaulted the heavens. As Baron Alfred von Kramer, another learned and experienced Orientalist, reminds me, the Shias have always shown a decided tendency to this kind of apotheosis and have deified or quasi-deified Ali and the Imams. But the formula is first found in the highly orthodox Burda poem of Al-Busayri : But for him, Lawlahu, the world had never come out of nothingness. Hence it has been widely diffused. See Lay of Inches de Camrup, pages 146-7, and Lay of Uzdawali, pages 51-52, by M. Garcinder Tassi and the Dabistan, volume I, pages 2-3. FN number 517, Arab. Simia from the Pers, a word apparently built on the model of Kamiya equals alchemy, and applied, I have said, to fascination, minor miracles and white magic generally, like the Hindu Indrajal. The common term for alchemy is ilm al-kath, the K-science, because it is not safe to speak of it openly as alchemy. FN number 518, Mare Tenebrarum equals Sea of Darkness is usually applied to the mournful and misty Atlantic. FN number 519, some Muslims hold that Solomon and David were buried in Jerusalem, others on the shore of Lake Tiberias. Muhammad, according to the History of Al-Tabari, p. 56 volume I. Dulux's Chronique de Tabari, declares that the Jinni bore Solomon's corpse to a palace hewn in the rock upon an island surrounded by a branch of the Great Sea and set him on a throne, with his ring still on his finger, under a guard of 12 jinns. None hath looked upon the tomb save only two, Affan who took Balukiya as his companion. With extreme pains they arrived at the spot, and Affan was about to carry off the ring when a thunderbolt consumed him. So Balukiya returned. FN number 520, Quran 38. 34, or, Art the Liberal Giver. FN number 521, that is of the last trumpet blown by the Archangel Israfil, an idea borrowed from the Christians. Hence the title of certain churches add to Bam. FN number 522, this may mean that the fruits were fresh and dried like dates or tamarinds, a notable wonder, or soft and hard of skin like grapes and pomegranates. FN number 523, Arab. Ailgza meaning lit. An essence, also the philosopher's stone. FN number 524, name of the Jinni whom Solomon imprisoned in Lake Tiberias, see volume I, 41. FN number 525, vulgarly pronounced Jahannam. The second hell is usually assigned to Christians. As there are 7 heavens, the planetary orbits, so, to satisfy Muslim love of symmetry, there must be as many earths and hells under the earth. The Egyptians invented these grim abodes, and the marvelous Persian fancy worked them into poem. FN number 526, Arab. Yajuj and Majuj, first named in Jan. X. 2, which gives the ethnology of Asia Minor, circ. BC 800. Gomer is the Jimri or Cimmerians, Magog the original Magi, a division of the Medes, Jivan the Ionian Greeks, Meshesh the Moschi, and Tyres the Tereshor, or primitive Cimmerians. In a subsequent times, Magog was applied to the Scythians, and modern Muslims determine from the Quran, chaps. 18 and 21, that Yajuj and Majuj are the Russians, whom they call Moskwa or Moskov from the Moskwa River. FN number 527, I attempt to preserve the original pun, Mukarabin, those near Allah, being the cherubim, and the Creator causing a blood to draw near him, Karaba. FN number 528, a vulgar version of the Quran, chaps. 7, which seems to have borrowed from the Gospel of Barnabas. Hence Adam becomes a manner of God-man. FN number 529, these wild fables are caricatures of rabbinical legends which began with Lilith, the spirit wife of Adam. Nature and her counterpart, physis and antiphysis, supply a solid basis for folklore. Amongst the Hindus we have Brahma, the creator, and Vishwakarma, the anti-creator. The former makes a horse and a bull and the latter caricatures them with an ass and a buffalo, and so forth. FN number 530, this is the Law al-Mahfuz, the preserved tablet, upon which are written all Allah's decrees and the actions of mankind good, white, and evil, black. This is the perspicuous book of the Quran, chaps. Vi. 59. The idea again is Gbra. FN number 531, that is the night before Friday, which in Muslim parlance would be Friday night. FN number 532, again Persian Gore Izamin equals the bull of the earth, the cosmogony of the world, etc., as we read in the Vicar of Wakefield. FN number 533, the Calc. Edit. 2. 614. Here reads by a clerical error bull. FN number 534, that is lakes and rivers. FN number 535, here some abridgment is necessary, for we have another recital of what has been told more than once. FN number 536, this name, King of Life, is Persian, Teghortai means a scimitar, and Bahwan is, I conceive, a mistake for Behran, the Persian name of Alexander the Great. FN number 537, Arab. Milukat or meeting the guest, which, I have said, is an essential part of Eastern ceremony, the distance from the divan, room, house or town being proportioned to his rank or consideration. FN number 538, Arab. Safe. Whistling is held by the Badawi to be the speech of devils, and the excellent explorer Burton got a bad name by the ugly habit. FN number 539, the Arabs call Shik, split man, and the Persians Nimchara, half face, a kind of demon like a man divided longitudinally. This gruesome creature runs with amazing speed and is very cruel and dangerous. For the celebrated soothsayers Shik and Sati see Cheneries al-Hariri, p. 371. FN number 540, Arab. Tact, Persian, equals a throne or a capital. FN number 541, Arab. Wadi al-Naml, a reminiscence of the Quranic Wadi, chaps. 27, which some place in Syria and others in Tf. FN number 542, this is the old fable of the river Sabation which Pliny, 30. 18, reports as drying up every Sabbath day, Saturday, and which Josephus reports as breaking the Sabbath by flowing only on the day of rest. FN number 543, they were keeping the Sabbath. When lodging with my Israelite friends at Tiberias and Safit, I made a point of never speaking to them, after the morning salutation, till the Saturday was over. FN number 544, Arab. Lul and Yakut, the latter also applied to the garnet and to a variety of inferior stones. The ruby is supposed by Muslims to be a common mineral thoroughly cooked by the sun, and produced only on the summits of mountains inaccessible even to alpinists. The idea may have originated from exaggerated legends of the Bad Akshan country, supposed to be the home of the ruby, and its terrors of breakneck footpaths, jagged peaks and horrid ravines, hence Abbal's ruby through the Spanish corruption Balakes. Epiphanius, Archbishop of Salamis in Cyprus, who died AD 403, gives a little treatise, De duo disingemis rationalis summis sacerdotis Hebrorum liber, opera Virginiae, Rumi, 1743, p. 30, a precisely similar description of the mode of finding jacinths in Scythia. In a wilderness in the interior of Great Scythia, he writes, there is a valley begirt with stony mountains as with walls. It is inaccessible to man, and so excessively deep that the bottom of the valley is invisible from the top of the surrounding mountains. So great is the darkness that it has the effect of a kind of chaos. To this place certain criminals are condemned, whose task it is to throw down into the valley slaughtered lambs, from which the skin has been first taken off. The little stones adhere to these pieces of flesh. Thereupon the eagles, which live on the summits of the mountains, fly down following the scent of the flesh, and carry away the lambs with the stones adhering to them. They, then, who are condemned to this place watch until the eagles have finished their meal, and run and take away the stones. Epiphanius, who wrote this, is spoken of in terms of great respect by many ecclesiastical writers, and St. Jerome styles the treatise here quoted, Egregium Volumen, quod si legia valuris, plenissimam scientiam consequeris, and, indeed, it is by no means improbable that it was from the account of Epiphanius that this story was first translated into Arabic. A similar account is given by Marco Polo and by Niccolò de Conti, as of a usage which they had heard was practiced in India. and the position ascribed to the mountain Baikunthi, namely, 15 days' journey north of Vishnagar, renders it highly probable that Golconda was alluded to. He calls the mountain Albangras, and says that it was infested with serpents. Marco Polo also speaks of these serpents, and while his account agrees with that of Sindbad, inasmuch as the serpents, which are the prey of Sindbad's rook, are devoured by the Venetians' eagles, that of Kunti makes the vultures and eagles fly away with the meat to places where they may be safe from the serpents. Introd. p. 13, India in the 15th century, etc. R. H. Major, London, Kletsok. And Clivier. FN number 545, Elder Victory, Nazra is a favorite name with Muslims. FN number 546, these are the swan maidens of whom Europe in late years has heard more than enough. It appears to me that we go much too far for an explanation of the legend. A high-bred girl is so like a swan in many points that the idea readily suggests itself. And it is also aided by the old Egyptian and Platonic belief in pre-existence and by the rabbinic and Buddhistic doctrine of antenatal sin, to say nothing of metempsychosis. Joseph Ant. 17. 153. FN number 547, the lines have occurred before. I quote Mr. Payne for variety. FN number 548, Arab. Al-Khail, it is a synonym of Al-Tayfin, the nearest approach to our ghost, as has been explained. In poetry it is the figure of the beloved seen when dreaming. FN number 549, he does not kiss her mouth because he intends to marry her. FN number 550, it should be manifest excellence. Quran 27. 16. FN number 551, the phrase is Quranic used to describe paradise, and Damascus is a familiar specimen of a city under which a river, the Barada, passes, distributed into a multitude of canals. FN number 552, it may be noted that rose water is sprinkled on the faces of the nobility and gentry, common water being good enough for the commonalty. I have had to drink tea made in compliment with rose water and did not enjoy it. FN number 553, the Valley Flowery, Siran is the name of a place near Al-Medina. FN number 554, the Proud or Petulant. FN number 555, that is Lion, son of. FN number 556, that is many were slain. FN number 557, I venture to draw attention to this battle picture which is at once simple and highly effective. FN number 558, Anglice a quibble, evidently evasive. FN number 559, in text Anna a mill, etc., a true Egypto-Syrian vulgarism. FN number 560, that is magical formula. The context is purposely left vague. FN number 561, the repetition is a condescension, a token of kindness. FN number 562, this is the common cubic of 18 inches, the modern vary from 22 to 26. FN number 563, I have noticed the two-humped Bactrian camel which the Syrians and Egyptians compare with an elephant. CP 221, the Neo-Syrian, Book of Kalila and Dimna. FN number 564, the Noachian dispensation revived the Islam more true religion first revealed to Adam and was itself revived and reformed by Moses. FN number 565, probably a corruption of the Turkish Karatash equals black stone, in Arab. Hajj Jahannam, hellstone, lava, basalt. FN number 566, a variant of lines in Night 20, Volume I, 211. FN number 567, that is daughter of pride, the proud. FN number 568, in the Calc. Edit. By misprint make dab. Jebel Muqattam is the old sea cliff where the Mediterranean once beat and upon whose northwestern slopes Cairo is built. FN number 569, Arab. Qutb, lie. An axle, a pole, next a prince, a high order or down in sainthood especially amongst the Sufi Gnostics. FN number 570, lit. The Green Prophet, a mysterious personage confounded with Elijah, Saint George and others. He was a Muslim, that is a believer in the Islam of his day and was yet a Kaikabad, founder of the Kainian dynasty, 6th century BC. We have before seen him as a contemporary of Moses. My learned friend C.H. Clermont traces him back, with a multitude of his similars, Proteus, Perseus, etc., to the son of Osiris, p. 45, Horus at St. George's. FN number 571, Arab. Wailed, more ceremonious than Ibn. It is, by the by, the origin of our valet in its sense of boy or servant who is popularly addressed as wailed. Hence I have seen in a French book of travels un petit avlet. FN number 572, Arab. As L equals eternity, without beginning, abad equals infinity, eternity without end. FN number 573, the Muslim ritual for slaughtering, by cutting the throat, is not so strict as that of the Jews, but it requires some practice, and any failure in the conditions renders the meat impure, mere carrion, fatus. FN number 574, there was he repeats all the words spoken by the Queen but in iteration there is no recreation. FN number 575, a phrase always in the Muslim's mouth. The slang meaning of we put our trust in Allah is let's cut our stick. FN number 576, Quran Li'ai. 14. This Sidrat al-Muntaha, Sisyphus lotus, stands in the 7th heaven on the right hand of Allah's throne, and even the angels may not pass beyond it. FN number 577, Arab. Habish. The word means more than Abyssinia as it includes the Dankly country and the seaboard, a fact unknown to the late Lord Stratford de Redcliffe when he disputed with a Porty. I ventured to set him right and suffered accordingly. FN number 578, here ends Volume 2. Of the Mac. Edit. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, a plain and literal translation of the Arabian Nights Entertainments. Translated and annotated by Richard F. Burton. Volume 6 privately printed by the Burton Club. I inscribe this volume to my old and valued correspondent, I whose debt I am deep. Professor Alois Springer, of Heidelberg. Arabist, philosopher and friend. Richard F. Burton. Contents of the 6th volume. 133. Sindbad the Seaman and Sinbad the Landsman A. The first voyage of Sindbad the Seaman B. The second voyage of Sindbad the Seaman C. The third voyage of Sindbad the Seaman D. The fourth voyage of Sindbad the Seaman E. The fifth voyage of Sindbad the Seaman F. The sixth voyage of Sindbad the Seaman G. The 7th voyage of Sindbad the Seaman. The 7th voyage of Sindbad the Seaman, according to the Calcutta edition, 134. The City of Brass, 135. The Craft and Malice of Woman A. The King and his Wazir's wife B. The Confectioner, his wife and the Parrot C. The Fuller and his son D. The Rake's trick against the chaste wife E. The Miser and the Loaves of Bread F. The Lady and her two lovers G. The King's son and the Ogreess H. The Drop of Honey I. The Woman who made her husband sift dust J. The Enchanted Spring K. The Wazir's son and the Hammam keeper's wife L. The wife's device to cheat her husband M. The Goldsmith and the Kashmir singing girl N. The man who never laughed during the rest of his days O. The King's son and the merchant's wife P. The page who feigned to know the speech of birds Q. The lady and her 5 suitors R. The 3 wishes, or the man who longed to see the Knight of Power S. The stolen necklace T. the 2 pigeons U, Prince Behram and the Princess Salad at Mavi, the house with the Belvedere W, the king's son and the Ifrit's mistress X, the sandalwood merchant and the sharper's Y, the debauchee and the 3-year-old child Z, the stolen purse A, the fox and the folk 136, Judah and his brethren 137, the history of Gurub and his brother Ajib, the book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Sindbad the Seaman FN number 1, and Sindbad the Landsman. There lived in the city of Baghdad, during the reign of the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, a man named Sindbad the Hamel, FN number 2, one in poor case who bore burdens on his head for hire. It happened to him one day of great heat that whilst he was carrying a heavy load, he became exceeding weary and sweated profusely, the heat and the weight alike oppressing him. Presently, as he was passing the gate of a merchant's house, before which the ground was swept and watered, and there the air was temperate, he sighted a broad bench beside the door, so he set his load thereon, to take rest and smell the air, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 537th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Hamel set his load upon the bench to take rest and smell the air, there came out upon him from the court door a pleasant breeze and a delicious fragrance. He sat down on the edge of the bench, and at once heard from within the melodious sound of lutes and other stringed instruments, and mirth-exciting voices singing and reciting, together with the song of birds warbling and glorifying Almighty Allah in various tunes and tongues, turtles, mocking-birds, merles, nightingales, cushits and stone curlews, FN number 3, whereat he marvelled in himself and was moved to mighty joy and solace. Then he went up to the gate and saw within a great flower garden wherein were pages and black slaves and such a train of servants and attendants and so forth as is found only with kings and sultans, and his nostrils were greeted with the savoury odours of all manner meats rich and delicate, and delicious and generous wines. So he raised his eyes heavenwards and said, Glory to thee, O Lord, O Creator and Provider, who providest whomso thou wilt without count or stint. O mine Holy One, I cry thee pardon for all sins and turn to thee repenting of all offences. O Lord, there is no gainsaying thee in thine ordinance and thy dominion, neither wilt thou be questioned of that thou dost, for thou indeed over all things art almighty. Extolled be thy perfection, whom thou wilt thou makest poor and whom thou wilt thou makest rich, whom thou wilt thou exaltest and whom thou wilt thou abasest, and there is no God but thou. How mighty is thy majesty and how enduring thy dominion and how excellent thy government. Verily, thou favourest whom thou wilt of thy servants, whereby the owner of this place abideth in all joyance of life and delighteth himself with pleasant scents and delicious meats and exquisite wines of all kinds. For indeed thou appointest unto thy creatures that which thou wilt and that which thou hast foreordained unto them, wherefore are some weary and others are at rest and some enjoy fair fortune and affluence, whilst others suffer the extreme of travail and misery, even as I do. And he fell to reciting. How many by my labours, that evermore endure, all goods of life enjoy and in coolly shade recline. Each morn that dawns I wake in travail and in woe, and strange as my condition and my burden gars me pine. Many others are in luck and from miseries are free, and fortune never loads them with loads the like o' mine. They live their happy days in all solace and delight, eat, drink and dwell in amid the noble and the din. All living things were made of a little drop of sperm. Thine origin is mine and my provenance is thine. Yet the difference and distance twixt the twain of us are far as the difference of savour twixt vinegar and wine. But at thee, O God all-wise, I venture not to rail, whose ordinance is just and whose justice cannot fail. When Sindbad the porter had made an end of reciting his verses, he bore up his burden and was about to fare on, when there came forth to him from the gate a little foot-page, fair of face and shapely of shape and dainty of dress, who caught him by the hand, saying, Come in and speak with my lord, for he calleth for thee. The porter would have excused himself to the page, but the lad would take no refusal, so he left his load with the doorkeeper in the vestibule and followed the boy into the house, which he found to be a goodly mansion, radiant and full of majesty, till he brought him to a grand sitting room wherein he saw a company of nobles and great lords, seated at tables garnished with all manner of flowers and sweet-scented herbs, besides great plenty of dainty viands and fruits dried and fresh, and confections and wines of the choicest vintages. There also were instruments of music and mirth and lovely slave girls playing and singing. All the company was ranged according to rank, and in the highest place sat a man of worshipful and noble aspect, whose beardside's hoariness had stricken, and he was stately of stature and fair of favour, agreeable of aspect and full of gravity and dignity and majesty. So Sindbad the porter was confounded at that which he beheld, and said in himself, By Allah, this must be either a piece of paradise or some king's palace. Then he saluted the company with much respect, praying for their prosperity, and kissing the ground before them, stood with his head bowed down in humble attitude. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 538th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the porter, after kissing ground between the hands, stood with his head bowed down in humble attitude. The master of the house bade him draw near and be seated, and bespoke him kindly, bidding him welcome. Then he set before him various kinds of viands, rich and delicate and delicious, and the porter, after saying his Bismillah, fell to and ate his fill, after which he exclaimed, Praise be Allah, whatso be our case. FN number 4, and, washing his hands, returned thanks to the company for his entertainment. Quoth the host, Thou art welcome, and thy day is a blessed. But what is thy name and calling? Quoth the other, O my lord, my name is Sindbad the Hamel, and I carry folks' goods on my head for hire. The housemaster smiled and rejoined, Know, O porter, that thy name is even as mine, for I am Sindbad the seaman, and now, O porter, I would have thee let me hear the couplets thou recitedst at the gate anon. The porter was abashed and replied, Allah upon thee, excuse me, for toil and travail and lack of luck when the hand is empty, teach a man ill manners and boorish ways. Said the host, Be not ashamed, thou art become my brother, but repeat to me the verses, for they pleased me whenas I heard thee recite them at the gate. Hereupon the porter repeated the couplets, and they delighted the merchant, who said to him, Know, O Hamel, that my story is a wonderful one, and thou shalt hear all that befell me and all I underwent ere I rose to this state of prosperity and became the lord of this place wherein thou seest me, for I came not to this high estate save after travail sore and perils galore, and how much toil and trouble have I not suffered in days of yore. I have made 7 voyages, by each of which hanged the marvellous tale, such as confoundeth reason, and all this came to pass by doom of fortune and fate, for from what destiny doth write there is neither refuge nor flight. Know, then, good my lords, continued he, that I am about to relate there. First voyage of Sindbad the seaman. FN number 5. My father was a merchant, one of the notables of my native place, a moneyed man and ample of means, who died whilst I was yet a child, leaving me much wealth in money and lands and farmhouses. When I grew up, I laid hands on the whole and ate of the best and drank freely and wore rich clothes and lived lavishly, companioning and consorting with youths of my own age, and considering that this course of life would continue forever and can no change. Thus did I for a long time, but at last I awoke from my heedlessness and, returning to my senses, I found my wealth had become unwealth and my condition ill-conditioned, and all I once had left my hand. And recovering my reason, I was stricken with dismay and confusion, and bethought me of a saying of our Lord Solomon, son of David, on whom be peace, which I had heard aforetime from my father, 3 things are better than other 3, the day of death is better than the day of birth, A live dog is better than a dead lion, and the grave is better than want. FN number 6. Then I got together my remains of estates and property and sold all, even my clothes, for 3,000 dirhams, with which I resolved to travel to foreign parts, remembering the saying of the poet. By means of toil man shall scale the height, who to famous pyres mustn't sleep o' night, who seeketh pearl in the deep must dive, winning weal and wealth by his main and might, and who seeketh fame without toil and strife th impossible seeketh and wasteth life. So taking heart I bought me goods, merchandise and all needed for a voyage, and, impatient to be at sea, I embarked, with a company of merchants, on board a ship bound for Bassorah. We again embarked and sailed many days and nights, and we passed from isle to isle and sea to sea and shore to shore, buying and selling and bartering everywhere the ship touched, and continued our course till we came to an island as it were a garth of the gardens of paradise. Here the captain cast anchor, and making fast to the shore, put out the landing planks. So all on board landed and made furnaces FN number 7, and lighting fires therein, busied themselves in various ways, some cooking and some washing, whilst others some walked about the island for solace, and the crew fell to eating and drinking and playing and sporting. I was one of the walkers, but, as we were thus engaged, behold the master who was standing on the gunwale cried out to us at the top of his voice, saying, "Ho there, passengers, run for your lives and hasten back to the ship and leave your gear and save yourselves from destruction. Allah preserve you. For this island whereon ye stand is no true island, but a great fish stationary a middlemost of the sea, whereon the sand hath settled and trees have sprung up of old time, so that it is become like unto an island, FN number 8, but, when he lighted fires on it, it felt the heat and moved, and in a moment it will sink with you into the sea and ye will all be drowned. So leave your gear and seek your safety ere ye die." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 539th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the shipmaster cried to the passengers, 'Leave your gear and seek safety, ere ye die,' all who heard him left gear and goods, clothes washed and unwashed, fire pots and brass cooking pots, and fled back to the ship for their lives, and some reached it while others, amongst whom was I, did not, for suddenly the island shook and sank into the abysses of the deep, with all that were thereon, and the dashing sea surged over it with clashing waves. I sank with the others down into the deep, but Almighty Allah preserved me from drowning and threw in my way a great wooden tub of those that had served the ship's company for tubbing. I gripped it for the sweetness of life and, bestriding it like one riding, paddled with my feet like oars, whilst the waves tossed me as in sport right and left. Meanwhile the captain made sail and departed with those who had reached the ship, regardless of the drowning and the drowned, and I ceased not following the vessel with my eyes, till she was hid from sight and I made sure of death. Darkness closed in upon me while in this plight, and the winds and waves bore me on all that night and the next day, till the tub brought to with me under the lee of a lofty island, with trees overhanging the tide. I caught hold of a branch and by its aid clambered up onto the land, after coming nigh upon death, but when I reached the shore, I found my legs cramped and numbed, and my feet bore traces of the nibbling of fish upon their soles. Withal I had felt nothing for excess of anguish and fatigue. I threw myself down on the island ground, like a dead man, and drowned in desolation swooned away, nor did I return to my senses till next morning, when the sun rose and revived me. But I found my feet swollen, so made shift to move by shuffling on my breech and crawling on my knees, for in that island were found store of fruits and springs of sweet water. I ate of the fruits which strengthened me, and thus I abode days and nights, till my life seemed to return and my spirits began to revive and I was better able to move about. So, after due consideration, I fell to exploring the island and diverting myself with gazing upon all things that Allah Almighty had created there, and rested under the trees, from one of which I cut me a staff to lean upon. One day as I walked along the marge, I caught sight of some object in the distance and thought it a wild beast or one of the monster creatures of the sea, but, as I drew near it, looking hard the while, I saw that it was a noble mare, tethered on the beach. Presently I went up to her, but she cried out against me with a great cry, so that I trembled for fear and turned to go away, when there came forth a man from under the earth and followed me, crying out and saying, Who and whence art thou, and what caused thee to come hither? O my lord, answered I am in very sooth a waif, a stranger, and was left to drown with sundry others by the ship we voyaged in, FN number 9, but Allah graciously sent me a wooden tub, so I saved myself thereon and it floated with me, till the waves cast me up on this island. When he heard this, he took my hand and saying, Come with me, carried me into a great sardab, or underground chamber, which was spacious as a saloon. He made me sit down at its upper end, then he brought me somewhat of food and, being anhungered, I ate till I was satisfied and refreshed, and when he had put me at my knees he questioned me of myself, and I told him all that had befallen me from first to last, and, as he wondered at my adventure, I said, By Allah, O my lord, excuse me, I have told thee the truth of my case and the accident which betided me, and now I desire that thou tell me who thou art and why thou abidest here under the earth and why thou hast tethered yonder mare on the brink of the sea. Answered he, Know, that I am one of the several who are stationed in different parts of this island, and we are of the grooms of King Mijan FN number 10, and under our hand are all his horses. Every month, about new moon tide, he bring hither our best mares which have never been covered, and picket them on the seashore and hide ourselves in this place under the ground, so that none may espy us. Presently, the stallions of the sea scent the mares and come up out of the water, and seeing no one, leap the mares and do their will of them. When they have covered them, they try to drag them away with them, but cannot, by reason of the leg ropes, so they cry out at them and butt at them and kick them, which we hearing, know that the stallions have dismounted, so we run out and shout at them, whereupon they are startled and return in fear to the sea. Then the mares conceive by them and bear colts and fillies worth a mint of money, nor is there like to be found on earth's face. This is the time of the coming forth of the sea stallions, and Inshallah, I will bear thee to King Mijan. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 540th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Sis FN number 11, said to Sindbad the seaman, I will bear thee to King Mijan and show thee our country. And know that hast thou not happened on us thou hadst perished miserably and none had known of thee, but I will be the means of the saving of thy life and of thy return to thine own land. I called down blessings on him and thanked him for his kindness and courtesy, and, while we were yet talking, behold, the stallion came up out of the sea, and, giving a great cry, sprang upon the mare and covered her. When he had done his will of her, he dismounted and would have carried her away with him, but could not by reason of the tether. She kicked and cried out at him, whereupon the groom took a sword and target FN number 12, and ran out of the underground saloon, smiting the buckler with the blade and calling to his company, who came up shouting and brandishing spears, and the stallion took fright at them and plunging into the sea, like a buffalo, disappeared under the waves. FN number 13. After this we sat a while, till the rest of the grooms came up, each leading a mare, and seeing me with their fellow sis, questioned me of my case, and I repeated my story to them. Thereupon they drew near me and spreading the table, ate and invited me to eat, so I ate with them, after which they took horse and mounting me on one of the mares, set out with me and fared on without ceasing, till we came to the capital city of King Mijan, and going into him acquainted him with my story. Then he sent for me, and when they set me before him and salams has been exchanged, he gave me a cordial welcome and wishing me long life bade me tell him my tale. So I related to him all that I had seen and all that had befallen me from first to last, whereat he marvelled and said to me, By Allah, O my son, thou hast indeed been miraculously preserved. Were not the term of thy life a long one, thou hadst not escaped from these straits, but praised by Allah for safety. Then he spoke cheerily to me and entreated me with kindness and consideration. Moreover, he made me his agent for the port and registrar of all ships that entered the harbour. I attended him regularly, to receive his commandments, and he favoured me and did me all manner of kindness and invested me with costly and splendid robes. Indeed, I was high in credit with him, as an intercessor for the folk and an intermediary between them and him, when they wanted aught of him. I abode thus a great while and, as often as I passed through the city to the port, I questioned the merchants and travellers and sailors of the city of Baghdad, so haply I might hear of an occasion to return to my native land, but could find none who knew it or knew any who resorted thither. At this I was chagrined, for I was weary of long strangerhood, and my disappointment endured for a time till one day, going into King Mission, I found him with a company of Indians. I saluted them and they returned my salam, and politely welcomed me and asked me of my country. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 541st night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman said: When they asked me of my country, I questioned them of theirs, and they told me that they were of various castes, some being called Shakariya, FN number 14, who are the noblest of their castes and neither oppress nor offer violence to any, and others Brahmins, a folk who abstain from wine, that live in delight and solace and merriment and own camels and horses and cattle. Moreover, they told me that the people of India are divided into 72 castes, and I marvelled at this with exceeding marvel. Amongst other things that I saw in King Mission's dominions was an island called Kazal, FN number 15, wherein all night is heard the beating of drums and tabrets, but we were told by the neighbouring islanders and by travellers that the inhabitants are people of diligence and judgment. FN number 16. In this sea I saw also a fish 200 cubits long, and the fishermen fear it, so they strike together pieces of wood and put it to flight. FN number 17. I also saw another fish, with a head like that of an owl, besides many other wonders and rarities, which it would be tedious to recount. I occupied myself thus in visiting the islands till, one day, as I stood in the port, with a staff in my hand, according to my custom, behold, a great ship, wherein were many merchants, came sailing for the harbour. When it reached the small inner port where ships anchor under the city, the master filled his sails and making fast to the shore, put out the landing planks, whereupon the crew fell to breaking bulk and landing cargo whilst I stood by, taking written note of them. They were long in bringing the goods ashore, so I asked the master, Is there aught left in thy ship? And he answered, O my lord, there are divers bales of merchandise in the hold, whose owner was drowned from amongst us at one of the islands on our course, so his goods remained in our charge by way of trust, and we purpose to sell them and note their price, that we may convey it to his people in the city of Baghdad, the home of peace. What was the merchant's name? Quoth I, and quoth he, Sindbad the seaman, whereupon I straightly considered him, and knowing him, cried out to him with a great cry, saying, O captain, I am that Sindbad the seaman who travelled with other merchants, and when the fish heaved and thou calledst to us, some saved themselves and others sank, I being one of them. But Allah Almighty threw in my way a great tub of wood, of those the crew had used to wash withal, and the winds and waves carried me to this island, where by Allah's grace, I fell in with King Mission's grooms, and they brought me hither to the king their master. When I told him my story, he entreated me with favour and made me his harbour master, and I have prospered in his service and found acceptance with him. These bales, therefore, are mine, the goods which God hath given me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 542nd night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sindbad the seaman said to the captain, these bales are mine, the goods which Allah hath given me, the other exclaimed, there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily, there is neither conscience nor good faith left among men. Said I, O Reis, FN number 18, what mean these words, seeing that I have told thee my case? And he answered, because thou heardest me say that I had with me goods whose owner was drowned, thou thinkest to take them without right, but this is forbidden by law to thee, for we saw him drown before our eyes, together with many other passengers, nor was one of them saved. So how canst thou pretend that thou art the owner of the goods? O captain, said I, listen to my story and give heed to my words, and my truth will be manifest to thee, for lying and leasing are the letter marks of the hypocrites. Then I recounted to him all that had befallen me since I sailed from Baghdad with him to the time when we came to the fish island where we were nearly drowned, and I reminded him of certain matters which had passed between us, whereupon both he and the merchants were certified at the truth of my story and recognized me and gave me joy of my deliverance, saying, by Allah, we thought not that thou hadst escaped drowning. But the Lord hath granted thee new life. Then they delivered my bales to me, and I found my name written thereon, nor was aught thereof lacking. So I opened them and making up a present for King Mijan of the finest and costliest of the contents, caused the sailors carry it up to the palace, where I went into the king and laid my present at his feet, acquainting him with what had happened, especially concerning the ship and my goods, whereat he wondered with exceeding wonder, and the truth of all that I had told him was made manifest to him. His affection for me redoubled after that, and he showed me exceeding honor and bestowed on me a great present in return for mine. Then I sold my bales and what other matters I owned, making a great profit on them, and bought me other goods and gear of the growth and fashion of the island city. When the merchants were about to start on their homeward voyage, I embarked on board the ship all that I possessed, and going into the king, thanked him for all his favors and friendship, and craved his leave to return to my own land and friends. He farewelled me and bestowed on me great store of the country stuffs and produce, and I took leave of him and embarked. Then we set sail and fared on nights and days, by the permission of Allah Almighty, and fortune served us and fate favored us, so that we arrived in safety at Bassorah city, where I landed rejoiced at my safe return to my natal soil. After a short stay, I set out for Baghdad, the house of peace, with store of goods and commodities of great price. Reaching the city in due time, I went straight to my own quarter and entered my house, where all my friends and kinsfolk came to greet me. Then I bought me eunuchs and concubines, servants and negro slaves, till I had a larger establishment, and I bought me houses, and lands and gardens, till I was richer and in better case than before, and returned to enjoy the society of my friends and familiars more assiduously than ever, forgetting all I had suffered of fatigue and hardship and strangerhood and every peril of travel, and I applied myself to all manner joys and solaces and delights, eating the daintiest viands and drinking the deliciousest wines, and my wealth allowed this state of things to endure. This, then, is the story of my first voyage, and tomorrow, inshallah, I will tell you the tale of the second of my 7 voyages. Saith he who telleth the tale, then Sindbad the seaman made Sindbad the landsman sup with him, and bade give him 100 gold pieces, saying, Thou hast cheered us with thy company this day. FN number 19, the porter thanked him and, taking the gift, went his way, pondering that which he had heard and marvelling mightily at what things betide mankind. He passed the night in his own place, and with early morning repaired to the abode of Sindbad the seaman, who received him with honor and seated him by his side. As soon as the rest of the company was assembled, he set meat and drink before them, and, when they had well eaten and drunken and were merry and in cheerful case, he took up his discourse and recounted to them in these words the narrative of the second voyage of Sindbad the seaman. Know, O my brother, that I was living the most comfortable and enjoyable life, in all solace and delight, as I told you yesterday, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 543rd night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sindbad the seaman's guests were all gathered together, he thus bespake them, I was living a most enjoyable life until one day my mind became possessed with the thought of travelling about the world of men and seeing their cities and islands, and a longing seized me to traffic and to make money by trade. Upon this resolve I took a great store of cash and, buying goods and gear fit for travel, bound them up in bales. Then I went down to the river bank, where I found a noble ship and brand new about to sail, equipped with sails of fine cloth and well manned and provided. So I took passage in her, with a number of other merchants, and after embarking our goods he weighed anchor the same day. Right fair was our voyage, and we sailed from place to place and from isle to isle, and whenever we anchored we met a crowd of merchants and notables and customers, and we took to buying and selling and bartering. At last destiny brought us to an island, fair and verdant, in trees abundant, with yellow ripe fruits luxuriant, and flowers fragrant and birds warbling soft descant, and streams crystalline and radiant, but no sign of man showed to the discreer, no, not a blower of the fire. FN number 20, the captain made fast with us to this island, and the merchants and sailors landed and walked about, enjoying the shade of the trees and the song of the birds, that chanted the praises of the One, the Victorious, and marvelling at the works of the Omnipotent King. FN number 21, I landed with the rest, and, sitting down by a spring of sweet water that welled up among the trees, took out some vivers I had with me and ate of that which Allah Almighty had allotted unto me. And so sweet was the zephyr and so fragrant were the flowers, that presently I waxed drowsy and, lying down in that place, was soon drowned in sleep. When I awoke, I found myself alone, for the ship had sailed and left me behind, nor had one of the merchants or sailors bethought himself of me. I seared the island right and left, but found neither man nor jinn, whereat I was beyond measure troubled, and my gall was like to burst for stress of chagrin and anguish and concern, because I was left quite alone, without aught of worldly gear or meat or drink, weary and heartbroken. So I gave myself up for lost and said, not always doth the croc escape the shock. I was saved the first time by finding one who brought me from the desert island to an inhabited place, but now there is no hope for me. Then I fell to weeping and wailing and gave myself up to an access of rage, blaming myself for having again ventured upon the perils and hardships of voyage, whenas I was at my ease in mine own house in mine own land, taking my pleasure with good meat and good drink and good clothes and lacking nothing, neither money nor goods. And I repented me of having left Baghdad, and this the more after all the travails and dangers I had undergone in my first voyage, wherein I had so narrowly escaped destruction, and exclaimed, verily we are Allah's, and unto him we are returning. I was indeed even as one mad and gin-struck, and presently I rose and walked about the island, right and left and every whither, unable for trouble to sit or tarry in any one place. Then I climbed a tall tree and looked in all directions, but saw nothing save sky and sea and trees and birds and isles and sands. However, after a while my eager glances fell upon some great white thing, afar off in the interior of the island, so I came down from the tree and made for that which I had seen, and behold, it was a huge white dome rising high in errand of vast compass. I walked all round it, but found no door thereto, nor could I muster strength or nimbleness by reason of its exceeding smoothness and slipperiness. So I marked the spot where I stood and went round about the dome to measure its circumference, which I found 50 good paces. And as I stood, casting about how to gain an entrance. The day being near its fall and the sun being near the horizon, behold, the sun was suddenly hidden from me and the air became dull and dark. Methought a cloud had come over the sun, that it was the season of summer. So I marvelled at this and lifting my head looked steadfastly at the sky, when I saw that the cloud was none other than an enormous bird, of gigantic girth and inordinately wide of wing which, as it flew through the air, veiled the sun and hid it from the island. At this sight my wonder redoubled and I remembered a story, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 544th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman continued in these words. My wonder redoubled and I remembered a story I had heard aforetime of pilgrims and travellers, how in a certain island dwelleth a huge bird, called the rook, FN number 22, which feedeth its young on elephants, and I was certified that the dome which caught my sight was none other than a rook's egg. As I looked and wondered at the marvellous works of the Almighty, the bird alighted on the dome and brooded over it with its wings covering it and its legs stretched out behind it on the ground, and in this posture it fell asleep. Glory be to him who sleepeth not. When I saw this, I arose and, unwinding my turban from my head, doubled it and twisted it into a rope, with which I girt my middle and bound my waist fast to the legs of the rook, saying in myself, Peradventure, this bird may carry me to a land of cities and inhabitants, and that will be better than abiding in this desert island. I passed the night watching and fearing to sleep, lest the bird should fly away with me unawares, and, as soon as the dawn broke and morn shone, the rook rose off its egg and spreading its wings with a great cry flew up into the air, dragging me with it, nor ceased it to soar and to tower till I thought it had reached the limit of the firmament, after which it descended, earthwards, little by little, till it lighted on the top of a high hill. As soon as I found myself on the hard ground, I made haste to unbind myself, quaking for fear of the bird, though it took no heed of me nor even felt me, and, loosing my turban from its feet, I made off with my best speed. Presently, I saw it catch up in its huge claws something from the earth and rise with it high in air, and observing it narrowly I saw it to be a serpent big of bulk and gigantic of girth, wherewith it flew away clean out of sight. I marvelled at this and faring forwards found myself on a peak overlooking a valley, exceeding great and wide and deep, and bounded by vast mountains that spired high in air. None could descry their summits, for the excess of their height, nor was any able to climb up thereto. When I saw this, I blamed myself for that which I had done and said, Would heaven I had tarried in the island. It was better than this wild desert, for that I had at least fruits to eat and water to drink, and here are neither trees nor fruits nor streams. But there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily, as often as I am quit of one peril, I fall into a worse danger and a more grievous. However, I took courage and walking along the wadi found that its soil was of diamond, the stone wherewith they pierce minerals and precious stones and porcelain and the onyx, for that it is a dense stone and a dure, whereon neither iron nor hard head hath effect, neither can we cut off aught therefrom nor break it, save by means of leadstone. FN number 23. Moreover, the valley swarmed with snakes and vipers, each big as a palm tree, that would have made but one gulp of an elephant, and they came out by night, hiding during the day, lest the rooks and eagles pounce on them and tear them to pieces, as was their wont, why I wot not. And I repented of what I had done and said, By Allah, I have made haste to bring destruction upon myself. The day began to wane as I went along and I looked about for a place where I might pass the night, being in fear of the serpents, and I took no thought of meat and drink in my concern for my life. Presently, I caught sight of a cave near hand, with a narrow doorway, so I entered and seeing a great stone close to the mouth, I rolled it up and stopped the entrance, saying to myself, I am safe here for the night, and as soon as it is day, I will go forth and see what destiny will do. Then I looked within the cave and saw to the upper end a great serpent brooding on her eggs, at which my flesh quaked and my hair stood on end, but I raised my eyes to heaven and, committing my case to fate and lot, abode all that night without sleep till daybreak, when I rolled back the stone from the mouth of the cave and went forth, staggering like a drunken man and giddy with watching and fear and hunger. As in this sore case I walked along the valley, behold, there fell down before me a slaughtered beast, but I saw no one, whereat I marvelled with great marvel, and presently remembered a story I had heard aforetime of traders and pilgrims and travellers, how the mountains where are the diamonds are full of perils and terrors, nor can any fare through them, but the merchants who traffic in diamonds have a device by which they obtain them, that is to say, they take a sheep and slaughter and skin it and cut it in pieces and cast them down from the mountain tops into the valley soil, where the meat being fresh and sticky with blood, some of the gems cleave to it. There they leave it till midday, when the eagles and vultures swoop down upon it and carry it in their claws to the mountain summits, whereupon the merchants come and shout at them and scare them away from the meat. Then they come and, taking the diamonds which they find sticking to it, go their ways with them and leave the meat to the birds and beasts, nor can any come at the diamonds but by this device, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 545th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman continued his relation of what befell him in the mountain of diamonds, and informed them that the merchants cannot come at the diamonds save by the device aforesaid. So, when I saw the slaughtered beast fall, he pursued, and bethought me of the story, I went up to it and filled my pockets and shawl girdle and turband and the folds of my clothes with the choicest diamonds, and, as I was thus engaged, down fell before me another great piece of meat. Then with my unrolled turband and lying on my back, I set the bit on my breast so that I was hidden by the meat, which was thus raised above the ground. Hardly had I gripped it, when an eagle swooped down upon the flesh and, seizing it with his talons, flew up with it high in air and me clinging thereto, and ceased not its flight till it alighted on the head of one of the mountains where, dropping the carcass, he fell to rending it. But, behold, there arose behind him a great noise of shouting and clattering of wood, whereat the bird took fright and flew away. Then I loosed off myself the meat, with clothes daubed with blood therefrom, and stood up by its side, whereupon up came the merchant, who had cried out at the eagle, and seeing me standing there, bespoke me not, but was affrighted at me and shook with fear. However, he went up to the carcass and turning it over, found no diamonds sticking to it, whereat he gave a great cry and exclaimed, Harrow, my disappointment! There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, with whom we seek refuge from Satan the stoned. And he bemoaned himself and beat hand upon hand, saying, Alas, the pity of it! How cometh this? Then I went up to him, and he said to me, Who art thou, and what causeth thee to come hither? And I, Fear not, I am a man and a good man and a merchant. My story is wondrous and my adventures marvellous, and the manner of my coming hither is prodigious. So be of good cheer, thou shalt receive of me what shall rejoice thee, for I have with me great plenty of diamonds, and I will give thee thereof what shall suffice thee, for each is better than aught thou canst get otherwise. So fear nothing. The man rejoiced thereat and thanked and blessed me. Then we talked together till the other merchants, hearing me in discourse with their fellow, came up and saluted me, for each of them had thrown down his piece of meat. And as I went off with them I told them my whole story, how I had suffered hardships at sea and the fashion of my reaching the valley. But I gave the owner of the meat a number of the stones I had by me, so they all wished me joy of my escape, saying, By Allah, a new life hath been decreed to thee, for none ever reached yonder valley and came off thence alive before thee, but praise be Allah for thy safety. We passed the night together in a safe and pleasant place, beyond measure rejoiced at my deliverance from the valley of serpents and my arrival in an inhabited land, and on the morrow we set out and journeyed over the mighty range of mountains, seeing many serpents in the valley, till we came to a fair great highland, wherein was a garden of huge camphor trees, under each of which 100 men might take shelter. When the folk have a mind to get camphor, they bore into the upper part of the bowl with a long iron, whereupon the liquid camphor, which is the sap of the tree, floweth out, and they catch it in vessels, where it concreteth like gum. But, after this, the tree dieth and becometh firewood. FN number 24. Moreover, there is in this island a kind of wild beast, called rhinoceros, FN number 25, that pastureth as do steers and buffaloes with us, but it is a huge brute, bigger of body than the camel, and like it feedeth upon the leaves and twigs of trees. It is a remarkable animal with a great and thick horn, 10 cubits long, a middlewards head, wherein, when cleft in twain, is the likeness of a man. Voyagers and pilgrims and travellers declare that this beast called Carcadon will carry off a great elephant on its horn and graze about the island and the sea coast therewith, and take no heed of it, till the elephant dieth and its fat, melting in the sun, runneth down into the rhinoceros's eyes and blindeth him, so that he layeth down on the shore. Then comes the birdrook and carrieth off both the rhinoceros's eyes and blindeth him, so that he layeth down on the shore. Then comes the birdrook and carrieth off both the rhinoceros and that which is on its horn to feed its young withal. Moreover, I saw in this island many kinds of oxen and buffaloes, whose like are not found in our country. Here I sold some of the diamonds which I had by me for gold dinars and silver dirhams, and bartered others for the produce of the country, and, loading them upon beasts of burden, fared on with the merchants from valley to valley and town to town, buying and selling and viewing foreign countries and the works and creatures of Allah, till we came to Basra city, where we abode a few days, after which I continued my journey to Baghdad. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 546th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sindbad the seaman returned from his travel to Baghdad, the house of peace, he arrived at home with great store of diamonds and money and goods. Continued he, I foregathered with my friends and relations and gave alms and largesse and bestowed curious gifts and made presents to all my friends and companions. Then I betook myself to eating well and drinking well and wearing fine clothes and making merry with my fellows, and forgot all my sufferings in the pleasures of return to the solace and delight of life, with light heart and broadened breast. And every one who heard of my return came and questioned me of my adventures and of foreign countries, and I related to them all that had befallen me, and the much I had suffered, whereat they wondered and gave me joy of my safe return. This, then, is the end of the story of my second voyage, and tomorrow, inshallah, I will tell you what befell me in my third voyage. The company marvelled at his story and supped with him, after which he ordered 100 dinars of gold to be given to the porter, who took the sum with many thanks and blessings, which he stinted not even when he reached home, and went his way, wondering at what he had heard. Next morning, as soon as day came in its sheen and shone, he rose and praying the dawn prayer, repaired to the house of Sindbad the seaman, even as he has bidden him, and went in and gave him good morrow. The merchant welcomed him and made him sit with him, till the rest of the company arrived, and when they had well eaten and drunken and were merry with joy and jollity, their host began by saying, Hearken, O my brothers, to what I am about to tell you, for it is even more wondrous than what you have already heard, but Allah alone kenneth what things his omniscience concealed from man. And listen to the third voyage of Sindbad the seaman. As I told you yesterday, I returned from my second voyage overjoyed at my safety and with great increase of wealth, Allah having requited me all that I had wasted and lost, and I abode a while in Baghdad city savouring the utmost ease and prosperity and comfort and happiness, till the carnal man was once more seized with longing for travel and diversion and adventure, and yearned after traffic and lucre and emolument, for that the human heart is naturally prone to evil. So making up my mind, I laid in great plenty of goods suitable for a sea voyage, and repairing to Bassorah, went down to the shore and found there a fine ship ready to sail, with a full crew and a numerous company of merchants, men of worth and substance, faith, piety and consideration. I embarked with them, and we set sail on the blessing of Allah Almighty and on His aid and His favour to bring our voyage to a safe and prosperous issue, and already we congratulated one another on our good fortune and boon voyage. We fared on from sea to sea and from island to island and city to city, in all delight and contentment, buying and selling wherever we touched, and taking our solace and our pleasure, till one day when, as we sailed athwart the dashing sea, swollen with clashing billows, behold, the master, who stood on the gunwale examining the ocean in all directions, cried out with a great cry, and buffeted his face, and plucked out his beard, and rent his raiment, and bade furl the sail and cast the anchors. So we said to him, O Reis, what is the matter? No, O my brethren, Allah preserve you, that the wind hath gotten the better of us, and hath driven us out of our course into mid-ocean, and destiny, for our ill luck, hath brought us to the mountain of the Zugb, a hairy folk like apes, FN number 26, among whom no man ever fell and came forth alive, and my heart presageth that we all be dead men. Hardly had the master made an end of his speech when the apes were upon us. They surrounded the ship on all sides, swarming like locusts and crowding the shore. They were the most frightful of wild creatures, covered with black hair like felt, foul of favour and small of stature, being but 4 spans high, yellow-eyed and black-faced. None knoweth their language nor what they are, and they shunned the company of men. We feared to slay them or strike them or drive them away, because of their inconceivable multitude, lest, if we hurt one, the rest fall on us and slay us, for numbers prevail over courage. So we let them do their will, albeit we feared they would plunder our goods and gear. They swarmed up the cables and gnawed them asunder, and on likewise they did with all the ropes of the ship, so that it fell off from the wind and stranded upon their mountainous coast. Then they laid hands on all the merchants and crew, and landing us on the island, made off with the ship and its cargo and went their ways, we wot not whither. We were thus left on the island, eating of its fruits and pot herbs and drinking of its streams, till, one day, we espied in its midst what seemed an inhabited house. So we made for it as fast as our feet could carry us, and behold, it was a castle strong and tall, compassed about with a lofty wall, and having a 2-leaved gate of ebony wood, both of which leaves open stood. We entered and found it within a space wide and bare like a great square, round which stood many high doors open thrown, and at the further end a long bench of stone and braziers, with cooking gear hanging thereon, and about it great plenty of bones, that we saw no one, and marvelled thereat with exceeding wonder. Then we sat down in the courtyard a little while, and presently falling asleep, slept from the forenoon till sundown, when lo! The earth trembled under our feet, and the air rumbled with a terrible tone. Then there came down upon us, from the top of the castle, a huge creature in the likeness of a man, black of colour, tall and big of bulk, as he were a great date tree, with eyes like coals of fire and eye-teeth like boar's tusks, and a vast big gape like the mouth of a well. Moreover, he had long loose lips like camels, hanging down upon his breast, and ears like 2 jams FN number 27, falling over his shoulder blades, and the nails of his hands were like the claws of a lion. FN number 28. When we saw this frightful giant, we were like to faint, and every moment increased our fear and terror, and we became as dead men for excess of horror and affright. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 547th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman continued: When we saw this frightful giant we were struck with exceeding terror and horror. and after trampling upon the earth, he sat a while on the bench. Then he arose and coming to us seized me by the arm, choosing me out from among my comrades the merchants. He took me up in his hand and turning me over felt me, as a butcher feeleth a sheep he is about to slaughter, and I but a little mouthful in his hands. But finding me lean and fleshless for stress of toil and trouble and weariness, let me go and took up another, whom in like manner he turned over and felt and let go. Nor did he cease to feel and turn over the rest of us, one after another, till he came to the master of the ship. Now he was a sturdy, stout, broad-shouldered, white, fat and in full vigour, so he pleased the giant, who seized him, as a butcher seizeth a beast, and throwing him down, set his foot on his neck and brake it, after which he fetched a long spit and thrusting it up his backside, brought it forth of the crown of his head. Then, lighting a fierce fire, he set over it the spit with the rays thereon, and turned it over the coals, till the flesh was roasted, when he took the spit off the fire and set it like a kebab stick before him. Then he tare the body, limb from limb, as one jointeth a chicken, and, rending the flesh with his nails, fell to eating of it and gnawing the bones, till there was nothing left but some of these, which he threw on one side of the wall. This done, he sat for a while, then he lay down on the stone bench and fell asleep, snarking and snoring like the gurgling of a lamb or a cow with its throat cut, nor did he awake till morning, when he rose and fared forth and went his ways. As soon as we were certified that he was gone, we began to talk with one another, weeping and bemoaning ourselves for the risk we ran, and saying, would heaven we had been drowned in the sea, or that the apes had eaten us. That were better than to be roasted over the coals. By Allah, this is a vile, foul death. But whatso the Lord willeth must come to pass, and there is no majesty and there is no might, save in him, the glorious, the great. We shall assuredly perish miserably, and none will know of us, as there is no escape for us from this place. Then we arose and roamed about the island, hoping that haply we might find a place to hide us in or a means of flight. For indeed death was a light matter to us, provided he were not roasted over the fire FN number 29, and eaten. However, we could find no hiding place, and the evening overtook us, so, of the excess of our terror, we returned to the castle and sat down a while. Presently, the earth trembled under our feet, and the black ogre came up to us and turning us over, felt one after other, till he found a man to his liking, whom he took and served as he had done the captain, killing and roasting and eating him, after which he lay down on the bench FN number 30, and slept all night, snarking and snoring like a beast with its throat cut, till daybreak, when he arose and went out as before. Then we drew together and conversed, and said one to other, by Allah, we had better throw ourselves into the sea and be drowned than die roasted, for this is an abominable death. Quoth one of us, hear ye my words. Let us cast about to kill him, and be at peace from the grief of him, and rid the Muslims of his barbarity and tyranny. Then said I, hear me, O my brothers, if there is nothing for it but to slay him, let us carry some of this firewood and planks down to the seashore and make us a boat wherein, if we succeed in slaughtering him, we may either embark and let the waters carry us whither Allah willeth, or else abide here till some ship pass, when we will take passage in it. If we fail to kill him, we will embark in the boat and put out to sea, and if we be drowned, we shall at least escape being roasted over a kitchen fire with sliced tweezers, whilst, if we escape, and if we be drowned, we die martyrs. By Allah, said they all, this rede is a right, and we agreed upon this, and set about carrying it out. So we haled down to the beach the pieces of wood which lay about the bench, and, making a boat, moored it to the strand, after which we stowed therein somewhat of victual and returned to the castle. As soon as evening fell, the earth trembled under our feet, and in came the blackamoor upon us, snarling like a dog about to bite. He came up to us, and feeling us and turning us over one by one, shook one of us and did with him as he had done before, and ate him, after which he lay down on the bench and snored and snorted like thunder. As soon as we were assured that he slept, we arose and taking 2 iron spits of those standing there, heated them in the fiercest of the fire, till they were red hot, like burning coals, when we gripped fast hold of them and going up to the giant, as he lay snoring on the bench, thrust them into his eyes and pressed upon them, all of us, with our united might, so that his eyeballs burst and he became stone blind. Thereupon he cried with a great cry, whereat our hearts trembled, and springing up from the bench, he fell a groping after us, blindfold. We fled from him right and left, and he saw us not, for his sight was altogether blent, but we were in terrible fear of him, and made sure we were dead men despairing of escape. Then he found the door, feeling for it with his hands, and went out roaring aloud, and behold, the earth shook under us, for the noise of his roaring, and we quaked for fear. As he quitted the castle we followed him and betook ourselves to the place where we had moored our boat, saying to one another, if this accursed abide absent till the going down of the sun and come not to the castle, we shall know that he is dead, and if he come back, we will embark in the boat and paddle till we escape, committing our affair to Allah. But, as we spoke, behold, up came the blackamoor with other 2 as they were girls, fouler and more frightful than he, with eyes like red-hot coals, which when we saw, we hurried into the boat and casting off the moorings paddled away and pushed out to sea. FN number 31, as soon as the ogres caught sight of us, they cried out at us and running down to the seashore, fell a-belting us with rocks, whereof some fell amongst us and others fell into the sea. We paddled with all our might till we were beyond their reach, but the most part of us were slain by the rock throwing, and the winds and waves sported with us and carried us into the midst of the dashing sea, swollen with billows clashing. We knew not whither we went, and my fellows died one after another, till there remained but 3, myself and 2 others. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 548th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman thus continued: most part of us were slain by the rock thawing, and only 3 of us remained on board the boat, for, as often as one died, we threw him into the sea. We were so exhausted the stress of hunger, that we took courage and heartened one another and worked for dear life and paddled with main and might, till the winds cast us upon an island, as we were dead men for fatigue and fear and famine. We landed on the island and walked about it for a while, finding that it abounded in trees and streams and birds, and we ate of the fruits and rejoiced in our escape from the black and our deliverance from the perils of the sea, and thus we did till nightfall, when we lay down and fell asleep for excess of fatigue. But we had hardly closed our eyes before we were aroused by a hissing sound like the sough of wind, and awaking, saw a serpent like a dragon, a seld-seen sight, of monstrous make and belly of enormous bulk, which lay in a circle around us. Presently it reared its head and, seizing one of my companions, swallowed him up to his shoulders. Then it gulped down the rest of him, and we heard his ribs crack in its belly. Presently it went its way, and we abode in sore amazement and grief for our comrade and mortal fear for ourselves, saying, by Allah, this is a marvelous thing. Each kind of death that threatened us is more terrible than the last. We were rejoicing in our escape from the black ogre and our deliverance from the perils of the sea, but now we have fallen into that which is worse. There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. By the Almighty, we have escaped from the blackamoor and from drowning, but how shall we escape from this abominable and viperish monster? Then he walked about the island, eating of its fruits and drinking of its streams till dusk, when we climbed up into a high tree and went to sleep there, I being on the topmost bough. As soon as it was dark night, up came the serpent, looking right and left, and, making for the tree whereon we were, climbed up to my comrade and swallowed him down to his shoulders. Then it coiled about the bowl FN number 32, with him, whilst I, who could not take my eyes off the sight, heard his bones crack in its belly, and it swallowed him whole, after which it slid down from the tree. When the day broke and the light showed me that the serpent was gone, I came down, as I were a dead man for stress of fear and anguish, and thought to cast myself into the sea and be at rest from the woes of the world, but could not bring myself to this, for verily life is dear. So I took 5 pieces of wood, broad and long, and bound one crosswise to the soles of my feet and others in like fashion on my right and left sides and over my breast, and the broadest and largest I bound across my head and made them fast with ropes. Then I lay down on the ground on my back, so that I was completely fenced in by the pieces of wood, which enclosed me like a bear. FN number 33. So as soon as it was dark, up came the serpent, as usual, and made towards me, but could not get at me to swallow me for the wood that fenced me in. So it wriggled round me on every side, whilst I looked on, like one dead by reason of my terror, and every now and then it would glide away and come back, but as often as it tried to come at me, it was hindered by the pieces of wood wherewith I had bound myself on every side. It ceased not to beset me thus from sundown till dawn, but when the light of day shone upon the beast it made off, in the utmost fury and extreme disappointment. Then I put out my hand and unbound myself, well nigh down among the dead men for fear and suffering, and went down to the island shore, whence a ship afar off in the midst of the waves suddenly struck my sight. So I tore off a great branch of a tree and made signs with it to the crew, shouting out the while, which when the ship's company saw they said to another, "We must stand in and see what this is, peradventure 'tis a man." So they made for the island and presently heard my cries, whereupon they took me on board and questioned me of my case. I told them all my adventures from first to last, whereat they marvelled mightily and covered my shame FN number 34, with some of their clothes. Moreover, they set before me somewhat of food and I ate my fill and I drank cold sweet water and was mightily refreshed, and Allah Almighty quickened me after I was virtually dead. So I praised the Most Highest and thanked him for his favours and exceeding mercies, and my heart revived in me after utter despair, till meseemed as if all I had suffered were but a dream I had dreamed. We sailed on with a fair wind. The Almighty sent us till we came to an island, called Al-Salahita, FN number 35, which aboundeth in sandalwood. When the captain cast anchor, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 549th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman continued: and when we had cast anchor, the merchants and the sailors landed with their goods to sell and to buy. Then the captain turned to me and said, Harkee, thou art a stranger and a pauper, and tellest us that thou hast undergone frightful hardship, wherefore I have a mind to benefit thee with somewhat that may further thee to thy native land, so thou wilt ever bless me and pray for me." "So be it," answered I, "thou shalt have my prayers." Quoth he, "Know then that there was with us a man, a traveller, whom we lost, and we know not if he be alive or dead, for we had no news of him. So I purpose to commit his bales of goods to thy charge, that thou mayst sell them in this island. A part of the proceeds we will give thee as an equivalent for thy pains and service, and the rest we will keep till we return to Baghdad, where we will inquire for his family and deliver it to them, together with the unsold goods. Say me then, wilt thou undertake the charge and land and sell them as other merchants do?" I replied, "Hearkening and obedience to thee, O my lord, and great is thy kindness to me," and thanked him, whereupon he bade the sailors and porters bear the bales in question ashore and commit them to my charge. The ship's scribe asked him, "O master, what bales are these, and what merchant's name shall I write upon them?" And he answered, "Write on them the name of Sindbad the seaman, him who was with us in the ship and whom we lost at the Rook's Island, and of whom we have no tidings, for we mean this stranger to sell them, and we will give him a part of the price for his pains and keep the rest till we return to Baghdad, where If we find the owner we will make it over to him, and if not, to his family. And the clerk said, thy words are apposite and thy rede is right. Now when I heard the captain give orders for the bales to be inscribed with my name, I said to myself, by Allah, I am Sindbad the seaman. So I armed myself with courage and patience and waited till all the merchants had landed and were gathered together, talking and chaffing about buying and selling. Then I went up to the captain and asked him, O my lord, knowest thou what manner of man was this Sindbad, whose goods thou hast committed to me for sale? And he answered, I know of him naught save that he was a man from Baghdad city, Sindbad hight the seaman, who was drowned with many others when we lay anchored at such an island, and I have heard nothing of him since then. At this I cried out with a great cry and said, O captain, whom Allah keep, know that I am that Sindbad the seaman, and that I was not drowned, but when thou castest anchor at the island, I landed with the rest of the merchants and crew, and I sat down in a pleasant place by myself and ate somewhat of food I had with me and enjoyed myself till I became drowsy and was drowned in sleep, and when I awoke, I found no ship and none near me. These goods are my goods and these bales are my bales, and all the merchants who fetched jewels from the Valley of Diamonds saw me there and will bear me witness that I am the very Sindbad the seaman. For I related to them everything that had befallen me and told them how you forgot me and left me sleeping on the island, and that betided me which betided me. When the passengers and crew heard my words, they gathered about me, and some of them believed me and others disbelieved. But presently, behold, one of the merchants, hearing me mention the Valley of Diamonds, came up to me and said to them, hear what I say, good people. When I related to you the most wonderful thing in my travels, and I told you that, at the time we cast down our slaughtered animals into the Valley of Serpents, I casting with the rest as was my wont, there came up a man hanging to mine, ye believed me not and gave me the lie. Yes, quoth they, thou didst tell us some such tale, but we had no call to credit thee. He resumed, now this is the very man, by token that he gave me diamonds of great value, and high price whose like are not to be found, requiting me more than would have come up sticking to my quarter of meat, and I accompanied with him to Bassorah city, where he took leave of us and went unto his native stead, whilst we returned to our own land. This is he, and he told us his name, Sindbad the seaman, and how the ship left him on the desert island. And know ye that Allah hath sent him hither, so might the truth of my story be made manifest to you. Moreover, these are his goods, for, when he first foregathered with us, he told us of them, and the truth of his words is patent. Hearing the merchant's speech, the captain came up to me and considered me straightly a while, after which he said, what was the mark on thy bales? Thus and thus, answered I, and reminded him of somewhat that had passed between him and me, when I shipped with him from Bassorah. Thereupon he was convinced that I was indeed Sindbad the seaman, and took me round the neck and gave me joy of my safety, saying, by Allah, O my lord, thy case is indeed wondrous and thy tale marvellous, but lauded be Allah who hath brought thee and me together again, and who hath restored to thee thy goods and gear. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 550th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman thus continued, Alhamdulillah. Quoth the captain, lauded be Allah who hath restored unto thee thy goods and gear. Then I disposed of my merchandise to the best of my skill, and profited largely on them, whereat I rejoiced with exceeding joy and congratulated myself on my safety and the recovery of my goods. We ceased not to buy and sell at the several islands till we came to the land of Hind, where we bought cloves and ginger and all manner spices, and thence we fared on to the land of Sind, where also we bought and sold. In these Indian seas, I saw wonders without number or count, amongst others a fish like a cow which bringeth forth its young and suckleth them like human beings, and of its skin bucklers are made. FN number 36. There were reek fishes like asses and camels FN number 37, and tortoises 20 cubits wide. FN number 38, and I saw also a bird that cometh out of the seashell and layeth eggs and hatcheth her chicks on the surface of the water, never coming up from the sea to the land. FN number 39, then we set sail again with a fair wind and the blessing of Almighty Allah, and, after a prosperous voyage, arrived safe and sound at Bassorah. Here I abode a few days and presently returned to Baghdad, where I went at once to my quarter and my house and saluted my family and familiars and friends. I had gained on this voyage what was beyond count and reckoning, so I gave alms and largesse and clad the widow and the orphan, by way of thanksgiving for my happy return, and fell to feasting and making merry with my companions and intimates, and forgot, while eating well and drinking well and dressing well, everything that had befallen me and all the perils and hardships I had suffered. These, then, are the most admirable things I cited on my third voyage, and tomorrow, an it be the will of Allah, you shall come to me and I will relate the adventures of my fourth voyage, which is still more wonderful than those you have already heard. Saith he who telleth the tale, then Sindbad the seaman bade give Sindbad the landsman 100 golden dinars as of wont and called for food. So they spread the tables in the company at the night meal and went their ways, marvelling at the tale they had heard. The porter, after taking his gold, passed the night in his own house, also wondering at what his namesake the seaman had told him, and as soon as day broke and the morning showed with its sheen and shone, he rose and praying the dawn prayer betook himself to Sindbad the seaman, who returned his salute and received him with an open breast and cheerful favour and made him sit with him till the rest of the company arrived, when he caused set on food and they ate and drank and made merry. Then Sindbad the seaman bespake them and related to them the narrative of the fourth voyage of Sindbad the seaman. Know, O my brethren, that after my return from my third voyage and foregathering with my friends, and forgetting all my perils and hardships in the enjoyment of these and comfort and repose, I was visited one day by a company of merchants who sat down with me and talked of foreign travel and traffic, till the old bad man within me yearned to go with them and enjoy the sight of strange countries, and I longed for the society of the various races of mankind and for traffic and profit. So I resolved to travel with them, and buying the necessaries for a long voyage, and great store of costly goods, more than ever before, transported them from Baghdad to Bassorah, where I took ship with the merchants in question, who were the chief of the town. We set out, trusting in the blessing of Almighty Allah, and with a favouring breeze and the best conditions we sailed from island to island and sea to sea, till, one day, there rose against us a contrary wind, and the captain cast out his anchors and brought the ship to a standstill, fearing lest she should founder in mid-ocean. Then we all fell to prayer and humbling ourselves before the Most High, but, as we were thus engaged, there smote us a furious squall which tore the sails to rags and tatters, the anchor cable parted and, the ship foundering, we were cast into the sea, goods and all. I kept myself afloat by swimming half the day, till, when I had given myself up for lost, the Almighty threw in my way one of the planks of the ship, whereon I and some others of the merchants scrambled. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 551st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sindbad the seaman continued as follows: And when the ship foundered, I scrambled on to a plank with some others of the merchants and, mounting it as we would a horse, paddled with our feet in the sea. We abode thus a day and a night, the wind and waves helping us on, and on the second day shortly before the mid-time between sunrise and noon FN number 40, the breeze freshened and the sea wrought and the raising waves cast us upon an island, well nigh dead bodies for weariness and want of sleep, cold and hunger and fear and thirst. We walked about the shore and found abundance of herbs, whereof we ate enough to keep breath in body and to stay our failing spirits, then lay down and slept till morning hard by the sea. And when morning came with its sheen and shone, we arose and walked about the island to the right and left, till we came in sight of an inhabited house afar off. So we made towards it, and ceased not walking till we reached the door thereof, when lo! a number of naked men issued from it, and without saluting us or a word said, laid hold of us masterfully and carried us to the king, who signed us to sit. So we sat down, and they set food before us such as we knew not, FN number 41, and whose like we had never seen in all our lives. My companions ate of it, for stress of hunger, but my stomach revolted from it, and I would not eat, and my refraining from it was, by Allah's favour, the cause of my being alive till now, for no sooner had my comrades tasted of it than their reason fled and their condition changed, and they began to devour it like madmen possessed of an evil spirit. Then the savages gave them to drink of coconut oil and anointed them therewith, and straightway after drinking thereof, their eyes turned into their heads, and they fell to eating greedily, against their wont. When I saw this, I was confounded and concerned for them, nor was I less anxious about myself, for fear of the naked folk. So I watched them narrowly, and it was not long before I discovered them to be a tribe of Magian cannibals whose king was a ghoul. FN number 42. All who came to their country, or whoso they caught in their valleys or on their roads, they brought to this king, and fed them upon that food and anointed them with that oil, whereupon their stomachs dilated that they might eat largely, whilst their reason fled and they lost the power of thought and became idiots. Then they stuffed them with coconut oil and the aforesaid food, till they became fat and gross, when they slaughtered them by cutting their throats and roasted them from the king's eating. But, as for the savages themselves, they ate human flesh raw. FN number 43. When I saw this, I was sore dismayed for myself and my comrades, who were now become so stupefied that they knew not what was done with them, and the naked folk committed them to one who used every day to lead them out and pasture them on the island like cattle. And they wandered amongst the trees and rested at will, thus waxing very fat. As for me, I wasted away and became sickly for fear and hunger, and my flesh shriveled on my bones, which when the savages saw, they left me alone and took no thought of me, and so far forgot me that one day I gave them the slip, and walking out of their place made for the beach, which was distant, and there espied a very old man seated on a high place, girt by the waters. I looked at him and knew him for the herdsman, who had charge of pasturing my fellows, and with him were many others in like case. As soon as he saw me, he knew me to be in possession of my reason and not afflicted like the rest whom he was pasturing, so signed to me from afar, as who should say, turn back and take the right-hand road, for that will lead thee into the king's highway. So I turned back, as he bade me, and followed the right-hand road, now running for fear and then walking leisurely to rest me, till I was out of the old man's sight. By this time, the sun had gone down and the darkness set in, so I sat down to rest and would have slept, but sleep came not to me that night, for stress of fear and famine and fatigue. When the night was half spent, I rose and walked on, till the day broke in all its beauty, and the sun rose over the heads of the lofty hills and athwart the low gravelly plains. Now I was weary and hungry and thirsty, so I ate my fill of herbs and grasses that grew in the island, and kept life in body and stayed my stomach, after which I set out again and fed on all that day and the next night, staying my bread with roots and herbs, nor did I cease walking for 7 days and their nights, till the morn of the 8th day, when I caught sight of a faint object in the distance. So I made towards it, though my heart quaked for all I had suffered first and last, and behold, it was a company of men gathering pepper grains. FN number 44. As soon as they saw me, they hastened up to me, and surrounding me on all sides, said to me, Who art thou and whence come? I replied, Know, O folk, that I am a poor stranger, and acquainted them with my case and all the hardships and perils I had suffered, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. when it was the 552nd night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman continued: and the men gathering pepper in the island questioned me of my case, when I acquainted them with all the hardships and perils I had suffered and how I had fled from the savages, whereat they marvelled and gave me joy of my safety, saying, By Allah, this is wonderful. But how didst thou escape from these blacks who swarm in the island and devour all who fall in with them, nor is any safe from them, nor can any get out of their clutches?" And after I had told them the fate of my companions, they made me sit by them, till they got quit of their work, and fetched me somewhat of good food, which I ate, for I was hungry, and rested a while, after which they took ship with me, and carrying me to their island home brought me before the king, who returned my salute and received me honourably and questioned me of my case. I told him all that had befallen me, from the day of my leaving Baghdad city, whereupon he wondered with great wonder at my adventures, he and his courtiers, and bade me sit by him. Then he called for food, and I ate with him what sufficed me, and washed my hands, and returned thanks to Almighty Allah for all his favours, praising him and glorifying him. Then I left the king, and walked for solace about the city, which I found wealthy and populous, abounding in market streets, well stocked with food and merchandise, and full of buyers and sellers. So I rejoiced at having reached so pleasant a place, and took my ease there after my fatigues, and I made friends with the townsfolk, nor was it long before I became more in honour and favour with them and the king than any of the chief men of the realm. Now I saw that all the citizens, great and small, rode fine horses, high-priced and thoroughbred, without saddles or housings, whereat I wondered and said to the king, "Wherefore, O my lord, dost thou not ride with the saddle? Therein is ease for the rider and increase of power." "What is a saddle?" asked he. "I never saw nor used such a thing in all my life," and I answered,